People naturally want to be a part of a group. We are social creatures after all. But not every group people create or join is heartwarming, tolerant, or even sane. These are 5 allegedly true stories from people who survived terrifying encounters with horrific cults. If you want your story heard, go to darknessprevails.org and write your story today. Cult Recruitment by Noel T. If you want to confirm the trueness of this story, you can check the link in the description. Before this incident occurred, I had heard about similar occurrences happening in the city and town near where I lived, but I honestly never thought it would happen to me. I live in Malaysia, and I attend college in a development area where there are 4 high-profile, high-density, tertiary education institutions. To put it simply, in this area, there are hundreds of college kids roaming between classes and after school. I guess that's what makes the cult target this area, though they're far from the least savory crowd that targets these kids. A few weeks before this happened, I saw on Facebook a post by a woman in the area warning others about possible cult activity. The woman who made the post detailed that 2 Korean women approached her, asking if she believed in God the Mother and if she wanted to come for a Bible study group to find out more. But when the woman declined, the 2 women began to pressure her more, getting closer to her physically, until she had to quickly leave the place. They seemed rather aggressive for religious people. I had warily regarded the article, but I figured that you hear things like this from time to time, and it couldn't possibly happen to me, right? My nonchalance convinced me that there was nothing to worry about, and of course the worst happened. Normally I'd go to the nearby mall with my best friend to grab a meal after class or to study. But on that day, I'd gone alone. I bought myself a drink and headed to the cafe I usually frequented to finish the last of my assignments. On the way there, I was occupied by my phone and only looked up to make sure I didn't bump into anyone as I walked. Looking back, I'm sure my obliviousness to my surroundings made me an obvious target. I was in a lonely section of the mall when someone tapped my shoulder. I looked up, startled. I found 3 women standing in front of me. They looked like they were in their late teens or early 20s. They were definitely East Asian, Chinese, or Korean. This didn't ring any alarm bells, as Malaysia has people of all Asian ethnicities. I asked if I dropped something, and they didn't answer. One of them waved and introduced herself, though the name she gave was clearly fake, as it was something akin to green petal in Mandarin. At first, she said that they were part of a group of students doing a project, which I admit got me interested. As a struggling student myself, I'm always happy to help with others' surveys and projects. As the woman kept talking, I began to feel uncomfortable. There had definitely been only 3 women earlier, but now there were 5 altogether surrounding me on all sides. I have pretty bad anxiety, and the feeling of being closed in with unfamiliar people made my heart pound nervously, and I wasn't even paying attention to what the girl was talking about at that point. I'm sorry, but I can't help," I stuttered nervously, trying desperately to find a way out of the situation. At this point, I still didn't know what it was all about, but I was sure that whatever was happening was not good. The women tried to sway my attention, talking about how important it was that they tell me what this was, and that they needed me to come to their group meeting with them to experience it for real. I was trying to calm myself down, telling them repeatedly that I was not interested in joining their club or group, and I could not help their little project. It was then that the woman who'd initially approached me, their leader I'm assuming, said something that sent chills down my spine and made me realize the severity of what was happening. "We just want to know if you believe in God the Father. There is a Bible group meeting tonight and tomorrow night if you want to come over and have some food and find out more. Other students will be there too." It may not have been the same wording exactly, but the similarities in the way I was approached by her and the woman who approached the girl I talked about before started to click in my mind. This was worse than I thought, and I knew I had to leave. I realized I still had my phone in my hand, and though I kept my eyes on the woman as to not tip them off that I was aware of their scheme, I managed to maneuver my way into faking a phone call. "Oh, I'm sorry," I pretended to be surprised. "My mother is calling me. I need to go." They protested, saying that I could call her back later, but I refused. I told them that my mother always wanted to know where I was, and if they wanted, I could put her on speakerphone, and they could speak to her about this project they wanted me to be involved in. This confirmed my suspicions about their motives, as they immediately shied away and began making up excuses. As soon as they backed away enough, I turned and sprinted toward the closest escalator, practically running down and going to the closest store with other people around. I felt like I was going to have a panic attack, but the adrenaline rush was keeping me going. I sat down in front of the store, dialing my mom's number and keeping tabs on a friendly-looking woman dressed in the store's uniform, who was at most 10 feet away from me, while my gaze darted frantically around as I tried to make sure the group of women did not come to find me. When my mom answered the call, I just about burst into tears right there. I told her everything over small sobs. She calmed me down and told me to get something to eat, and that she'd come and get me so I wouldn't have to catch the bus and train home that day. I never realized just how harrowing an experience being approached and cornered like that can be, and I definitely know that I take my usual normal routines for granted. When I got home, I shared the original post and added a summary of my experience to warn others in the area of what was going on. Since then, there have been disappearances, and I can almost guarantee you they were taken by groups or cults like that one, and they may never see their families again. That was nearly me. Satanic Cult Encounter by Super Swampert 96. This is the story of mine and my brother's potential encounter with a satanic cult. Let me start off by saying I've lived in the country my entire life. I spend a lot of time in the woods, mainly hunting deer and coyotes. I live in southern Ohio with my father and younger brother, about 40 miles east of Cincinnati, and about 4 miles north of the Ohio River. The closest town to us is about 10 minutes away, but this is still an extremely rural area. We live in a small house on a back road that doesn't get very much traffic, which is strange considering the road is right off a state route, Route 505. There's also a few large farms with lots of big fields in the area. Down the road from my house, there is a dead-end gravel road called Marriott Road. Nothing on it besides a couple of houses. It's pretty much just a big driveway. Further down from that is a popular swimming hole that my brother and my friends have always called Bullskin Creek. The place is absolutely beautiful in the summertime, and my buddy, who had a lifted Jeep Cherokee, and I, who had a lifted Ford Ranger at the time, would always go down there and drive through the shallow part of the creek. The only downsides to this place was that people would always dump old garbage there. Couches, mattresses, televisions, you name it. The other was something more unsettling, which we'll get into soon. At the time this happened, my younger brother was still in high school, and I had recently graduated. My father worked the third shift at GE in a suburb of Cincinnati, so he was always gone at night. I worked a part-time second shift job at a local Kroger, from 3 to 11 at night, depending on what got done before I got there. One night, in the middle of June of 2015, I'd gotten off work at 1 in the morning. I had a half-hour drive from work back to home ahead of me, and I had the next day off, so I wasn't really in a rush. I went into the employee restroom to change out of my uniform shirt, back into my flannel shirt, and went to go buy a Monster, as well as a can of dipping tobacco and a pack of cigarettes. As I was walking out to my truck, my phone began to ring. I pulled it out and saw that my brother was calling me. So I answered, and I could barely understand what he was saying. He was breathing frantically and was speaking in almost complete gibberish. "Dude, calm down. I can't understand a word you're saying," I told him. He caught his breath for a moment, then said our friends John and Damon had just gotten back from Bullskin. They had decided to start a fire and drink a couple of beers and smoke some cigarettes. He told me they had taken John's Ram truck back there, parked it by the creek bed, and got a fire going. He told me to get home as quickly as possible and that it was an emergency. I could hear John and Damon talking in the background. I made the drive home in no time at all, even though it felt like an eternity. My mind was racing the whole way home, wondering what was going on. Now, remember earlier when I said there were a couple of bad things about Bullskin? Well, the other thing was that when I was a kid, there was a young orphan whose young life was stolen by his foster parents. They tied him up, locked him in a closet for days while they went out of town. Marriott Road is where the police found the kid's burned remains. Anyway, I arrived home and walked inside. It was about 1:20 in the morning. I saw my brother, John, and Damon sitting in the living room, all completely pale in color. John was clutching his crossbow that he kept in the back of his truck, and Damon was gripping a large pipe wrench, also from the inside of John's truck. I asked what happened, and my brother stood up and told me that while they were having their fire, they began to hear screaming in the woods in the direction of Marriott Road, where the aforementioned orphan's remains were found. I told him it was probably just a pack of coyotes, and that out of fear they were blowing the whole thing out of proportion. But before I could finish my sentence, he cut me off and said they went to check it out. Now, my brother was the only one who wasn't buzzed at the time, so they all jumped into John's truck and drove onto my road to get to Marriott. He told me they got halfway down the road when they began to hear the screaming again. He told John to aim his floodlight in the direction of the screaming, and when he did, they saw 4 people dressed in jet black cloaks. They were standing about 30 feet from the road off in the woods. They then told me that my brother threw the truck into reverse, backed into a small clearing, and floored it away. They were obviously scared and would not leave the house now, so I told them I'd go check it out and that I'd be back in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail. But first, I went into my room to grab the AR-15 just to be safe. I got into my Ranger and headed out. Once I pulled into the Marriott, I almost instantly had a pretty uneasy feeling. I made it to the spot they said they saw the people standing in the forest. Looking off into the woods, I could clearly see a large fire about 100 yards out. I sat and watched for a couple of minutes, just assuming it was a couple of campers who let their fire get a little bit too big. And that's when I heard the screaming for myself. It definitely wasn't coyotes. It was an ear-piercing scream, almost loud enough to bust your eardrums. It went on for a good 5 seconds before it turned into more of a psychotic howl than a scream, and at the same time, it sounded like there was more than one of them. After it stopped, I heard what I knew for a fact was a deer, screaming in agony loudly. I didn't know what they were doing to that poor animal, but I did not want to stick around and find out. When I got back to the house, I told them what I'd seen and heard. We stayed up that night, I guess protecting the house and ourselves. The very next day, my brother and I drove back to that area around noon to see if we could find anything that would tell us what was going on. We knew it was private property, but we didn't care at the time. We walked to where I saw the fire, and there was a large dugout in the ground with embers still glowing red. Off to the side were the remains of a buck. It had been cut open. We left as quickly as we could after that, and haven't been back there since, and I probably never will, because I'd rather not interrupt any of this satanic cult's work. Who knows what they'd do? The Child and the Man in Grease by Megan. I'm an 18-year-old girl from the middle of Ireland, and just finished high school when me and my friends had a brainwave to go backpacking across Europe. So in May, we set off on our new adventure to Greece. We ended up staying in a small hostel in the southeast of Greece. The scenery was fantastic, and the locals were very welcoming. But there were a few odd stares here and there, especially when you're with the people who I hung around with. I mean, sometimes we Irish folks aren't known to be too quiet. After hanging out at the bar, we checked into our hostel, which was just about the quality you'd expect for only 35 euros a night. But we were in our element. On our way there, we ended up spotting another bar, and decided to hang out there for a while, talking and singing with the locals. A lady behind the bar asked us where we were staying for the night, and naturally my friend answered and told her where. Now the moment she answered, everyone in that small bar seemingly stopped, and everything got silent. I mean, you could hear the clock ticking on the wall. After that, everyone was very off and did not want to talk to us anymore. They acted like we weren't just singing with them moments ago. Shortly after that, we left, and my friend, Lee, was not impressed with the sudden change of heart the people in the pub had with us. He was muttering to himself, while me and my other friend, Alfie, were too focused on getting back to the hostel, as one of us had had too much to drink. We got back and settled into our rooms, which 2 people had to share per room, so it was me and Alfie and Lee and Sarah. The rooms were okay in size and the beds weren't too bad, so we were satisfied enough. As I was doing my nightly routine, my blanket had gone missing that I brought from home. It was a blanket that I'd had since I was 3, and it meant a lot to me. After not being able to find it for a few minutes, I was freaking out. I went to wake up Alfie, and I told her that my blanket was missing. She personally knew how much it meant to me, and was equally confused as to where it had just vanished to. I know, and she knew, that I had had it with me when we got here. I was mad. After about an hour of turning the room entirely upside down, I gave up, as we needed to go to bed. At around 5:30 that morning, I woke up to a giggling sound, and I thought it was Lee. But I listened closely this time, and it sounded more like a little boy. Mind you, I never saw any children here, so I ignored it, until I began to hear light footsteps coming towards our room door, followed by a small knock. I froze. I knew it was a child, but it just took me by surprise, so when the knocks became more aggressive and harder, I got up and swung the door open, just to find nothing there. I was even more mad at this point, thinking, where are these kids' parents? I groaned as I got back in bed. The next morning I woke up around 7:30 and got ready for another day of exploring. Everyone was up by then and ready for the day. We headed out, got some breakfast, and I ended up telling the receptionist what happened last night, concerning my blanket and the sound of the little boy. She looked at me confused and told me that there was no children staying that week. None of the families or couples there had kids. That's weird, I thought. My friends simply blamed it on a dream, but I couldn't stop thinking about it all day. Couldn't come up with a reason as to why there was a child running around at 5:30 in the morning, knocking on my door. I know it wasn't a dream. We spent that day at the local seaside. Then we came back to the hostel and had dinner. As I wasn't feeling my best, we ended up crashing early. But sure enough, something woke me up again around 5 a.m. This time I heard the footsteps inside our room. I froze in the spot and felt something sit on my bed. I held my eyes closed and prayed to whoever would listen that this thing would go away. Alfie, in the next bed, woke up too and screamed when she looked over my way. I opened my eyes quickly and saw that there was a full-grown man sitting on my bed staring at me. When he saw and heard Alfie scream, he simply disappeared into thin air. We were so scared and upset that we ended up in Lee and Sarah's room. We left early the next morning and literally threw our stuff into our bags, ready to head out. When I went down to the front desk to give our keys back, I told the woman there about my final experience. She was very understanding and apologized about my blanket. And as we were pulling away from that place, I looked back with Alfie, and sure enough, we saw a man and a little boy standing at our room window, holding my now red-stained blanket. Turns out that the place we were staying in, a man who was part of a cult had sacrificed a boy, according to the local police in the pub that we visited before we left Greece. It's been haunted for years, supposedly, and they say that the man and boy always take something that belongs to someone that stays in that room. When I heard this, I couldn't help but think, better than taking my life. Cult-Like Church by Katie M. Growing up, my family and I attended this church. I use the term church loosely, because after a couple of years, things changed. They changed until the place became a full-blown cult that made us do weird things. I'm talking about making people crawl on the floor and growl like animals, along with a myriad of other things, which I won't get into. The longer we stayed there, the weirder things became. It wasn't just the people or pastors. There were strange occurrences that still creep me out to this day. My mom worked for the church for a long time, and one day she and I had to stop by it to do some things. At the time, I know for a fact it was just the two of us in the building alone. We were walking toward the back of the building when we passed by the sanctuary. I glanced through the window on one of the doors and saw a dark figure standing inside, a silhouette against the window. It startled me, but I thought it looked like one of the guys we knew. However, when we opened the door, there was no one there. On another occasion, it was my birthday, and everyone threw me a party at the church. A bunch of people were sitting in the sanctuary watching a slideshow of pictures of me, and at one point, my dad saw a man sitting in the back row, sort of laughing to himself and smiling as he watched the screen. He had never seen the man before, and when he looked for him later, the man was gone. I think someone else had seen him as well and had talked to him a little bit, but like I said, the guy seemingly disappeared before anyone could actually chat with him. On a different occasion, my dad also heard a woman's voice ask if he was leaving. When he turned around, he was alone. This happened one evening when he stepped outside during service for some fresh air, because they used to make us sit for hours on end in a stuffy sanctuary listening to music with the same repetitive beats over and over while people rolled on the floors. This was when my dad was ready to leave the place for good. He was only around to please my mom. That experience made his mind up completely, and as for him, he never went back. But the weirdest and creepiest thing by far that ever happened at that church occurred on a Wednesday evening, just a week before my family agreed to leave the church for good. I was 13 at the time, and I had made up my own mind that the place was insane, and just kind of went along with whatever I was told to do, while secretly smirking and rolling my eyes. I had spent years working and doing other things against my will there, and then they started adding all the other bizarre stuff, and I was so done. Well, one evening, they had the teenagers and a few adults in their early 20s praying in the fellowship hall of the church. Someone said that we needed to pray all around the building, so like good little cult monkeys, we followed right along. They led us into the foyer where we commenced praying, and here's where it gets weird. Even as I'm an adult now, I don't want to go into too many details. It still makes me feel intensely sick to recall what happened, both out of our sheer humiliation and disgust. My best friend of the time and I were standing beside each other. While the others were praying out loud, making noises and whatnot, I heard a loud scratching noise across the wall to my right, as if something with huge claws was crawling across it. I thought it was in my imagination. I looked over to my friend to gauge her reaction about it, and her eyes were massive as her jaw dropped low. I know she was hearing it as well. After mostly everyone left, A couple of 20-somethings chased a demon into a corner of the attic and forced it to leave. At least, that's what the crazy adults told us happened. I don't like dwelling on any of the stuff that occurred at that time of my life, but I also know that it messed me up for a long time. I still have a hard time if something even remotely reminds me of that place, and I instantly put a wall up. There are things about that place I won't even tell my husband about, and probably never will, because I know he wouldn't understand. I'm just so grateful my family got out of there when they did, because there are still many people who I grew up with that won't ever get away from it. Midnight Cold by Generic Metal Guy. When I was about 14, I made some unfortunate decisions. Back then, I was a part of a neo-Nazi group. I'm very ashamed of myself for what I once was, but believe me when I say I've moved way past it and have become very anti-fascist. But at the time, I was very, very racist. Our gang had about 50 members, and we called a relatively large town in Maine home. Now this town is known by all Mainers as the crap hole of Maine, but there was a large immigrant population, so a group of skinheads couldn't really operate in the open without suspicions. Now, we weren't violent skinheads, but we weren't opposed to fighting a rival group, and this story takes place when we were supposed to go fight a different gang who identified themselves as Crips, but they were just posers who wore blue to us. One of the members of the gang named Johnny called me up as I was walking home from school one day. Hey man, a couple of the Crips apparently jumped Davey. Davey was Johnny's little brother, and everyone in the gang was very protective of him. We're gonna get some revenge tonight. You down? Now, I was just let into the gang the week before, so I wasn't exactly gonna refuse. So I responded with a quick, heck yeah, before I put my phone away and ran home. That night, around 11 p.m., about 10 of my guys showed up at my house. I told my dad a quick, we're gonna see a band in town. I had to lie to my dad because he wasn't a skinhead like we were. He nodded and told me to be safe. I ran out and greeted my friends. We started walking the 1.5 miles to the woods we were supposed to meet these Crips at. For about an hour, we were all bragging about how we were going to crack some heads. But that mood vanished when we made it to the woods. They were dark enough to scare the heck out of a bunch of young neo-Nazis. But Johnny was mad enough that he just marched to the trail that led into the dark, creepy woods. Hesitantly, we followed behind him. The whole way I felt like I was being watched from every angle from the second I entered the woods, and the moonlight made the trees look like they were alive, as if they had faces on them. Being surrounded by my friends made me feel invincible though, and brought my confidence back up. We marched for a good 5 minutes. Small chats were the only things breaking the terrifying silence, but even those were quick to be snuffed out by the eerie quiet. Johnny suddenly put his hand up. We all stopped and stood in the pale moonlight in the middle of some woods I was new to. I think I see him, Johnny whispered to us. He pointed to the left. I turned my head to see a clearing. The moonlight showed several figures, and they all looked like they were talking to each other, so we naturally thought it was the gang members we were supposed to meet. I popped my knuckles and took a step forward, but Johnny put his hand on my chest to stop me. What the heck are you doing? We've got the drop on them, dude. I whispered to Johnny, but he put a finger to his lips and pointed again. I turned my head, and I noticed him. A hooded figure emerging from the woods with a handful of sticks. He walked to the center of the clearing, then stood in the middle of a circle of figures. My curiosity grew. Even the others grew bizarrely quiet, as we were entranced by what we stumbled upon. The guys behind me took a few steps forward. Luckily, none of our heavy boots made any of the sticks snap. One of the figures in the clearing took their hands out of their pockets. He must have had a match, because a small flame appeared in his hand and they started a fire. We were all prepared to just jump these guys and get it over with, so we could all go home since the early summer night was chilly and it was starting to get to me. We were about to make ourselves known when we were suddenly frozen in our tracks. One of the figures picked up a large trash bag that seemed to be filled to the brim with something. As this happened, several more people walked out of the woods behind the guys who were already next to the fire. I had the sudden urge to run, but I didn't want to be known as a coward in my gang, so I decided if anyone else ran, then I would go, but only then. I looked at the 9 other guys, and they were all staring in confusion at the gathering in front of us, so I turned my head and watched them too. A few loud greetings and laughs were shared by the group as they formed a much larger circle. The guy who had the trash bag reached into the bag, and what he dug out still haunts me to this day. Now what I'm about to tell you is very, very real, no matter how disturbing it sounds. What they pulled out of the bag was a man's head. I resisted the urge to scream or vomit, but one of our guys lost his battle and vomited loudly on the forest floor. I've never seen so many heads turn at the same time as the cloaked figures turned their attention towards us. "Run," Johnny yelled. We all bolted up the trail. Johnny, in a pulse of adrenaline, picked the new guy up who was still puking on the ground and put him under my shoulder and kept running. We all sprinted hard until we ran out of the woods and were all panting, staring back where we came, hoping, praying that we had lost them. "What the F was that?" I gasped. "I don't know," Johnny breathed. The new kid started bawling, and none of us could blame him. We decided that the fight with the other gang was not worth it, so we all just walked home. I'm 17 now and have long moved on out of that town, out of that personality. Luckily, a few of the guys in the gang decided to cut their ties with that gang too, but we're all on good terms, so it's not like I'm gonna curb stomp anybody soon. But I can't even bear to talk to my fellow ex-friends about that night. I think that memory is too grotesque, too perturbing to remember. We should have reported it to the police, but I was so scared of getting in trouble at the time, especially considering what our original plans were. I was a foolish kid. Unfortunately, cults still exist. New ones pop up every day, and they attempt to seduce and lure your children into a mindset that is often nearly impossible to get out of them. Once they're brainwashed, sometimes there's no going back. So keep your eye out for yourself, for your family, for your friends, because there are groups of people out there that either want to convert them or take them away from you forever. Good night. Be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to send me your true scary stories at darknessprevails.org. If you want to support this channel further, make sure the notification bell is clicked. You can also go to patreon.com/darknessprevails. For as long as you donate any amount to me, you'll have access to ad-free MP3 downloads of future episodes, and you'll get your name in the credits at the end of these videos. Or buy some merch by clicking the shop button below or the link in the description. Thank you. Now then, here are my 5 favorite early comments from my previous full episode about 10 true graveyard shift horror stories. Zeppelin Girl 86 says, "Here comes the giant rat." That's either a really terrible pickup line, a reference to a security guard story I did in the past, or a reference to Stephen King's Night Shift, I think. Basically, no matter what, that's a winning comment right there. Lita Wolf Webb says, "Thank you for posting as much as you do." Thank you for listening. The more I post, the healthier this channel is. Well, until I start posting 3 times a day. Let's hope I don't have to go that far. Cinco515 says, "Graveyard shift. I expect to see the hash-slinging slasher in one of these stories." I did think about putting him in the intro, but I thought about going straight creepy instead of funny. But still, that's a classic. Javier says, "Normal people in bed at 1 AM. My college homework isn't that merciful." Oh college, turning children into exhausted zombies forever. Good times, good times. And Hoshi Shiro says, night shift is always tiring. I'm a night owl kind of guy, but I just hate working at night. Of course, if you're a night owl, then you want your free time at night. Nobody wants to work through their favorite hours. Anyways, guys, that brings us to the end of another Darkness Prevails episode. More scary stories are coming soon, so stay tuned. Until next time, here are the credits to my patrons who continue to donate. They're awesome people. Remember, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. I'm about to ruin one of the most fun and wholesome places on Earth for you. And if you don't like to hear stories with violence against animals, then consider yourself warned. This story is called The Wrong Count and was sent to me by an anonymous sender. In it, 2 zookeepers endure a stormy night while watching over the animals. But something breaks in, something that is neither human nor animal. This story answers an interesting question. What happens when a skinwalker sneaks into a zoo? I started at the zoo when I was 23 years old, right out of community college with my associates in animal science, and I've worked every section at least twice. Ungulates, carnivores, primates, birds, reptiles. I've done it all. I'm a zookeeper. I'm a professional, and I love what I do. But prepare yourself, because what I'm about to share with you is going to sound crazy. I could say I'm not the type of person who likes to make things up, but you probably wouldn't believe me, especially after hearing this. But this is a very true story, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. You should also know that I love animals. I know our animals, and I know how they move and how they sound. I'm used to their behavior. When they're sick or scared or breeding or dying, I've seen all of it. So when I tell you something was wrong that night, I hope you'll at least hear me out. A thunderstorm rolled in that night, around 6 p.m. The weather service had been predicting it all week. They were saying it was a huge system coming down from Canada, and it would be sitting on top of us for 12 hours. We actually spent most of that day getting ready. We had to secure some loose equipment and check drainage grates. We also had to make sure all the indoor holding areas were prepped, in case we had to bring some animals in from their outdoor exhibits. For our zoo, and for mini zoos, this is standard storm protocol. And it wasn't anything we hadn't done a dozen times before. I was on the night shift that week. Just me and my coworker, J.J. Wheeler. We'd actually joined on at that zoo only a couple months apart, so basically we'd been there around the same amount of time. Night shift during a storm is usually pretty quiet, except for the storm. You do your rounds and check on the animals and make sure nothing's flooding or leaking. Mostly you sit in the keeper station, watching the rain come down, making sure nothing gets worse. Obviously, most animals don't like storms any more than people do. They tend to hunker down in their shelters and wait it out. By the time my shift started at 8 p.m., the rain was coming down something fierce. It was bad enough I couldn't see the parking lot lights from the keeper entrance. The thunder was basically constant. Movies don't really do that kind of thunder justice. You know, the loud bang and several seconds of stunned silence. This was more like a continuous, low rumbling, with lots of peaks and no valleys. There was lightning every couple of seconds, and it was so humid it felt like I was trying to breathe through a pillow. JJ was already in the keeper station when I got there. He was drinking some coffee and watching the weather radar on his phone. "Going to be a long one," he said. "Yeah, looks like it. Main gate's already locked down. Bardley left about an hour ago, said to call him if anything goes sideways. But otherwise, we're on our own till 6. Tom Bartley was the night supervisor. He lived about 40 minutes away and had a tendency to head home early whenever storms came through. Couldn't really blame the guy. There wasn't much he could do here that JJ and I couldn't handle ourselves. I poured myself a cup of coffee and settled in. The station had a bank of monitors showing feeds from cameras around the zoo, most of them washed out by rain and darkness. I could see the outlines of buildings, the shapes of trees bending in the wind, but not much after that. The audio feeds were just static and thunder. Around 9:30, JJ's radio crackled. It was the automated perimeter alert, the system that monitored the fencing around the zoo's boundary. "Sector 7, JJ said, checking the notification on the main console. "Looks like we've got a breach." Sector 7 was the northeast corner of the property, back behind the African Savannah exhibit. The fence there was older than the rest of it, chain link instead of the newer steel mesh, and boy did it love to come down in high winds. We'd reported it to maintenance half a dozen times, but nothing ever got done. Very, very tiresome. "I'll go check it out," I said. "You want some company?" "Nah, JJ, I've got it. Probably just a tree branch, or maybe an entire tree, we'll see. If it's anything serious, I'll radio you." I grabbed a rain jacket and a flashlight, then headed out. The path to Sector 7 ran past the Big Cat complex and along the back of the ungulate yards. The rain was coming down sideways, driven by a wind that was making the trees creak and groan. I pointed my flashlight beam through the dark, but it didn't help much, considering all that rain. The lions were in their night house, which was standard for weather like this. But as I passed their outdoor enclosure, I noticed something that made me slow down. The viewing lights were on, those dim red ones we use so visitors can see the animals after dark. And in that faint glow, I could see all three of them. They weren't pacing, and they weren't sleeping either. They weren't doing anything I was expecting them to be doing right now. They were lined up at the fence, all three of them shoulder to shoulder, completely still, like feline statues. They were facing the ungulate yard on the other side of that path. I stopped and watched them for a minute. Lions are ambush predators. They'll watch prey animals for hours sometimes, waiting for the right moment to strike. But these weren't watching the way hunters watch. There was something fixed about their attention. They were rigid. They didn't appear to be tracking movement, looking for weakness. They were staring at one specific spot in the zebra enclosure. All three of them almost unnaturally focused on the same spot. To me, they looked more hypnotized. I tried to see what they were looking at, but I had no luck from where I was. The zebra yard was dark anyway. The animals were presumably sheltered in their barn, and the rain made it impossible to pick out details. So whatever had their attention, I couldn't find it. The big male, the one we called Caesar, suddenly made a sound. Not quite a roar or a growl. Something really low, though. It sounded like the warning vocalization I'd heard maybe twice in all my years working with big cats. They make that sound when they sense something dangerous, something that could even threaten them. I stood there in the rain, listening to that sound and feeling the hair rise on my arms. I made a mental note to mention it to JJ and kept walking. The fence in Sector 7 was down, just like I'd expected. A big oak limb had come off in the wind and taken out about 20 feet of chain link. Despite that much damage, it appeared pretty clean. Nothing that couldn't be patched temporarily with some zip ties and a tarp until maintenance could get out here in the morning. I spent about half an hour in the rain securing what I could. After that, I radioed JJ to let him know the situation.
"Copy that," he said. "You want to do a full perimeter check while you're out there?"
What the heck, might as well. I'm already soaked. I walked the entire boundary fence, all the way around the property. Took me about an hour. The only other damage I found was a section near the loading dock, where some debris had piled up against the mesh. But it wasn't anything major.
By the time I got back to the keeper's station, I was cold and wet, and so ready for more coffee. "Anything interesting?" JJ asked. The lions are acting weird. I saw all 3 of them lined up at the fence, just staring at the zebra yard. Storm stress, probably. Yeah, I guess so. I wasn't actually sure about that when I said it. I don't think JJ believed it either. We'd been doing this long enough to know what storm stress looked like. And that wasn't storm stress. What it was at that moment, I couldn't tell you. But I would soon find out. Around midnight, we did our first full animal check. This is standard procedure during severe weather. You walk through every building, verifying that every animal is accounted for and healthy, and you note anything unusual. It takes about 2 hours to cover the whole zoo. I took the north half, which included the African section. JJ took the south half, which included the primates in the reptile house. The ungulate barn was warm and dry, a long building with individual stalls for the zebras, giraffes, and various antelope species. The animals were restless, but they're always like that during storms. The giraffes were swaying slightly in their stalls. The antelope were pacing back and forth. Nothing crazy, normal behavior, all of it. The zebras were in the back section, 4 stalls in a row. I walked down the line counting them off. Their stripe patterns are actually unique to each individual. They're kind of like human fingerprints, in a way, so I knew these animals by sight. There was Duchess, the oldest female, in stall 1, Bongo, the male, in stall 2, Ziggy in stall 3, and in stall 4 there should have been Pepper. But stall 4 was empty. I checked my clipboard. Pepper was definitely supposed to be inside. The day shift notes said all 4 zebras had been moved to the barn at 5 p.m. when the storm started getting bad. I looked at the stall again, thinking maybe she was lying down in a corner where I couldn't see her. But the stall was empty. Clean bedding, full water bucket, but no zebra. I felt the first flicker of real concern. A missing animal is serious. It means paperwork, incident reports, possibly a search if the animal got loose somehow. I radioed JJ. "Hey, I've got a problem in the ungulate barn. Pepper isn't in her stall." "What do you mean not in her stall?"
"I mean she's not here. The stall is empty."
That can't be right. Day shift logged all 4 zebras in the barn before they left."
"I'm looking at the stall right now, Jay. She's not in there." There was a pause. I could hear JJ thinking through the same possibilities I was thinking through now. Animal got moved. Someone forgot to log it. Or animal got out somehow and nobody noticed. Hopefully the animal was hiding somewhere in the barn. Somewhere I hadn't checked yet.
"Did you look outside?"
he asked. "Not yet. I was about to."
"Check the yard. Maybe she got back out before they closed the barn doors all the way. I'll pull up the camera footage, see if I can figure out what happened."
I went back outside, into the rain. The zebra yard was dark, except for the faint glow of some perimeter lights and the occasional flash of lightning. I swept my flashlight across the enclosure, looking for any sign of movement. And I found her. Or I thought I did. There was a zebra standing at the far end of the yard, near the fence that bordered the lion enclosure. It was alone, which was unusual. Zebras are herd animals. They don't like being separated from the group, especially in bad weather. Why would Pepper leave the barn and come out here in the rain, just standing there? She wasn't even grazing or moving, just standing. I watched this zebra for a minute, waiting for her to do something. But she didn't. It continued standing so still, with its head slightly lowered, facing away from me, rain streaming down its flanks. The lightning flashed,
and I got a better look at her outline, the shape of her body outlined by darkness. That wasn't Pepper. Something about this zebra looked wrong, but I wasn't sure why at first. Was it the neck? Maybe the legs? The way it was standing was strange too. All four legs perfectly straight, evenly spaced, like the model of a zebra, not an actual zebra. You see, in real life, these creatures shift their weight around, cock their hips, rest one leg. But this one was standing like it had been placed there, like a little model on someone's shelf. I told myself it was just the lightning, the sudden and stark contrast of light and shadows for a brief moment. Then I noticed the lions were still at their fence, and they were still staring this way, and I could hear that low rumbling sound coming from them, the warning sound. They were looking at the same zebra that I was. I lifted my radio. "JJ, I found her. She's in the yard." "How'd she get out there?" "I've got no idea. I'm gonna try to get her back in the barn." "Do you need me to come help?" "Let me see what I can do first. If she won't cooperate, I'll give you a call." I walked over to the gate that led into the zebra enclosure. Standard procedure for this kind of thing was to approach slowly, get behind the animal, guide it toward where you want it to go. Zebras aren't naturally aggressive, but they can kick hard enough to break bones if they're startled. I opened up the gate and stepped into the yard. The mud sucked at my boots, and the rain was freezing cold on my face. I kept the flashlight pointed low so I wouldn't spook the animal, letting my eyes adjust to the dark. The zebra had not moved yet. It was still standing in the same spot. That odd stillness about it made me think of the lions, of the way they'd been lined up at their fence, staring at this exact spot. What in the world was going on? I was maybe 30 feet away when it turned its head and looked at me. Even the way it moved its head was all messed up. I knew it right away. It was like joints bending in a direction they're not supposed to bend. Zebra necks have a limited range of motion. They can turn their heads to look behind them, but only to a certain degree, only with a certain quality of movement. This one turned its head too far. Smoothly, too, seemingly without any of the normal constraints of muscle and bone. It turned until it was looking at me over its shoulder with one black eye, and it kept turning past the point the spine should have prevented further rotation. I froze up. I couldn't make myself move, even if I wanted to. The zebra was staring at me now. Its eye caught the light and reflected back, and I noticed the eye shine was far too bright and differently colored than I expected from a zebra, like there was something behind that eye that I didn't recognize. I didn't feel like a zookeeper in that moment. I felt like a prey animal. To an herbivore? Then it turned its head back, slowly, with that same smooth rotation. After that, it began to walk towards the barn. I stood there in the rain, watching it until it disappeared through the barn door. My heart was pounding the entire time. I nearly dropped my darn flashlight. Before this, I had never wanted to run away from a zebra, but my legs were ready to bolt at any second. I felt the need to get out of that enclosure, as if I was in the lion pen and not the zebra yard. I told myself that I was a professional, that my current thoughts and instincts were just nonsense brought on by a storm. What I just saw, there's a rational explanation to. What I saw was impossible, which means I didn't really see it. So I went back into the barn. The zebra was in stall 4, Pepper's stall. It was standing in the corner with its head down, now looking exactly the way a normal zebra looks when it's settling in for the night. The other 3 zebras were in their stalls too, but now they were each pressed up against the walls as far from stall 4 as they could get. Their ears were flat back against their skulls, and their eyes were showing white. I'd never seen them react to Pepper like that before, or the zebra that was supposed to be Pepper. I counted them again. 1, 2, 3, 4, the correct number. I closed the barn door and walked back to the keeper station. My job was technically done, and I did not want to stay in the barn any longer. JJ looked up when I came in. Got her back inside? Yeah. What was she doing out there? I don't know. I sat down in my chair. My legs felt weak. A day shift must have miscounted or something. Left one outside by accident. That doesn't really sound like him. I know. JJ looked at me with an eyebrow raised. I must have looked shaken, because his expression changed, and he began to look worried. You okay, man? I'm fine. Just cold is all. I picked up my coffee. It was empty. I stared at it for a moment, not really realizing it was empty until a few seconds later. Hey, can you pull up the camera feed from the zebra yard? I want to check something. What time? Just now, basically. The last 15 minutes or so. JJ typed something into the console. The main monitor flickered and showed a grainy night vision view of the zebra enclosure. We watched as I walked into frame, flashlight visible as a white flare against the dark. We watched as I approached the zebra. We saw the part where it turned its head to look at me. But on the video, from that angle, the movement didn't look weird. The head turned, it stopped, then turned back. From there, it didn't look unusual. Just a zebra looking at a zookeeper in the rain. Now, I should have felt relieved, right? But I wasn't. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. What were you looking for? JJ asked. Nothing. Never mind. Forget it. The camera feed went back to real time, and we stayed there just watching the cameras, chatting on occasion, or listening to the storm. But after some time, I couldn't help but notice that after 2 hours, the lion still stood in the same spot, staring at the zebra yard. The next few hours after that were quiet. The storm kept hammering the zoo, wind, rain, and thunder, but inside the keeper station, everything felt muffled and still. JJ did paperwork, and I pretended to do paperwork, and the talking had died down. Around 2 a.m., JJ got up to do his rounds. I'll take the primate house and the reptile building, he said. Back in an hour. Gotcha. Hey, you sure you're all right? You've been staring at that same page for like 40 minutes. Just tired, man. I'm fine. I could tell he didn't quite believe me, but he didn't push it. JJ was good like that. He knew when to give people space. After he left, I pulled up the camera feeds on the main console. I started to cycle through them. The zoo looked empty and dark. Just rain-slicked paths and closed buildings. The occasional shape of an animal shelter. I found the zebra yard and let it sit on my screen, watching the night vision footage for any sign of movement. The 4 zebras were still in the barn. I could see them on the interior camera, their 4 striped shapes huddled in their stalls. 3 of them were still clustered together as much as their individual stalls allowed, pressing against the farthest walls away from stall 4. The 4th zebra, that was supposed to be Pepper, was standing perfectly still right dead center of its space. It wasn't lying down. Zebras lie down to sleep sometimes, especially when they're comfortable. The other 3 were all in normal resting positions, bodies lowered, legs folded, but the one in stall 4 was just standing. Now I sat there, and I watched stall 4 specifically for about 15 minutes straight. I did not see that animal move once. Not a shift of weight, not a flick of an ear, nor the twitch of a tail. Not a thing. I was watching a video feed, but it was more like watching a photograph. I was still staring at the screen when the radio crackled.
Hey.
It was JJ.
Could you, meet me at the primate house?
Yeah, man, what's wrong? For about 2 seconds straight, he didn't reply. Then he said,
Just come here, okay? There's something I need to show you.
I grabbed my jacket and flashlight, then headed back out. The rain had somewhat let up, settling into a steady drizzle, but the wind was still gusting hard enough to make the trees groan. The path to the primate house ran past the lion enclosure, and I looked for them as I passed, but in this darkness I couldn't see them, and I didn't want to wait around for lightning to show me what was or wasn't out there. I hoped they'd finally gone inside. JJ was waiting at the entrance to the primate building. His face was pale in the glow of my flashlight, and he was holding his own flashlight in a grip so tight it made his hand look even bonier than usual. "Hey, what's going on?" I asked. Rather than answer at first, he grinded his jaw and thought. He looked scared. Finally, he spoke. "I was in the corridor, doing the ape check. Everything was normal. I counted heads, checked the locks, all the usual. Then I came around the corner by the chimp enclosure, and I saw you." "What? I've been at the station." "Well, you were standing in the hallway, about 20 feet away, looking at me." I felt that cold sensation in my stomach again, now spreading upwards to my chest. "Jay, I wasn't in the primate house. I've been in the keeper station the whole time." "I know." JJ's voice cracked slightly. "I know you weren't here, but I saw you. You were standing right there in the hallway and you were waving at me. Waving back and forth, and you smiled for some reason. But it didn't look like your smile, man. I don't know how to explain it." "JJ, this sounds crazy, I'm not gonna lie. Bro, I could have just not said anything. I'm sorry. What'd you do after that?" "I called out to you, asked what you were doing over here. But you didn't answer, you just kept waving. A second or two later, you started to walk away, toward the orangutan section. So I followed you." "What'd you see after that?" There was nothing there. The corridor was empty. I checked every room, every closet, every space big enough for a person to hide in, but there was nothing. So I came back to where I first saw you, and I radioed you. I needed to make sure you were real, that I was talking to the real you." "JJ, that wasn't me." We stood there in the dark outside the primate house, rain dripping from the overhang, as both of us tried to process what he was saying. I wanted to say something reassuring, or that he'd imagined it, but I couldn't say that. It was clear he believed what he saw, just as I had, and I was starting to think these things were connected. "Man, I need you to do something. Could you say something only you would know?" JJ asked. "What?" "Something only you would know. Something I could verify. I need to be sure it's really you." I understood what he was asking. If something could look like me, and could wave at him and smile at him, walking around like a man, then how did he know I was really me? It was a big jump in logic. This could be an intruder. Why didn't he think I was just playing a prank on him? Even though it was something I'd never done to him before. Instead, JJ was going full invasion of the body snatchers on me. Could I blame him? I mean, the way the animals had been acting, I don't know. So I played along. All right. The Christmas party last year. You got drunk, and you told everyone about the time you accidentally let the macaque loose in the gift shop. Bartley still gives you grief about it. JJ let out a big breath, his shoulders lowered. Okay, that's real, that happened. You're the real you, thank goodness. Can we go back inside now, you weirdo? I'm freezing. Let's get warm and talk about this. We went inside the primate house together, and neither of us wanted to be alone anymore. So why did you just assume it was a copy of me, like some sci-fi film, not someone who broke in, or heck, not even me trying to scare you? Because, man, it looked exactly like you, but I could tell it wasn't you. Just trust me on this, even if it sounds insane. Could be a glitch in the Matrix or something, I don't know. Yeah, sorry. Not trying to make you sound like a madman. It's just, tonight's been kinda weird, you know? You're telling me. The building was warm and humid. The air was heavy, with that dank primate smell. The apes were restless, moving frantically around in their night spaces and vocalizing. But they weren't screaming or panicking. Their vocalizations were soft. Something was wrong. There was stress in the way they moved, like animals that knew something was wrong and could not figure out what it was. Kind of like us. JJ showed me where he'd seen, me, or the thing that looked like me. It was a straight corridor leading from the chimp section to the orangutans, with doors on either side opening into keeper areas and storage rooms. Nothing special about it. No place for anyone to hide. So no explanation for how it could have appeared and then disappeared. But we checked every room anyway, finding nothing. Man, what the hell is happening? JJ said. We were standing back in the corridor, both of us looking at the spot where he'd seen my double. I took the moment to come clean, letting him know about the zebra incident, but carefully admitting that I wasn't completely sure about what I saw. When I was done, he rubbed his head and walked around in a circle, saying, "What the heck, man? What the heck? Should we call someone? Bartley? The police?" I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think they're gonna like the sound of, "We're seeing doppelgangers at our zoo. Please send help." If they do send someone, they're probably gonna bring a drug test. Alright, so what are we gonna do? I thought about it for a moment. I tried to be logical, calm. We were still at the point where what we'd seen could be explained in some way, even if it was a stretch. Heck, for all we knew, there was a gas leak somewhere, making us see crap. But that didn't mean we couldn't be safe and careful about it. I couldn't deny that there was a part of me that wanted to run and get away from this zoo for a while. Well, Jay, we're gonna have to keep doing our jobs. We finish the rounds, we document anything weird we find, and we wait until morning. Once the day shift gets here, we can tell Bartley what happened and let him decide how to handle it. I mean, come on. We're not even sure if it's just the storm making us see things. JJ didn't look happy with that answer, but he nodded anyway. Neither of us had any better ideas. We finished the primate house together and headed back toward the keeper station. The rain had almost stopped by then, now just a mist hanging in the air, making halos around the pathway lights. The storm was passing, and in a few hours it would be dawn. Everything would go back to normal. It was almost over. We were passing the Lion Night House when we heard it. A voice. A child's voice coming from inside the building. I stopped, and so did JJ. His head turned toward the night house door. "Did you hear that?" he whispered. I nodded. We stood motionless in the dark and listened to see if it came again. And it did.
"Hello? Is someone there?"
It was definitely a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, judging by her sound. She sounded scared and lost.
"Please, can someone help me?"
JJ and I looked at each other. There should not be anyone in the Lion Night House, let alone a child. The building was locked. Even if a child had somehow gotten into the zoo during a storm, how would they get into a secured building? How would they get past multiple locked doors between the public areas and the animal holding spaces? But that voice was certainly real, not some illusion or hallucination, like we could excuse the rest of the night as being, because this was something we both heard, and it was coming from inside, "We have to check," JJ said. "You're right. I know." We went to the door. I swiped my keycard and the lock clicked open. The corridor beyond was dark, lit only by the dim red glow of the nightlights. The air smelled like Big Cat, all musky, and it never quite goes away no matter how much you clean. I could hear the lions moving in their holding spaces. Their paws make this soft thudding sound on the concrete, and their heavy breathing is often raspy. "Hello?" I called out. "If someone's in here, make some noise so we can find you. You're not in trouble, I promise." The little girl's voice echoed down the corridor.
Please, I'm so scared. It's really dark in here.
The voice was coming from the main holding area, the space where the lions spent their nights when the weather was bad, when they could not be in the outdoor enclosure. "This is wrong, man," JJ said. "This is really, really bad." I knew what he was talking about. Everything about this felt wrong. The voice, the timing, the location. Just the impossibility of it. Some kid breaking in, being locked in a building in a restricted area in the middle of the night during a storm? What are the odds? Not to mention, how had the lions not found her? But there was a child in there, and we had to do something. We could not just walk away. I moved down the corridor toward the holding area, surrounded by red-tinged darkness. The lion smell got stronger as I went. I could hear them more clearly now, the soft sounds of their movement and the low vocalization. They're smart animals, very keen. They knew we were here. The holding area had a viewing slot, a small window that keepers used to check on the animals without having to open the main door. I approached it slowly, my flashlight pointed at the floor, my heart trying to climb up my throat.
Please let me out. It's so dark in here, please. And the lions.
The voice said. It was coming from inside the holding area. I was sure of it, from inside the space where the lions were. I reached the viewing slot. I lifted the light and I looked through. All 3 lions were in there, all of them awake, their eyes reflecting from the beam, becoming bright green points in the dark. They were staring at me. Not at the door, not at the window, but at the exact spot where my face would be visible through the slot. They weren't moving now, not making a sound either, just watching. The voice came again.
Please, I'm scared.
It was coming from the corner of the enclosure, the corner that was outside my beam, wrapped in shadows so thick I couldn't see anything there. When her voice came, the lions didn't look towards her. They didn't react to it. They just kept staring at me. I tried to angle my flashlight as best I could toward that corner, just to see what was over there. The beam just seemed to die in that darkness, possibly too far, swallowed up before it could reach what was over there. But I did catch the edge of something, just for a second, a shape that was even darker than the shadows. Something crouched very low to the ground. One of the lions made a noise then, a low, deep sound in its throat, basically a rumble. Another warning sound. I've been working with big cats for a while now. This reminded me of a noise they make when they're trying to communicate with their pack, trying to warn the others, trying to say, "Don't go over there. We can't protect you if you go."
Please let me out.
The voice had changed. Just enough. That childlike quality was there, but there was something else beneath it. Something that didn't quite fit the sound of a person, almost mechanical.
It's so dark and lonely in here. Won't you come and get me?
I was certain of it now. It was like there was a second voice layered underneath it. The child's voice on top, but something else under it. something deeper, something even these lions didn't like. I backed away from the viewing slot. "I think we need to go. Now," I said to JJ. He didn't say a word. Together, we walked back down the corridor. That voice, though, seemed to follow us, still calling out from inside the holding area, but somehow not getting farther away as we left. We made it to the exit and pushed through the door, stepping out into the night air. JJ was right behind me. The door swung shut and the voice was cut off. Not entirely, though. It was still there, faint but barely audible. We stopped and listened. For a moment, I thought we'd gotten away. That was until the voice started to get louder again. It was moving towards us. We did not go back to the keeper station. We sat outside on a bench near the main path, in clear view of the sky, and we waited for the sun to come up. Neither of us wanted to be inside anymore. We didn't want walls around us, not spaces or holes where someone could hide, or something. No darkness either, where something could hide and watch. The mist lifted as the hours passed, and the clouds began to break up. By 5 a.m., the eastern horizon was slowly starting to light up, and by 5:30, there was true light, the first glow of dawn spreading across the zoo. That's when JJ grabbed me by the arm and pointed toward the African section. "Look," he said, and I looked. The lion enclosure was visible from where we sat, a stretch of artificial savanna with rocks and tall grass and a shallow pool. The 3 lions were out there now, standing at the fence line, staring again at something in the zebra yard next door. And in the zebra yard, something was moving. It was too far away to see clearly, just a shape, moving across the enclosure toward the perimeter fence. Moving in this sickening, disgusting way that's hard to put into words. It reached the fence, and it paused there for a moment. And even from this distance, I could swear it turned to look at us. Then it went over the fence, up and over the 8-foot fence in a single fluid motion, a movement that no zebra could possibly make. And it was gone, into the brush beyond the perimeter, into the trees. We found something at 6:15 a.m. The day shift was starting to arrive by then. Cars pulling into the parking lot, and we heard people talking. The normal, comfortable sounds of the zoo waking up. JJ and I should have gone to meet them. All the stuff that happened was stuff we needed to report to someone. But instead, we walked over to that zebra barn. Curiosity killed the cat. We both needed to see. We had to know. The barn door was still closed, just as we'd left it hours before. I opened it, and we stepped inside. And the most horrid smell hit me in the face, like someone had dumped months-old blood on my face. The other 3 zebras were pressed against the far wall still, their fear lingering of whatever was in the 4th stall. They were trembling too, their muscles twitching under their hides. I'd never seen them like that before. We got to stall 4, and it was empty. Well, we thought so at first, but it really wasn't. There was something on the floor, laid out flat on the bedding like a rug. It took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. And when I did, I wanted to throw up. It was a zebra skin. A complete zebra skin. The hide had been separated from everything underneath it and spread out flat, legs extended, head still attached. The whole thing had been arranged with what looked like deliberate care, positioned in the center of the stall, like a display. The stripes were very familiar. This was Pepper's skin, The real Pepper. The zebra that was supposed to have been in this stall when I left last night. But it was just her skin. We could not find the bones, the organs, the meat, or even the blood, except for a few dark stains on the bedding underneath. Just the hide, laid out neatly on the floor like someone had unzipped her and pulled the rest out. The face was so messed up. The eyes were still in there, man, clouded and dull, staring up at the ceiling. The mouth was slightly open, and the expression was one of surprise. It looked like Pepper had been caught off guard by something. The poor thing never had a chance, never even had time to understand what was going to happen to her. JJ made a sound behind me, a kind of choking noise. I heard him stumble out of the barn, followed by retching in the grass outside. I stayed where I was. I couldn't take my eyes off of what was left of Pepper. The skin had been opened up along the belly, one single long, precise cut, running from throat to the base of the tail. The edges weren't ragged like an animal attack. They were smooth, terribly clean. Whatever had done this had done it before, and it was taking its time. I thought about the thing I saw in stall 4 then. That thing I'd personally guided back to the barn. The thing that had turned its head too far to look at me, with eyes that weren't its own. That monster, it had been wearing Pepper like a costume, like a suit it could put on and take off. And at some point during the night, while JJ and I were sitting outside watching the sky and waiting for dawn, it just decided it didn't need a disguise anymore. I wondered, what did that process look like? Had it peeled itself out of the skin the way a person steps out of clothes? Or did it simply stop holding the shape, let the skin fall away on its own? Involuntarily, a sound came to my head as I visualized it. A wet, tearing noise. God, I didn't want to wonder these things. But it was like when you're sitting at the edge of a cliff and you wonder what it would be like to just fall off. I backed out of the stall and closed the door behind me. JJ was sitting on the ground outside the barn. His face was yellow and gray. I sat down next to him, and we stayed there for some time, silently. The sun was fully up now, warm on our faces, and somewhere in the distance I could hear the day shift going about their normal routines, getting ready for another day at the zoo. They didn't know what was out there. They had no idea what had been in here with us all night, walking among the animals, wearing something else's skin. "What do we do?" JJ asked finally. I wasn't sure. In all my years working with animals, this was something I never expected to encounter. There's no protocol for this, no procedures. "We tell Bartley," I said. "Show him what we found in the barn. Let him make the call for himself. He's gonna think we did it." "Maybe, but it's gonna be found one way or another. I think it's better we tell someone before someone just finds it. We can't just pretend it didn't happen." We found Bartley in the main office building. He listened to our story, with this look on his face that shifted from skepticism to concern to something like fear. He then came with us to the zebra barn, and he looked at what was on the floor of stall 4. He gasped and covered his mouth, and he stared at it for a long time like I did. "You're sure this is Pepper?" he asked finally. "Yes, sir. The stripe pattern matches, and she's the only one missing." "What about the cameras? Did you check the footage?" We did, but the footage we had seen at the time seemed normal. Truthfully, sir, we haven't gone back to the station for some time. It didn't matter. The place didn't record its footage for very long, just hours before automatically being deleted. Bartley nodded slowly. "I'm gonna call the police," he said, "and the State Wildlife Agency. This is beyond anything we can handle here, boys." "What do you want us to do?" "Go home, both of you. Get some sleep, and don't talk to anyone about what you saw here. Not until you hear from me. I gotta figure out how to handle this." I didn't say anything else to Bartley. I was running on fumes, and whatever drips of caffeine were still left from that coffee. And the thought of remaining in this place any longer, I just wanted to get away. Somewhere safe, somewhere normal, and far away. JJ and I walked out to the parking lot together. Looking at the sky, you couldn't even tell there was a storm only hours ago. You'd think it was just another morning at the zoo. "Hey, you think that thing in the hallway?" JJ started as we reached our cars. "The one that looked like you. Do you think it was the same thing? And that little girl we heard with the lions?" I'd been thinking about that too. About what it meant if something like that could take a zebra's shape and wear its skin. How could it have taken my shape without my skin? Had it still been wearing Pepper's skin when it was calling to us from the shadows of the lion's containment room? Jay, I don't know what it was, and I don't want to talk about it ever again. I felt bad for saying that, because some people need to talk about these things. They need to be able to talk about trauma and confidence with their close friends. But I was already feeling sick, thinking about someone with my face, my body, waving at my coworker and smiling. Jay looked sad. He gave me a single nod, got in his car, and drove away. I went home and showered, tried to sleep, but sleep came hard. I had a nightmare finding the zebra skin hanging from my ceiling just above me when I woke up. The next day, there were police, detectives with notebooks and crime scene technicians with cameras and evidence bags. It was like a murder happened instead of an animal killing. I told them what I'd seen. I could tell them pretty much everything, because so much of it sounded so believable. I saw Pepper acting wrong. We saw figures around that shouldn't have been there. Saw someone leave in the early morning. Heard voices in the lion's enclosure. So long as I didn't tell them that I thought it was some monster that stole Pepper's skin, I was able to tell them pretty much everything. Though I have no idea if it came to anything. I still work here. Bartley tells me that the police think it was just a wild animal that broke in and killed Pepper. Stayed long enough to have multiple meals off of her innards, which is why we didn't find much, except the skin. But I know he doesn't believe that. It's been long enough that I've talked about it again a couple of times with my coworkers. JJ's even joked about it. Joked about how disturbing it would be if it came back and looked like him instead. And Bartley has admitted that he knows this is no animal attack, but what he truly believes it was, he's never said. So if you're reading this, or better yet, hearing it from my favorite narrator, what do you think did this? What kind of creature or monster does this kind of thing? I've read stories about aliens and wendigos and skinwalkers, tons of 4chan green texts that talk about things that can mimic human voices and appearances. But a zebra? Why would something from those stories even invade a zoo? Are skinwalkers afraid of the rain, of storms? Did it spend the night with us just to get shelter, passing the wee hours of the night, pranking the staff? Is that why Pepper had to die so horribly? Let me know what you think. I really liked this story. I hate what happened to that poor zebra, don't get me wrong, but this story was both unique and absolutely creepy. A skinwalker wearing the skin of a zebra. Never thought I'd see the day. And hopefully, we never see that day again. Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning into this episode of Unexplained Encounters. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails. Find me on X at Dark Prevails, if you care about my opinions or don't. Or find me on my other podcasts for more scary stories like this. I tell scary work-related stories on Tales from the Break Room, and scary forest-related stories on Alone in the Woods, both of which you can find on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and your favorite podcast app. Until next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. We like to believe we live in a world where everything is normal. Horror movies are just movies. Urban legends are just legends. But there seems to be something underground in the wilds of California that might have you rethinking the way you see the world altogether. This story, titled The Things in the Ground, from a user by the name of Riveting33, shows us that true horror is real. And it's simply waiting deep under your feet, waiting for the right moment. I've been listening to your podcast for a few years now. I started during the lockdowns when I was working from home and needed something to fill the quiet. I burned through your whole back catalog in maybe 3 months, then started over from the beginning. I'm not sure what that says about me, but I heard your Alaskan Tree God episode last week. Good stuff, by the way, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. Not that I thought it was a lie or crazy, but the opposite. I believed every word of it, and that's what's been keeping me up. You see, I saw something too, back in 2012 when I was 17. Me and 4 friends out in the desert in Southern California. We were doing things we weren't supposed to be doing in places we weren't supposed to be. And something came up out of the ground and tried to kill us. Now, whatever it was, it definitely wasn't like the Alaskan Tree God thing, but it was the same level of wrongness, that feeling of looking at something that should not exist. So I figured maybe it was time to write this down, because who knows, maybe someone else will find this familiar and write their own story, and maybe we aren't the only ones who have encountered it. The name's Corey. I'm 28 now. I work as an electrician, but when I was 17, I saw something that I still can't explain. Here is what happened. During the summer of 2012, I was between junior and senior years, and I was absolutely convinced I would live forever. My best friend since 6th grade was a kid named Tyler Reese, and together we discovered the greatest hobby in the world: illegal night riding. I should explain what that means. Tyler's family had money. Technically not rich, but very comfortable. And for his 16th birthday, they bought him a Yamaha dirt bike. A beautiful machine, way nicer than anything I could afford. I had a beat-up Honda that I'd bought with 2 summers of lawn mowing money. And our friends Danny and Owen had these old ATVs they'd picked up secondhand. Clunkers, but they ran. The legal places to ride were boring. Designated trails with really low speed limits. Park rangers that would hassle you for everything you did. So we started to explore. Tyler would spend hours on Google Earth looking for spots, like dry lake beds or abandoned quarries. Some stretches of BLM land where nobody ever went. We'd load up his truck after dark, drive out to wherever he'd found, and ride until 2 or 3 in the morning. Was it illegal? Mostly, yeah. Trespassing, riding without permits, noise violations, probably a dozen other things we didn't even know about. Did we care? Not even a little. We were 17. We were invincible. And there's nothing like flying across the desert at night with the stars stretched out above you, your headlight cutting through the black in front of you, and the cold air hitting your face. It's the closest thing to freedom I've ever felt. There were 5 of us that night. Me and Tyler on our dirt bikes, Danny and Owen on the ATVs, and Tyler's girlfriend, Keely, who'd ride on the back of Tyler's bike, and somehow never complained about the dust or the cold or the hours of sitting on an uncomfortable seat. She was impressive. Keely really was something else. Most girls I knew back then would have wanted nothing to do with our stupid desert adventures. But Keely was different. She was practical and tough and didn't scare easy. She'd grown up on a ranch outside of Barstow and had probably seen more harsh country by the time she was 12 than most people do in their whole lives. Tyler was lucky to have her. We all knew it, including him. Danny was the type of guy who could not shut up if his life depended on it. The guy just couldn't help himself. It was just how he processed his thoughts. Out loud. Owen was an anxiety-ridden guy, always waiting for the worst things to happen. We gave him a hard time about it, the way friends do, but he was solid still, reliable. When things got serious, Owen was the guy you wanted watching your back, even if his confidence was lacking. Then there was me. I'm not sure how to describe myself. I was just a normal kid, I guess, nothing special. I liked riding and I liked my friends, and I loved the way the desert felt at night. That's about all I can say about me. The night I'm talking about was a Friday in late July. It was hot as heck during the day. Maybe 115, even 120 in the sun, but once the sun went down, it cooled off fast. By 9 o'clock, it was almost pleasant. By midnight, it'd be downright cold. That's the desert for you. Tyler had found a new spot, a dry lake bed about 40 minutes outside of town, surrounded by these low, rocky hills. He'd seen it on these satellite images and got all excited. It was flat, open, no obstacles, no trails, no one around for miles. Perfect. We loaded up around 8. 2 dirt bikes in the bed of Tyler's truck, the ATVs on a trailer behind, a cooler full of water and energy drinks, and of course helmets, goggles, gloves. We had done this enough times we had the routine down. The drive out was the usual mix of music and bullcrap. Danny had the aux cord and kept playing this terrible dubstep that nobody but him liked. Owen was quiet in the back seat, staring out the window. Keely was up front with Tyler, her feet on the dashboard, giving him directions even though he already knew where he was going. I remember feeling good, happy, being young, having friends, doing something you love. I didn't know it at the time, but that was probably the last night I would ever feel that way. Completely carefree, unaware that the world had things in it that could change you. We got to the lake bed around 9:30. We unloaded the bikes, the ATVs, and we geared up. The sun had been down for about an hour, and the sky was that deep purple color it gets before full dark. The stars were just starting to come out, and they looked great out here. "All right," Tyler said, pulling on his gloves. "Same rules as always. Stay in sight of each other. If you break down, kill your engine and wait, someone will come back for you. And if you see headlights that aren't ours, scatter and meet back at the truck." "Yes, Mom," Danny said. "I'm serious. I don't want to have to explain to someone's parents why their kid got arrested for trespassing on federal land." "Has that ever actually happened?" Keely asked. "No, and I want to keep it that way." We started riding. God, it was beautiful out there. The lake bed was perfectly flat, better than we had hoped, full of hard-packed dirt that was almost like pavement. You could open up the throttle and just go. Nothing in your way, nothing to worry about. The hills rose up around us like the walls of an arena, black shapes against stars. The only sounds were our engines and the wind. We raced each other across the lake bed, pulling stupid stunts, seeing who could get the most air off the little ridges and bumps. Danny almost wiped out, trying to do a donut, and ended up spinning in circles for about 30 seconds while we laughed at him. Owen, despite being the nervous one, turned out to be the best at wheelies. He could hold one for 100 yards without breaking a sweat. At around 10:30, I stopped to adjust my goggles. The strap had been digging into the back of my head, and I needed to loosen it. I killed my engine and sat there for a minute, enjoying the silence. And it was at that moment I felt something. The ground was vibrating. I was like, is this just me? Maybe some residual buzz from the bike, my body still humming from the ride? But it wasn't. There was something beneath me, something in the ground itself. There was a low, rhythmic thrumming, vibrating my feet, going up my legs and into my chest. I looked around. The others were still riding, their headlights sweeping across the lake bed. They hadn't noticed anything. Then Danny killed his engine. He'd stopped maybe 50 yards away to take a leak, and I saw him freeze, saw him look down at the ground. "Hey!" he shouted. "Do you guys feel that?" One by one, the others stopped. Tyler, then Keely, then Owen. The engines died, the headlights pointed in different directions, and in the sudden quiet, we could all feel it. Something was moving beneath us. "What the heck is that?" Owen asked, his voice higher than usual. "Underground base," Tyler said. "A military installation. They do tests out here all the time." "That's not a test," Keely said. "That's something moving." She was right. It wasn't a constant vibration. There was a rhythm to it, like pulsing or footsteps, like something walking or crawling or burrowing. "Maybe it's an earthquake," Danny offered. "A little one, a tremor." "Tremors don't move," I said. Everyone looked at me. "I mean, it's moving, isn't it? Can you feel it getting closer?" We all went quiet and listened with our bodies. And yeah, whatever was making that vibration, it was definitely getting closer. The pulses were coming faster and stronger, coming towards us from somewhere to the west. "Get back on the bikes," Tyler said. "Now." We listened. I'd never heard Tyler sound like that before. Not scared, but urgent, and he didn't have time for discussion. We started our engines and the sound drowned out the vibration. And for a second I thought maybe we'd imagined the whole thing. But then, Keely screamed. I whipped my head around and saw her pointing at something off to our left. At first I didn't understand what I was seeing. The ground was moving, but not like an earthquake. There was a ridge forming in the dirt, a raised line of displaced earth, and it was traveling across the lake bed, like some sort of wave. It was fast, way too fast, and it was heading straight for Danny. "Danny, move!" Danny saw it then. His eyes went wide and he gunned his ATV, veering hard to the right. The ridge changed direction. It actually started to follow him. I watched, petrified, as Danny pushed his ATV as fast as it would go. But the ridge of earth closed the distance fast. 20 yards, 10 yards, 5. And then it stopped. Just stopped. That wave froze in place maybe 10 feet from Danny's ATV. The vibration ceased and everything went still. For about 3 seconds, nobody moved and nobody breathed. And then, the ground collapsed. It didn't happen where Danny was. It happened where the ridge had stopped. A section of earth about 6 feet wide just fell in on itself, like a trap door opening, like there'd been nothing underneath it. Dirt and rocks tumbled into shadows, and I heard this sound, this wet, grinding sound, like something retreating. I saw it, just for a second, in the shadows of that hole, something pale, something that moved in a way that made my stomach twist up in these knots. It was pulling back, withdrawing into the earth. And then it was gone. "What the heck?" Danny whispered, then shouted, "What the heck was that?" "We're leaving," Tyler said. "We should go now. Everybody move." We turned our bikes toward where we'd left Tyler's truck and started to ride, fast, dangerously. We'd made it maybe a quarter mile when Owen's ATV died. The thing just stopped. The engine cut out, and the lights went dark. We watched it coast to a halt. Owen was still on it, frantically trying to restart it, pressing the start button over and over. "Owen!" I screamed. "Just leave it! Leave it there!" He looked up at me, and then he looked down. The ground beneath his wheels was starting to vibrate. I'm not sure how he got off the ATV that fast. One second he was sitting there, the next he was running full speed toward Danny's ATV, with every gram of muscle in his body. Danny reached out and grabbed him by the arm, hauling him onto the back. And then we were all moving again. But behind us, I heard the ground open up. I looked back and saw Owen's ATV drop into the earth. It just disappeared, swallowed whole, the hole closing up behind it like some sort of mouth. And in the dust and the darkness, just for a second, I saw something pale rise up out of it, something with a lot of segments, something completely wrong. Then it was gone, pulled back into the ground, and we were racing across the lake bed with no idea where we were going. Just away, out of there as fast as we could, away from the thing that seemed to be hunting us. We rode blind for a long time. I don't mean that literally. We had our headlights, but we weren't navigating anymore. We were just fleeing, pointing our bikes away from where we'd been and opening the throttle, praying that whatever was beneath us could not keep up. It wasn't until Tyler finally slowed down and signaled for us to stop that I realized we had no idea where we were. The lake bed all looked the same, flat and featureless, the hills rising up in every direction, the sense of freedom gone, replaced by a sense of imprisonment. We'd come in from the southeast, parking the truck near a gap in the hills that Tyler had marked on his phone. But in the chaos of our escape, we'd gotten completely turned around. I couldn't tell which direction was which. The stars weren't helping. I'd never learned to navigate by the stars. And even if I had, I was too panicked to think clearly. "Where's the truck?" Danny asked. He was breathing hard, and Owen was still clinging to his back, arms wrapped around Danny's waist. "I don't know," Tyler said. "What do you mean you don't know?" "I mean I don't know, Danny. I was a little busy trying not to get swallowed by the freaking ground." Okay. Danny ran a hand through his hair. "Phones. Yeah, we check our phones. GPS." We all checked our pockets. I watched Danny's face fall as he pulled his out and tried to turn it on. "Of course it's dead," he said. "Forgot to charge it." Keely checked hers, pressed the button. Nothing. "Sorry. It was already at like 40% when we left, and I used it for the drive." Tyler's screen lit up. "Mine's good. 12%, but I've got no signal." Owen was the last to check. His hands were a trembling mess. He nearly dropped the phone twice. 34%, he said. "But no signal here either." "We need to get somewhere higher," Tyler said. "Those hills, we get up on those ridges, maybe we can get a bar, figure out where we are." Nobody had a better idea, so we started to move again, slower this time, heading toward the nearest hill. Our engines seemed impossibly loud now, and every few seconds my whole body would tense up as I mistook every new vibration as the ground possibly opening up beneath me. But it did vibrate, I think, twice during that ride. It was distant, far off to our left somewhere, and it wasn't coming any closer. Not yet. Whatever was down there, it seemed to be circling the edges of the lake bed. I'm not sure why. We made it to the base of the hill and killed our engines. The silence out there was nauseating. You could hear everything. The wind, insects, the sound of your breathing, and beneath it all, if you listened hard enough, there was the faint rhythmic pulse coming from somewhere underground. "We climb," Tyler said. "Leave the bikes here.
They'll be fine." "And if they're not?" Danny asked. "Then we walk home." "Would you rather be on it when it gets swallowed?" Danny shook his head slowly. "Then come on." The climb was brutal. The hill wasn't that tall, maybe 100 up to 150 feet, but the terrain was all loose rock and brush, and we had to make the trip in the dark. Danny twisted his ankle about halfway up, stepping wrong on a rock that shifted under his weight. I could tell he thought it was the thing for a second, underground. He half screamed, but after Owen caught him mid-fall, he realized it was nothing. "I'm fine," Danny said through gritted teeth. "It's fine, just keep going." Keely scraped her palms raw on a fall near the top, caught herself on a jagged piece of rock. I could see blood on her hands in the moonlight, dark and shiny. But she didn't complain, just wiped it on her jeans and kept climbing. We made it to the ridge around midnight. I remember checking my watch, an old digital Casio my dad had bought me, and I saw the numbers glow in the dark. 12:07 a.m. Below us, the lake bed stretched out like a pale scar in the moonlight. From here I could see our vehicles at the base of the hill, 3 motionless silhouettes clustered together. I could see the hole where Owen's ATV had gone down, a dark pit maybe 200 yards from where we'd originally stopped. And I could see the ground moving. But there were 3 now, 3 separate ridges crisscrossing the lake bed in long sweeping arcs. They moved like sharks circling a raft, never getting too close to each other, but never straying too far from our abandoned bikes. "Oh, Christ," Danny whispered. "There's more than one?" Owen said. His voice was barely audible. "There's more than one of them." Nobody responded. Tyler pulled out his phone after a while. The screen lit up his face, made him look pale and ghostly. "1 bar," he said. "Weak, but it's there." "Call your parents," Keely said. Tyler dialed. We all watched, holding our breath. He put the phone to his ear and waited. His expression didn't change. "Crap, voicemail," he said. He tried again. Same result. "They're asleep. Phones are probably in the kitchen. They do that." "Try mine," Owen said, and gave Tyler the number. Same thing. Voicemail. "Okay, our parents are in bed. That's normal. That's fine. Just call 911. Owen looked at me. "And what are we gonna say, man? There's a monster chasing us?" "Not necessarily. We tell them we're stranded. We tell them something is stalking us, a wild animal. They'll send someone. They have to." "They're gonna think we're pranking them." "You got a better idea?" Owen didn't. He took his phone from Tyler and stared at it. I think he was trying to figure out what to say without sounding crazy. Then he dialed. I couldn't hear the other end of the conversation, but I could hear Owen's side, and that was enough. "Hi, yes, I need help. We're stranded in the desert, outside of..." He looked at Tyler, who mouthed a location. He told them, then said, "We're on BLM land, a dry lake bed surrounded by a bunch of hills." A pause. "No, we're not injured. Not yet, but there's something out here, an animal. It's been stalking us." Another pause. Longer this time. "I don't know what kind. It's big. It moves underground like I don't know, like a really big snake. Maybe, but it's not a snake. It's been chasing us." I watched Owen's face as the dispatcher asked questions he couldn't answer. I could imagine. What does it look like? I don't know. How big is it? I don't know. Big enough to swallow an ATV. Is it venomous? How would I know that? "She's giving me advice," Owen said to us, covering the phone. "For predatory animals, make noise, make yourself look big, don't run." Danny rolled his eyes. "Does she have advice for something that hunts from underground? If not, maybe she's got a nice chili recipe we could try out." Owen didn't respond.
He went back to the dispatcher. "We're on a ridge, a hill overlooking the lake bed. No, I don't know the exact coordinates. We drove about 40 minutes from... Yes, we'll stay on the line." He stayed on the line. We all sat there on the ridge, watching the things below circle our vehicles, listening to Owen murmur responses to questions that we couldn't hear. Questions that probably didn't matter. The dispatcher was trying to help. I'm sure she was doing everything by the book, but the book didn't have a chapter on this. They're sending someone," Owen said. "A unit to search the area. She says we should stay where we are." "How long?" Tyler asked. She doesn't know. They have to figure out where we are first. Yeah, she says if we stay on the line, she should be able to..." His phone died mid-sentence. The screen just went dark, and that was it. Our last connection to the outside world. Gone. Owen stared at the dead phone in his hand. Then he slowly put it back in his pocket and didn't say anything. We sat on the ridge until almost 2 in the morning. We were all too tired, too scared to talk. We just watched the lake bed, watching those things circling, hoping to see headlights on the access road soon. A police cruiser, a search party, anything. But nothing came. Around 1:30, the ridges in the earth stopped moving. One by one, they went still, sinking back into the ground. The lake bed looked normal again, just flat, empty dirt under the stars. "Maybe they left," Danny said. "Maybe they're sleeping," Keely said. "Do they sleep?" Nobody knew. Tyler stood up. He'd been sitting on a rock staring out at the desert, and something in his posture looked different. He looked like he'd made up his mind about something. "We can't stay here," he said. "We've got no water, no way to call for help anymore, and no guarantee the cops are even going to find us. We've got to start moving." "Where?" I asked. "There's a tree line north of here. I saw it on the drive in, a stretch of woods, maybe a creek feeding it. And beyond the trees, there's a town. I saw the lights." "How far?" 3 miles, maybe a little more. 3 miles across open desert, with those things somewhere beneath us. "We'll never make it," Owen said. "We might not make it if we stay here either." Tyler looked at each of us in turn. "I'm not saying it's a good plan. I'm saying it's the only plan we've got. We move fast, we stay together, and we hope whatever's down there is sleeping or hunting something else." Danny laughed then. It wasn't a funny laugh, more like the sound you make when you've run out of other options. "All right," he said. "Let's go get eaten in the woods instead of the desert. At least there'll be shade." We climbed down the far side of the hill, away from the lake bed. The ground here was even harder, and hopefully that might make a difference. I didn't know if that mattered, though. Didn't know anything about those creatures or what they could swim through. But it made me feel slightly better, putting my feet on what felt like solid rock. We walked single file. Tyler in front, then Keely, then Danny limping on his bad ankle, then Owen, then me bringing up the rear. We moved as quietly as we could, placing our feet carefully, trying not to make vibrations. The first mile passed okay. The desert was eerily still. It was a windless night, so dang quiet. The moon had risen higher, casting everything in silver light. I could see the tree line ahead, so close yet so far. I was starting to think we might actually make it when Danny stepped on the wrong patch of ground. It looked the same as everything else, hard-packed dirt and rocks scattered across it. But when Danny put his weight on it, his legs sank to the knee. Soft earth, hidden beneath a thin crust like ice over a pond. "Crap," Danny said, and the ground started to vibrate. Run! I'm not sure who shouted it. Maybe Tyler, could have been me even. But it didn't matter, because we all ran. I've never moved like that in my life. My legs were pumping like an Olympic runner, but my lungs could barely keep up. They were on fire in moments, and I could feel the earth trembling beneath my feet with every step. The vibration was getting stronger, getting closer, and I knew without looking, that something was coming behind us. Keely fell then. I saw her go down maybe 20 feet ahead of me. Her foot had caught on a rock, her body hitting the ground hard. Tyler was there in an instant, grabbing her arm, hauling her back up. She was bleeding from a cut on her forehead, but she didn't slow down. Owen tripped too. He went sprawling, and I grabbed the back of his shirt, pulling him forward, helping him to stay on his feet. I kept him moving. I could hear something behind us now, not just vibration, but movement. A mighty force pushing the earth aside, pushing up from below. I told myself over and over, don't look back, don't look back. I couldn't do it even if I wanted to. I knew that if I did, I would slow down, and if I slowed down, I'd die. The tree line was only 50 yards, 40, 30. And then the ground behind me erupted. I felt dirt hit my back, felt the spray of rocks and soil, and I heard a sound unlike anything I'd heard before. A moist, grinding roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. 20 yards, 10. We hit the trees. I crashed through the underbrush, branches whipping my face and roots grabbing at my feet. I didn't stop though. I kept running, deeper into those woods, until my legs gave out and I collapsed against a tree trunk, gasping for air. The others were there too. Tyler and Keely holding on to each other. Danny on his hands and knees, dry heaving. Owen was flat on his back, staring up at the canopy, his chest heaving. Behind us, at the edge of the woods, the rumbling stopped. I turned and looked back. Through the trees, I could see the desert we'd just crossed. The moonlight showed churned earth, a trail of destruction maybe 10 feet wide leading right up to the tree line. But it stopped right there. Whatever had been chasing us, it hadn't followed us into the woods. It can't. Danny was trying to catch his breath. It can't come in here. The trees, the roots, it can't burrow through. We're safe, Keely said. She laughed, a high and shaky laugh. Oh my God, we're safe. Tyler didn't utter a word. He was still staring at the edge of the woods, unreadable. Come on, he finally said. The town's north of here, we gotta keep moving. We got up. It took a lot of effort. My whole body felt like it had been wrung out like a wet towel, but we got up. We started walking north, picking our way through the trees. It was harder to navigate in here, the moonlight filtering through the canopy in patches. But it was also quieter, calmer. The air smelled like pine trees and soil, wet soil. And for the first time in hours, I felt like I could breathe again. We'd been walking about 10 minutes when I heard something. Footsteps. It wasn't ours either. It was coming from something else, something heavy, crashing through the brush somewhere off to our left. I stopped. The others stopped too. What is that? Owen whispered. We listened. The footsteps were slow and uneven, not that steady gait of a walking animal, but like something stumbling along, something that wasn't used to moving that way. Maybe it's a deer, Danny said, or a bear. Do they have bears out here? That's no bear, Tyler said. The footsteps were getting closer, moving parallel to us, matching our pace. Whatever it was aware we were here. Then I saw it. Through a gap in the trees, just for a second. A glimpse, but it was enough.
grayish white, pale, the color of something that had never seen sunlight. It was hunched over, about 7 feet tall when it was upright, but it wasn't upright. It was struggling, its limbs bent in ways that didn't look quite right, because they seemed to be designed for pushing, for burrowing, not for walking on the surface. Its body was segmented, kind of reminded me of a worm, but thicker, fatter, with limbs sprouting from the segments, 4 that I could see, maybe more. They ended in something like hands, but the fingers were too long and they curved inward like hooks. I didn't see its face. It then moved behind a tree and it was gone.
"Oh God," Keely said. "Oh God, it came out of the ground. It can walk, it can follow us."
I was about to say she was wrong, that it had to be something else, but I'd seen enough of it to know that would be a lie. The thing from the desert was now in the woods with us. At least one of them was, and there was nowhere left to run. We all stopped moving, and we waited. We stood there in the dark, 5 terrified teenagers frozen between the trees, listening to the sound of something heavy moving through the woods, only about 30 yards away. The footsteps had stopped, but I could hear other sounds now. Cracking branches, undergrowth rustling, and a wet huffing noise that might have been breathing. "What do we do?" Owen's voice was barely audible. Tyler didn't say anything at first. He watched unblinkingly in the direction where we'd seen the thing. I could see him clenching his jaw over and over, and his hands were clenched into fists. I'd known Tyler since we were 11 years old, and this was the most fear I'd ever seen on him. He was truly and deeply scared. "We keep moving," he finally said, "north toward the town. We move quiet, but we move fast, and we don't stop for anything." "It's between us and the town," Keely said. "Then we go around it." "And if there's more than one?" Tyler looked at her. In the dim light coming through the trees, I could see something pass between them, a silent communication that couples develop. "Then we deal with it when that happens," Tyler said. "But we can't stay here." He was right. Standing still was not an option. Whatever that thing was, it knew where we were. If we didn't move, it would eventually come to us. We started walking again, slower now, more careful. Tyler led us at an angle, veering east to put distance between us and where we'd seen the creature. The woods were thick here, lots of undergrowth, and every step seemed to make noise no matter how carefully we placed our feet. Danny was struggling. His twisted ankle had swollen up during our run from the desert, and now he could barely put weight on it. Owen and I took turns supporting him, one arm over our shoulders, helping him through the brush. It slowed us down, and I tried not to think about it too much. And the sounds, they followed us. Not constantly, there would be long stretches of silence where I'd start to hope we'd lost it. But then I'd hear it again, that heavy, uneven movement, somewhere off to our left, still parallel to our path. It was tracking us and keeping pace, and waiting for something. "Why isn't it attacking us?" Danny whispered during one of our brief stops. Even though it was so cold out, he was sweating. "If it wanted to kill us, it could have done it by now." "Maybe it's not sure," Keely said. "Maybe it's never hunted above ground before. Maybe it doesn't know how." "Great. We're being stalked by a confused monster. That makes me feel so much better." "Shut up," Tyler said. "Both of you. Listen." We listened. The woods had gone quiet. The footsteps and rustling and breathing had all stopped. There was now only wind and the trees. No, there was a distant sound, something else. "Cars," Owen said. "I hear cars." He was right.
Somewhere ahead of us, maybe half a mile, I could hear the hum of traffic on the road. And beyond that, if I squinted hard through the trees, I could see lights. Street lights, porch lights, the glow of a town. "We're close," Tyler said. "Come on, we're almost there." We pushed forward with renewed energy. Even Danny seemed to find some reserve of strength, hobbling faster, even though his ankle was in poor condition. The lights grew brighter through the trees. The sounds of cars grew louder. Civilization, safety. We were going to make it. We never saw it coming. The creature hit us from the right. 1 second we were walking. The next second, something massive crashed through the undergrowth and slammed into Tyler, sending him sprawling. Keely screamed. Tyler hit the ground hard, rolling, and he came up swinging. But the thing was on top of him. I could see it now, really see it, and my brain couldn't process what it even was. It was truly pale, almost glowing in the dark kind of pale. Its skin was slick and glistening, like something that was never meant to see open air. The segments of its body pulsed and contracted as it moved, each one rippling independently, like the thing was made of dozens of smaller creatures fused together. Its limbs, I still counted 4, were nearly infinitely jointed, sickeningly flexing and bending. They ended in these thick hooked appendages. It was obviously designed for digging and for pulling things down into the dark. And its head, just a blunt mass at the front of its body, with a vertical split that opened and closed in a way that suggested a mouth. The slit was ringed with something that looked like teeth, but I don't think they were. They were moving like these rasping plates, like what you'd see on a lamprey, designed for grinding, for wearing away. That's what I saw in the half-second before Tyler kicked it in what I assumed was its head. From that angle, I didn't see its face. If it had one, that is. Only Tyler could see it. But at the time, I wasn't thinking about that. His boot connected with a wet thud against the creature's head, and the thing recoiled. I don't think it was hurt. It looked more surprised. It pulled back, limbs scrambling for purchase on the forest floor. Then Tyler was up and running before it could recover. "Go, go, go!" We ran. There was nothing else to do. Danny's ankle didn't matter anymore. The noise we made didn't matter either. We crashed through the woods like animals fleeing a forest fire. The creature came after us. I could hear its heavy, uneven gait, faster now, more confident. It was learning, adapting. Every second it spent above ground, it was getting better at moving through the environment. Then Owen went down. I saw him get his foot caught on something, and he pitched forward, arms pinwheeling. Then he was on the ground, and the creature was right there on top of him. I didn't think in that moment. I just acted. I grabbed a branch off the ground, some dead wood, maybe 3 feet long, and I swung it at the thing with everything I had. There was a thud. I felt the impact travel up my arms, and I felt the branch break and splinter. The creature made a sound, high-pitched, a sort of shriek, and it turned toward me. For one horrible second, I was face to face with it. That eyeless head, that grinding mouth, close enough that I could smell it. This rank mineral odor like wet clay and rotting meat. And now I was certain this thing just didn't have a face. Then Tyler was there, grabbing Owen, hauling him up. Danny was there too, throwing rocks, anything he could find. Keely was screaming at me to run. And so I ran. We burst out of the tree line, and suddenly there was open ground ahead of us. A grassy slope leading down to a road, streetlights, houses, a gas station with its lights still on. The town. We'd made it to the town. I risked a look back. The creature was at the edge of the woods. It had stopped there, its body partially hidden by the trees, that eyeless head turning back and forth like it was sensing us, or something else. Maybe the streetlights, or the sounds of cars and the presence of people. It didn't follow us into the open. I don't know why. Could have been the light or the hard pavement. Nothing to burrow into, nowhere to retreat. Maybe it just knew on some instinctual level that this was not its territory. Whatever the reason, it stayed at the tree line and watched us without eyes. Its mouth opened and closed repeatedly, grinding plates catching the distant light. Eventually it turned and disappeared back into the woods. We did not stop running until we reached the first building we could find. It was an apartment complex, 2 stories, maybe 20 units. One of those cheap stucco buildings you see all over Southern California. There was a light on in one of the ground floor units, and Tyler ran straight to the door, starting to pound on it.
Hello? Please, we need some help. Please open the door.
For a terrible moment, I didn't think anyone would come. I thought maybe whoever lived there was going to ignore us, pretend they hadn't heard, and we'd be stuck out here in the open, with that thing still somewhere in the woods behind us, still unsure if it could follow us out. But then the door opened. A woman stood there in a bathrobe, maybe 45 or 50 years old. She had curlers in her hair and a cordless phone in her hand. She was looking at us like we were aliens who had just landed on her doorstep. Which in a way, I guess we were.
Please,
Keely said. She was crying, tears cutting tracks through the dirt and blood on her face.
Please help us. Something's chasing us. We need to call the police.
The woman looked at Keely, then at the rest of us. 5 filthy, bleeding, terrified teens standing on her welcome mat at 4 a.m. I'm not sure what she saw on our faces, but whatever it was enough.
Come on, get inside, she said. All of you, right now.
We went inside. Her name was Barbara. She had a husband who slept through the whole thing, snoring in the back bedroom, never even woke up, and a cat that hissed at us from under the couch. She set us down in her living room, brought water, and called 911 while we tried to stop shaking. I remember sitting on that couch, looking at Barbara's family photos on the wall, her normal furniture, her normal life, feeling like I'd stepped through a portal from another dimension. Just an hour ago, I'd been running for my life from some sort of real-life monster. Now I was sitting in some stranger's living room, drinking water from a glass with cartoon lemons on it, waiting for the police to arrive. The cops came about 20 minutes later. 2 of them, a man and a woman, both looking very tired and skeptical. They took our statements separately, asking us to describe what happened. I told them a version of the truth. We'd been night riding, I admitted that part, figured there was no point in lying about it, and something had chased us. An animal, some kind of predator. We'd gotten lost, ran through the woods, and ended up here. The female officer asked me what kind of animal. I said I didn't really know, but I did know it was big and fast. She wrote it down without comment. I could tell she didn't entirely believe my story, but I also could tell she wasn't going to push it. We were clearly traumatized, and it was clear something had happened. But the details didn't add up, and she knew it. They drove us home. All of us piled into the back of a patrol car, squeezed together like sardines, too exhausted to care about the discomfort. It was almost 6 a.m. by the time they dropped me off at my home. My parents were awake. They'd gotten a call from the police, and they were waiting on the porch when the cruiser pulled up. My mom hugged me so hard, I thought she might crack a rib. My dad just stood there looking at me. I'd seen that look before. Relief and also plenty of anger mixed together. I told them the story I told the cops. An animal attack, we got lost, we made it to a town, and their reaction was similar. They didn't fully believe me, but also they were too happy to have me home to press for more details. I slept for 14 hours straight, and they let me. The next day, a search was conducted. They found Tyler's truck right where we'd left it, at the gap in the hills near the lake bed. The dirt bikes were still there, and the ATVs were recovered except for Owen's, which was never found. The official report said it had probably fallen into a sinkhole, which was not uncommon in that area. The holes in the lake bed were documented. 3 of them, the report said. Subsidence events caused by underground erosion, possibly an old aquifer that had collapsed. A natural phenomenon, nothing unusual. No animal was found, no tracks even. No evidence from out of the ordinary. Case closed, I guess. Our friends and I, after a few months' break, continued our nighttime hijinks, but we never went back or anywhere near that lake bed. We went to new, different places. Places we knew were safe. But a few months after that, well, something happened. It wasn't as major as the story I just told you, but I feel I should mention it. I was driving home from work, a late night shift, nearly midnight. I was on a stretch of highway that cuts through empty desert. Nothing around for miles, just sand and the occasional cactus. But my car, it started to vibrate. And it wasn't from the engine or the tires or the road. The whole car was shaking slightly, like I was driving over a series of small bumps, but different, deeper down. However, the road I was on was smooth. I could see it in my headlights, flat, perfect asphalt. Then I looked in my rearview mirror. Behind me, about 100 yards back, the ground was moving, a ridge of displaced earth traveling alongside the highway, keeping pace with my car. The trauma came back up. I floored it. I'm not sure how fast I went, 90, maybe even 100, fast enough that the steering wheel was shaking in my hands. One wrong move would have sent me spinning off the road. The ridge kept pace for about 30 seconds, then it veered off, disappearing into the darkness. It was gone. I didn't slow down until I was back in the city, but I didn't stop trembling then. I parked in my driveway, sitting in my car with the engine off, just trying to steady my breathing. I kept this event to myself, because I didn't want to scare my friends. By then, the events of that night had become a distant enough memory that we could all almost claim it was just a shared nightmare. If I told them about this, it would make it real again. So I kept it private. Now, it's been 12 years, and I'll never forget about that lake bed. When I was a kid, I remember playing Lava Monster or Tremors, based on the movie with Kevin Bacon, where we would run and jump around on playground equipment or trees, and you could not touch the ground because the person who was it would get you. Now, I don't know about playing that game for real. I'm not too good at climbing anymore, or running for that matter. Good night. This has been Unexplained Encounters. I'm your host, Darkness Prevails. For more scary stories like this, check out my podcast, Tales from the Break Room, on Spotify and Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. If you have a scary story to share, send it to me at darkstories.org. If you're listening on the podcast, this episode should release on Christmas Eve. In that case, Merry Christmas to you all. I hope you get everything you want, and you have a great, warm time. Till next time, everyone, stay safe out there, and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. I'll be honest with you. I don't know what's more terrifying. Some unexplained creature taking someone into the woods forever. Or some unexplained thing taking a loved one into the woods, but letting them go, only for them to never be the same again. This story, titled The Holler, from NJJ, describes a very disturbing encounter in the Appalachian Mountains when two brothers decide to meet up to go hunting. NJJ has let me know that he believes this to be an encounter with the Wampus Cat. But whatever it truly was, one thing is certain. Something took his brother in the Appalachian Mountains, but it let him go. My brother Daniel had been living in the mountains for 2 years when he sent me the picture of the claw marks. 8 feet up a tulip poplar, gouged deep into the bark. 5 parallel grooves that looked like someone had gone at the tree with a garden rake. Except the spacing was particularly wide, and the cuts went down to the pale wood underneath.
Bear, probably.
He texted.
Maybe a cat. They've been making a comeback, you know. Mountain lions.
I was sitting in my truck outside a distribution warehouse in Dayton, eating a gas station sandwich that tasted like the plastic it came wrapped in. I'd been driving forklifts for the same company since I was 19, and lunch break was the only part of the shift I looked forward to anymore. It was November. The sky was the color of old dishwater, and I'd been putting off this trip for 6 months.
You keep saying you're gonna come down.
Daniel wrote.
Starting to think you're scared.
I wasn't scared. I just didn't see the point of driving 9 hours to sit in the woods and not shoot a thing, which is what hunting with Daniel always amounted to. He talked too much, he moved too loud, and he got bored after the first hour. When we were kids, he'd start throwing rocks at squirrels just to watch them scatter, and it drove our father crazy. But he kept asking, and the pictures kept coming. He told me about the whispering outside his front door at 3 a.m. One time he found a dead rabbit on his porch, arranged in a way he couldn't quite describe, but that made his skin crawl. On one occasion, he heard something large moving through the hollow behind his house after dark, crashing through the brush without any apparent concern for stealth. Daniel treated it all like entertainment, like living in a haunted house was just another adventure for a guy who'd spent his 20s bouncing between startup jobs, ashram retreats, and one disastrous attempt at day trading crypto.
Fine.
I texted back.
Weekend after Thanksgiving. I'll bring the bourbon. Yeah, bring the good stuff. None of that bottom shelf bullcrap you drink.
He replied. The drive from Dayton to Daniel's place in eastern Kentucky took 11 hours with stops. I left before dawn on a Friday. The roads were empty and glazed with frost, and by the time I hit the West Virginia line, the sun was up and weak behind a ceiling of gray cloud that looked like it went all the way to heaven. I stopped for gas outside Charleston. The station was one of those old independent places with 2 pumps and a convenience store that sold live bait, chewing tobacco, lottery tickets. A hand-lettered sign in the window advertised night crawlers and a psychic reading special, 2 for 1. I filled the tank and went inside for coffee. The woman behind the counter was maybe 70, with white hair pulled back tight. Her skin looked like a dried-up apple. She watched me pour my coffee without blinking. When I brought it to the register, she raised an eyebrow at me, then said, "Heading into the mountains?" "Yes, ma'am." "Family?" My brother. He's got a place outside Belfry." She blinked. "The Odom house, on the ridge," she said. I hadn't told her Daniel's name, or the name of the property. Small towns, I guessed, because she was right. Maybe word travels. "Yeah, that's the one." She rang up my coffee, her fingers very slow on the keys, painfully slow. "You be careful on them roads. Storm coming in tomorrow, snow up high, rain down low." She handed me my change without meeting my eyes. "Be careful in general." I waited for her to say more, but she didn't. Instead, she turned away, straightening cigarette packets behind the counter, like I'd already left. The coffee tasted burnt. I drank it anyway. I drove deeper into Kentucky. The interstate gave way to state highways, and those gave way to country roads. And before long, those became two-lane blacktop that wound through hollows and over ridges, with names like Greasy Creek or Frozen Branch or even Marrowbone. The GPS signal stuttered and died, somewhere around the Pike County line. I was navigating by the directions Daniel had texted me, landmarks instead of street names. He said,
"Left at the church with the blue roof, right at the barn that looks like it's about to fall over. Keep on going till you see the dead oak tree that got hit by lightning."
I was about 20 minutes out from his place when I came around a curve and saw the truck pulled off on the shoulder. It was an old Ford, primer gray, with a dented tailgate and a rebel flag sticker peeling off the back window. A man was crouched at the edge of the road, doing something with his hands. I slowed down, and he looked up at me, squinting against my headlights, even though it was in the middle of the afternoon. He appeared to be pulling something off the road. Roadkill. The dark shape of it, his hands buried in fur. I pulled over behind him, because that's what you do out here, and I got out of my truck. "You need some help?" The man straightened up. He was younger than I'd thought, maybe 40, with a lean-looking face. He either didn't eat enough, or he drank too much. Couldn't tell. His hands were wet with blood, dark in the gray light. "Just getting this off the road," he said. His voice had that flat mountain accent, the vowels stretched thin. "I don't like leaving them to get run over twice." I walked closer and looked at what he was dragging. It was a deer, or it used to be a deer. A doe from the size of it, though it was hard to tell because of what had been done to it. The belly was torn open from sternum to pelvis. The organs had spilled out into a wet pile on the asphalt. That wasn't unusual for roadkill. But what was unusual was the rest of it. The thing's head had been twisted around half a dozen times. Not broken, but twisted. Looked like someone had grabbed it by the snout and just kept turning until the spine gave way. The eyes were open, filmed over with white, staring back along the body toward the ruined belly. The mouth was open too, tongue lolling out at an angle that made it look like the animal was laughing at some joke. "Christ," I said. The man glanced at me, then back to the deer. "Yep, ain't seen one this bad in a while." "What hit it?" He grabbed the deer by its hind legs and dragged it off the road into the brown grass of the ditch. It left a smear of red and something darker on the asphalt. When he was done, he stood there looking down at it, wiping his hands on his jeans. "Nothing hit it," he said finally. "Wasn't hit." "What do you mean?" He looked at me again. His eyes were the color of old ice. "I mean, there ain't no tire marks, no glass. Nothing hit this deer." He shook his head real slow. "Something caught it. Something that likes to, play with its food." He gestured towards it. I looked at the deer again, at that twisted neck and splayed organs. The way the legs were positioned, like it had been trying to run even after it had died. The man was right. That wasn't impact damage. It was more like a sculpture. What kind of animal kills like that? The man began to walk back to his truck. "You heading up to the Odom place?" he said. "Your brother, right? The one from up north?" I didn't ask how he knew. Probably the same way the woman at the gas station knew. Probably. Small towns. "Yeah." He opened his truck door, then paused. He looked back at me over his shoulder. "You tell him Red Williamson says hey, and tell him..." He stopped, working his jaw like he was chewing on something that he didn't plan to swallow. Well, tell him to keep his doors locked. All of them. Even the ones he thinks don't matter. He got in his truck and drove away. I stood there on the shoulder of the road, the smell of that blood and something else musky and sour heavy in the cold air. After a minute, I got back in my own truck and kept on driving. I didn't look in the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if anything was watching me go or coming back for its kill. Daniel's house sat on a ridge overlooking a hollow so deep, the bottom of it was already in shadow, even though the sunset was still an hour away. His house itself was old, Victorian, he told me, built by some coal money family back when coal money meant something. It had a wraparound porch and tall windows, and a roof that peaked in 3 places like a row of crooked teeth. He'd bought it cheap. Of course he had. Nobody wanted to live this far from anything, in a house that had been empty for the better part of a decade, on a ridge that the locals apparently called the Odom Place. Daniel was waiting on the porch when I pulled up. He had apparently grown a beard since I'd last seen him, a thick red thing that made him look like a lumberjack or a craft brewery owner. Flannel, work boots, beer in his hand, the picture of rustic contentment. "You actually came," he said as I got out of the truck. "Guess I owe Jenny $20. Who's Jenny?" "Lady at the hardware store. She bet me you'd chicken out." "Nice to know you have faith in me." He grinned and came down the porch steps to help me with my bags. We did the half-hug thing that brothers do, where you're close enough to smell each other but not close enough to admit you missed anyone. "Long drive?" he asked. "Long enough." I grabbed my duffel and my gun case from the back seat. "Met one of your neighbors along the way. Think it was Red Williamson. He said hey." Daniel's grin flickered. Just for a second, barely there, but I caught it. Red's good people. A little intense, but good people. He was pulling a dead deer off the road, discussing what killed it. "Well, what killed it?" "Well, that's what I'm asking you now." Daniel took my duffel and started up the porch steps. "Oh, probably a cat. Mountain lions are coming back, like I said. Or maybe a bear. They do weird stuff sometimes." "Do bears twist deer's head around backwards several times in a row?" He stopped at the door and stared at me. The grin was gone now. His expression was one of disgust. "Is that what it did?" "Yeah, I saw it." He was quiet for a second, then he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Never mind that. Come on in, I'll give you the tour. After that, you can tell me all about it over whiskey." The inside of that house was nicer than I'd expected. Daniel had put some work into it. New floors, fresh paint, modern fixtures, though admittedly those looked out of place against the old bones of the building. The kitchen had granite countertops and stainless steel appliances. The living room had a leather couch and a TV the size of a small car. He'd made it comfortable, livable. But there were things he hadn't touched up. There was a staircase at the back of the house, which led up to a second-floor landing where the wallpaper was still peeling. The light fixtures were still old brass, and the air was thick with that stale smell of rooms that never get opened. There was a door under the stairs that he had padlocked shut. The windows in the back looked out onto the hollow, their curtains drawn tight, even in the middle of the day. "Guest rooms upstairs," Daniel said, leading me past the padlocked door without comment. "Bathrooms at the end of the hall. Water takes a minute to get hot." "What's behind that door?" "Basement. I don't go down there." "Why not?" He shrugged. "Foundation's bad. Whole thing floods when it rains." He started up the stairs, carrying my duffel. "Come on, I'll show you where you're sleeping." The guest room was at the front of the house, overlooking the driveway and the dirt road, which led back down to the highway. The bed was a queen, the mattress still wrapped in plastic. A window seat looked out on the ridge across the hollow. In the fading light, I could see the tree line, black against gray sky, and nothing moved anywhere. Wow, not bad, I said. Told you. Daniel set my duffel on the bed. Get on settled, I'll start some dinner. He left. I stood at the window for a while, looking out over the mountains. The clouds were lower now, pressing down on the ridges like a hand pressing down on a chest. The woman at the gas station had been right about the storm. I could feel it coming in the way the air tasted, sort of metal-like. In the hollow below, something moved. Briefly, just a shadow there and gone, slipping between the trees at the edge of the dark. I waited for it to reappear, but it didn't. I unpacked my bag and went downstairs. Dinner was steaks, baked potatoes, a bottle of Blanton's I'd brought from home. We ate at the kitchen table, which was an old farmhouse thing Daniel had found at an estate sale, scarred and pitted. Probably worth more than my truck, though. So, Daniel said, sawing into his steak. That deer. That deer. Well, Red showed you. Well, he made a point of it. Let me get a real good look. Daniel chewed, swallowed, took a sip of bourbon. Yeah, he does that. Thinks he's doing people a favor, warning them. What's he trying to warn people about? The weirdness, Daniel grinned. That's what I call it, the weirdness. This place is lousy with it. I told you about the whispering, right, and the thing in the hollow? Sure, I do remember that. It's better in person, trust me. He leaned back in his chair, bourbon glass balanced on his knee. So last week, I'm sitting on the back porch, middle of the night, can't sleep. I hear something come up out of the hollow. Something big, heavy. I can hear it breathing. Sounded like a dog that had been running too hard. And it just stands there maybe 30 feet from the porch, in the dark where I can't see it. This went on for like 20 minutes. Just the breathing. And then it leaves. And you just sat there? What do you want me to do, go chase it? You could have gone inside before something ate you. And missed the show? He shook his head. That's the thing you don't get. This stuff, it's not scary, it's interesting. I mean, when's the last time something interesting happened to you? I thought about my days. The job sites that all looked the same. The apartment with the leaky faucet I kept meaning to fix. And the girlfriend who left 2 years ago. Not to mention the silence she left behind. It's been a while, I admitted. Exactly. Daniel pointed at me with his fork. Out here, I never know what's going to happen next. That deer you saw, that's new. I've never seen one like that before. Means something's changing, something's different. He was smiling. There was nothing fake about it. He was genuinely excited. Don't you want to know what it is? I didn't answer. I decided to finish my bourbon. Hey, you remember when we were kids? Daniel said, pouring me another glass without asking. That summer at the lake house. You remember what we found in the woods? Do I? The dog. The dead dog. Except it wasn't just dead, was it? Looked like something had put it there, laid it out like it was sleeping. Except dogs don't sleep like that. Then we found another one and another one, all in a line going deeper into the woods. Yeah, Dad made us stop looking for it. Daniel nearly choked. That's because Dad was scared. I remember his face when we told him. He knew something, never told us what, though. Daniel took another drink. I've been thinking about that a lot lately. How he grew up around here before he moved north. How he never wanted to come back. The way he'd get sometimes, this look on his face, when the news talked about something weird happening in Appalachia. He set down his glass. You know, I think he knew. Whatever's out here, I think he knew about it. That's a hell of a thing to say, Daniel. Well, it's a hell of a place. We looked at each other across the table, and for a moment it felt like we were kids again. Daniel with his wild ideas and me trying to keep up. Both of us standing at the edge of something we didn't understand. If this is your way of making me feel better about being here, I said, it's not working. Daniel laughed. A good sound. Come on, one more drink. Then I want to show you something. He poured us both another bourbon, then grabbed a couple of blankets from the couch. Porch, he said. We wrapped up tight to ward off the cold. The clouds had come in thick while we'd been eating, and the dark was absolute out here. No moon that night. The stars were absent too. Just the black shape of mountains against slightly less black sky. Give it a minute, Daniel said. Just listen. I listened. At first, there was nothing but the wind in the trees and the creak of the old house settling. But then, underneath it, I started to hear something. A rhythm like footsteps or maybe a heartbeat. There was something moving through the hollow below, heavy and slow. You hear it? Daniel whispered. I nodded. Every night, he said, around this time, something walks to the hollow. I've never seen it yet, not clearly. But I've heard it, like this. And sometimes, if I wait long enough. He pointed toward the tree line at the edge of the property. There. I looked. At first I didn't see anything. But then, at the very edge of the dark, where the yard met the woods, something shifted. A shape, tall and hunched over, moving between the trees. It was there maybe 2 seconds. Then it was gone, swallowed by blackness. Jesus Christ, I said. I know. Daniel was grinning, actually grinning. Isn't it incredible? That's not the word I'd use. What is it? That's the beauty of it. I have no idea. We stayed up late after that, talking. Not about the weirdness, mostly. Our parents came up. Both of them were gone now. Dad from a heart attack 4 years ago. Mom from cancer. We talked about the girls we dated, and the ones we let get away. I talked about the business I was trying to build on the side. Then we discussed the consulting work Daniel did that seemed to involve a lot of video calls and not much else. He was doing well for himself, better than I'd expected. The house was paid off and the car in the driveway was new. He'd put on weight, but in a healthy way. He didn't seem so stressed these days. Whatever he was doing out here, despite the creepy stuff, it was working for him. You ever get lonely out here? I asked. The bottle of Blanton's was nearly empty between the two of us. Sometimes, but there's people around, if I want them. Town's only 20 minutes away, and there's the neighbors. Like Red? Yep, like Red, and the Combs family down the road, and old Mrs. Hargis who brings me pie every Sunday. She's convinced herself I'm gonna starve to death. He took a sip of bourbon. It's not lonely like you think. It's quiet. That's different. The wind picked up, moving through the trees with a sound like breath. From somewhere in the hollow, that rhythm continued, pacing and circling. That storm's coming in, I said. Tomorrow afternoon, probably. We'll want to get out early. For the hunt, right? Yeah, for the hunt. Daniel stood, stretched, and gathered the blankets. Get some sleep. I'll wake you up at 5. I stayed on the porch for a while after he went inside. I was listening, watching the tree line, but nothing else moved. I could still hear it down there in the dark, though. When I finally went to bed, I locked my door. Habit, probably, Or not. Dawn came. It was cold. Daniel made coffee and eggs. The two of us ate, standing up in the kitchen, our breath fogging in the air because the heat had not kicked on yet. By 6, we were in the truck, heading for a piece of public land that Daniel liked, which was about 40 minutes into the mountains. "There's a hollow back in there," he said, driving with one hand and drinking coffee with the other. "Opens up into a kind of bowl. Deer bed down in it during the day. If we get set up before full light, we might get lucky." "When's the last time you actually shot something?" Define shot. To hit something with a bullet, on purpose. He grinned. It's been a minute." The road wound up through the mountains. The forest here was old, oaks and tulip poplars that had been growing since before the Civil War, trunks thick and branches bare against gray sky. There were no houses or power lines, just road and trees and mountains going on forever. We parked at a pull-off near a creek and hiked in. The ground was frozen hard, our boots crunching through the frost on the dead leaves. Daniel led the way, moving quieter than I remembered him being capable of. His rifle was slung over his shoulder, and I watched his breath come in small white puffs. The forest here felt different than it did up north. It felt older, somehow. The trees were massive, trunks you couldn't get your arms around, roots bulging up through the earth like big old veins under your skin. Everything was gray and brown, and utterly still. Barely any color, and absolutely no movement. About half a mile in, Daniel stopped, pointing at something on the ground. There was a print in the mud. At first I thought it was a deer track, but it was longer, and the rear portion dragged, like whatever made it had been walking on its heels. "What made that?" Daniel took a moment to observe. "Don't know. Been seeing them around, though. Started about a month ago." "You didn't mention that in your texts." "Well, I didn't want to scare you off," he grinned. "Come on, we're almost there." The hollow was maybe a mile in. We came to the edge of it just as the sky started to lighten, finding positions behind a fallen oak that gave us a clear view of the bowl below. There was deer sign everywhere, tracks in the mud and droppings scattered through the brush and rubs on the smaller trees where bucks had scraped off their velvet. Daniel settled in, checking his rifle, and I did the same. "Now we wait," he whispered. So we waited. The forest woke up around us. Birds first, crows calling in the distance and smaller things flitting through the branches. A squirrel crawled from a hole in a nearby tree and sat on a branch watching us with black, suspicious eyes. The light grew, filtering down through bare canopy. But no deer. An hour passed, then another. The cold crept into my bones despite the layers I was wearing. Daniel was patient, though, more patient than I'd ever seen him, his eyes fixed on the hollow below. Somewhere in the distance, a woodpecker started up, the sound echoing through the trees like an intermittent, rapid heartbeat. Then it stopped. I didn't notice it at first. It was just one less sound in a forest full of sounds. But then I realized the crows went quiet too, followed by the other birds, and the squirrel had vanished back into its hole without me seeing it go. "Something's off," I said finally. Daniel didn't look at me. "What do you mean?" "Listen." He listened. I watched his face change as he heard what I'd been hearing for the past 20 minutes. Or rather, what I hadn't been hearing. The birds had stopped singing. Not gradually like they do when a predator moves through, but all at once, like a performance. The forest was absolutely still. It was just the two of us now, and the trees. "That happens sometimes," Daniel said. But even he was quieter now.
Does it?
I asked. He didn't answer. He began to look at something in the hollow. I followed his gaze, and I saw it, too. At the far end of the bowl, maybe 200 yards away, something was standing at the edge of the trees. I assumed it was a deer. The shape was right, and the size was too. But then it moved, and I realized I was wrong. It was walking on 2 legs. The shape was hunched, moving through the underbrush with a strange lurching gait. It was too far away to see clearly, just a dark bulk against darkened trees. But there was something wrong with it. The limbs seemed bent wrong, and the way it walked was not natural. It stopped. Even at that distance, I could tell it was looking at us. "Don't move," Daniel breathed. I didn't. Neither did he. We sat there behind our fallen oak, rifles in hand, watching the thing at the edge of the hollow watch us back. It stood there, then eventually turned and slipped into the trees. The forest swallowed it, and it was gone. We waited another 10 minutes before either of us spoke. "What in the hell was that?" I asked. Daniel was packing up his gear, his movements quick. "Time to go." "No, Daniel, what was that?" He looked at me, but his eyes were bright. He wasn't afraid, I realized. He was excited. "That's the weirdness. That's what I've been trying to tell you about." He shouldered his rifle and started back toward the truck. "Come on, the storm's coming in faster than I thought." I followed him. As we hiked back through the silent forest, I kept checking over my shoulder, listening for steps that weren't ours. I couldn't stop thinking about that thing. What was it? Why did it watch us? Twice I thought I saw movement in my peripheral vision. I think Daniel noticed something too. I could tell by the way he picked up his face. Neither of us mentioned it. We didn't have time to talk. We passed the strange tracks on the way back. There were more now, overlapping. Something had been pacing while we were in the hollow, circling. "Daniel, I see them. They weren't there before." "I know." We moved faster. By the time we got back to the truck, the first drops of rain were starting to fall. I looked back at the tree line as Daniel pulled out onto the road. For just a second, I thought I saw something standing there, half hidden in the shadows. Tall, still, watching. Then we were around the curve, and that part of the forest was gone. All I could see was the road ahead, the rain coming down, Daniel's hands tight on the steering wheel. The rain came in hard and sideways, driven by a wind that made the trees bend and groan like old men trying to stand up. By the time we got back to Daniel's place, visibility was down to maybe 50 feet, and the dirt road had turned to mud. The hollow below the house had disappeared entirely, blurred against curtains of water. "Gonna be like this all night," Daniel said, pulling into the garage. "Maybe tomorrow too, from the looks of it." We stripped off our wet gear in the mudroom and left it dripping on the tile. Daniel disappeared into the kitchen and came back with a couple of beers, handing me one. "So, you saw it," he said. "I saw something." "No, you saw it." He swigged his beer. "How do you feel?" I took a deep breath. "I feel like I want to know what the heck I was looking at, Daniel." He grinned. Now you're getting it. We built a fire in the living room and settled in to wait out the storm. Daniel put on some old country music, like our father used to listen to. We talked and drank, watching rain lash against the windows. It felt almost normal, almost like the hunting trips we used to take with Dad, back before everything got complicated and we grew up. I found my attention going back to those windows, to the darkness beyond. I swear, under the sounds of the storm, I thought I heard footsteps. Around 8 o'clock, the power went out. Daniel had candles ready, which told me this wasn't uncommon. We lit them and kept drinking, the house filled with flickering shadows and the smell of beeswax. Happens all the time, Daniel said. Lines up here are crap. Power company takes forever to fix them, too. Great. Relax, generator kicks in if we need it, but the fire's enough for now. The fire was enough, and so was the beer and conversation. I started to relax, letting the tension release from my body, until I heard the footsteps on the porch. Heavy steps, moving from one end to the other, then stopping right outside the front door. I could tell Daniel heard it. He went very rigid, his beer stopping halfway to his mouth. "That's not wind," I said. "No." We sat there listening. Soon the footsteps resumed, moving back the way they'd come. Then they stopped again. After that, there was a new sound. Fingernails dragging across wood. Has this happened before? Sometimes. Daniel set his beer down carefully. Not usually this close. The dragging sound stopped. For a long time, there was nothing but rain and wind and the crackling fire. Then, from somewhere outside, not the porch, but farther away, maybe near the hollow, was a strange call, a high-pitched wailing sound that rose and fell like a woman crying out. Except, no woman sounded like that. It sounded like something trying to imitate grief. The wail came again. It was closer. What is that? Daniel didn't answer. He was staring at the front door, like he expected it to burst open at any second. The excitement was gone from his face now. What I saw there instead was something I'd never seen on my brother before. Not in all the years I'd known him. Fear. The sounds continued for hours. Occasionally footsteps on the porch or circling the house, moving from window to window. Sometimes the wailing, rising and falling and never quite in the same place twice. Once there was a scratch at the back door that went on for 5 minutes straight. I couldn't help but wonder if whatever it was testing the wood, testing the door. Another time, something heavy pressed against one of the windows hard enough to make the glass creak and groan in the frame. And one time, just once, there was a voice. It came from the front porch, soft and muffled by the door. It was a woman's voice, calling someone's name, over and over, the way you would call for a lost child. The cadence to the voice was wrong. It had trouble pronouncing the vowels. Daniel's face went white as we listened. "Don't answer it," he said. "Whatever you do, don't talk to it." Luckily for him, I wasn't planning to. We kept the fire burning and the candles lit. Daniel got his rifle and I got mine, and we sat in the living room with our backs to the fireplace, watching the darkness shift and move beyond the windows. The old house groaned around us, settling and creaking, and every little sound made me flinch. "Has it ever been this bad?" I asked. "No, never like this." "What changed?" He shook his head. He had no idea, or he didn't want to say. Around midnight, the sounds stopped. We sat there waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. "Maybe it left," I said. "Maybe." "We should check the doors, make sure everything's locked." Daniel agreed. We went through the house room by room, checking windows and doors, shining flashlights into corners. Everything was secure, everything was locked. The padlocked door to the basement was still padlocked, and the back door was still bolted. All the windows were still latched. We met back up in the living room. The fire had died down to a simple orange glow, and the candles were beginning to burn low. Daniel looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes. "Get some sleep, man," I said. "I'll stay up. Keep an eye and ear out." "I'm not tired." "Bullcrap, you look like death. Go to bed. I'll wake you up if anything happens." He argued, but eventually I convinced him. I heard him climb the stairs and heard his bedroom door close, then the creak of bed springs as he finally laid down. After that, it was quiet. I sat in the living room with my rifle across my knees, watching the fire, or rather the coals. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely. Through the windows I could see the clouds breaking up, a few stars even appearing in the gaps. The storm was passing. At some point I must have dozed off. I didn't mean to. But the remaining warmth of the embers and the beer and the long day, all of it caught up to me. At some moment I jerked awake to a sound that did not belong in this house. I was on my feet before I was fully conscious, rifle up. The candles had all burned out and the fire was now just cold. I didn't know how long I'd been asleep. "Daniel?" No answer. The sound had come from the back of the house. The mudroom, I thought. Maybe the basement? I grabbed a flashlight and moved toward the sound, keeping my back to the wall, checking corners, like how my father had taught me when we used to hunt together. The house was quiet, except for my footsteps, my breathing, the creak of old floorboards. The mudroom was empty. Our wet gear was still where we'd left it, dripping on the tile. The back door remained bolted. But the door to the basement, the padlocked one under the stairs, stood wide open. The padlock, though, lay on the floor, still locked, like it had simply fallen through the hasp. The darkness in the stairwell was absolute. My flashlight beam died about 6 feet down, swallowed by blackness. I stood there for a while, just staring at that darkness. The smart thing to do was close the door and wake Daniel and get the heck out of the house. The smart thing to do was to not go down into a flooded basement in the middle of the night, with something moving around in the dark. But the thing was, I didn't hear the sound of the storm anymore, and I did not hear Daniel move or even breathe in his room upstairs. When I had called his name, only silence answered. So I first ran to check where Daniel was, and he was not in his room. I ran back to the opening of the basement door, and I stared again. I did not want to go down there, but now I felt like I had to. I went down the stairs. The basement was not flooded. Daniel had lied about that, or had been lied to, or something had changed. The floor at the bottom of the stairs was dry concrete, cracked and stained, but dry. The air smelled like dirt, and underneath that, like wet and sour fur. It reminded me all too much of the smell of that roadkill. My flashlight carved a path through the dark. The basement was a lot bigger than I thought it would be, stretching back under the whole house, divided into rooms by old stone walls. I moved through slowly, checking every corner, calling Daniel's name, careful not to be too loud. There was no answer. All I got was more of that smell, getting stronger the deeper I went. The last room was at the back of the basement, directly under the rear porch. The door was old wood and swollen. I had to put my shoulder into it to get it to open. Daniel was inside. He was curled up on the floor in the corner, his arms wrapped around his knees and his face hidden. He was shaking. I could see the tremors running through him even in the dim light. Around him, covering the walls and ceiling, were marks, scratches, gouges, layered over each other like the work of decades. "Daniel?" He didn't respond. I crossed to him and crouched. I put my hand on his shoulder. His skin was cold as ice, even through his shirt. When I turned him towards me, his eyes were open but unfocused. The lights were on. No one was home. "Daniel, it's your brother. We need to go. Come on." His mouth moved, but no sound came out. But behind me, the door swung shut. I spun around, holding up the rifle. The flashlight beam swept across the room but landed on nothing. Just a closed door and scratched walls. Suddenly, the flashlight flickered once, twice, and went out. The dark that came after was not normal. There was a weight or density to it. I swear to God, as I type this out now, I could feel that darkness touching my skin and filling my nose and mouth. It was hard to breathe. The smell was overwhelming now, that animal musk mixed with rot and decay. Something moved in the dark. Very, very close. I panicked. I fired the rifle. The muzzle flashed. The room lit for a deafening second, and in that second I saw it. A shape like a woman. Something that had once been a woman. The face was stretched and distorted. Rows of teeth that went on and on farther than they should have. Eyes yellow like a cat's. Its body was hunched. Its limbs were too long. It was covered in short, strange fur that seemed like a mix of human hair and cat hair. And that smell. God, that smell. That musk I'd caught on the roadkill, on the wind coming up from the hollow, magnified 100 times. The smell of something old and hungry. And that face was smiling. That was just a second of light. Then everything went back to complete darkness. Then, in an instant, something moved and hit me hard in the chest, enough to lift me off my feet. I must have hit my head hard, because I went out like a light. I woke up on the front porch sometime later. Dawn was breaking. I was lying on my back on the cold boards, my rifle beside me, and my chest aching like I'd been kicked by a racehorse. I lay there trying to remember how I even got there, trying to fit the pieces together while ignoring the massive pain in my body. But then I remembered Daniel. I shot straight up and nearly fell down again. My head was pounding and my vision swimming. Something was wrong with my ribs. There was like a grinding when I breathed. But I made it to my feet, and I made it through the front door. I went to the porch stairs, dreading going up them. "Daniel!" His bedroom door was open, and his bed was still empty, the sheets thrown back. I checked the bathroom, the guest room, every room on the second floor, but there was no sign of him. I went downstairs. The living room, the kitchen, the mudroom, nothing. The basement door, though, was closed now, and when I tried the handle, it wouldn't budge. It had been locked from the inside, which was something I didn't know it was capable of. I didn't know what to do. I ran back out to the porch, and that's when I saw him. He stood at the edge of the hollow, about 100 yards from the house. He was standing there looking down into the trees, shirtless, and even from this distance I saw the marks on his back, dark lines that looked like scratches. I called his name. He didn't turn. I ran to him, my ribs screaming with every step. The ground was wet from the rain, thick and slick with mud underneath. When I finally made it to him, I put my hand on his shoulder and turned him towards me. His eyes were different. There was something behind them now that hadn't been there before, and the man who looked up at me was a stranger.
"Daniel, we need to get to a hospital."
He shook his head.
"You're hurt, man. Those marks on your back."
"I'm fine." His voice was flat and colorless. He sounded like Daniel had been scooped out of his own body, leaving just a shell behind.
"You are not fine. Come on, I'll take you to a doctor."
He let me lead him back to the house. I put a shirt on him and guided him to my truck. He sat in the passenger seat with his hands in his lap and his eyes fixed on seemingly nothing. The whole drive to the hospital, he spoke maybe 5 words total. At the hospital, they took him in and did x-rays and asked a bunch of questions I didn't have complete answers to. Was this an animal attack? An assault? I don't know. What would you tell them? I heard the nurses say something strange. That the wounds looked weeks old, not hours old, and they wondered if I'd been lying. Of course not. But what did that mean for Daniel? How were his wounds seemingly already healing? Could these nurses just be that incompetent, I wondered. A doctor came up to me, knowing that my answers had been incomplete, because he understood that I truly didn't know what happened to my brother. So he tried to answer for me. I'll be straight with you. This does look like an animal attack. This doctor was young, probably fresh out of residency. If I had to guess, maybe a bear or a mountain lion. Does it look like a bear or a mountain lion to you? I wasn't trying to be rude. I just really didn't know. But I think we both knew it didn't look like a bear or a cat. It looked like nothing that lived in those mountains, or nothing that should live out there. Daniel was discharged that afternoon with a prescription for antibiotics that he would never fill, and a referral to a psychiatrist that he never went to see. I drove him back to his house so he could pack a bag. He moved from room to room like a ghost, gathering clothes and toiletries, touching only what he had to. When he was done, he stood on the front porch and looked out at the hollow. "I'm not coming back here," he said. "I know. I don't blame you." He locked his eyes on mine. "I mean ever. I'm gonna sell this place. I'm going to move somewhere flat, somewhere with no trees." I didn't argue. I'd seen what was in that basement, and I'd seen what had been done to my brother. If he wanted to run, I understood. Running seemed like the only reasonable response. We drove to the airport in Charleston. He had enough points for a last-minute ticket to Dallas, where a college friend had a spare room. I waited with him at the gate, trying to think of something to say, something that would make any of this make sense. "That thing, what do you think it was?" Daniel glanced at me, and for a moment I saw my brother behind those changed eyes. The kid who used to build forts in the backyard, the teenager who taught me to drive stick, the man who had called me at 3 a.m. to tell me our father had died. "I've heard Locals call it something. A woman who's been changed into a cat. Call me crazy, all you want. Think I'm insane. That's okay. But whatever it was, it wanted me to see something. And in the dark, I saw it. And now I can never unsee it. I wanted so badly to ask what he saw. Wouldn't you? But I didn't dare ask. Didn't let myself broach that subject. His flight was boarding. He picked up his bag, and we hugged real and deep. He then walked toward the gate, and I watched him go. That was the last time I saw my brother in person. That was about 3 years ago. Daniel has since sold that house like he said he would, to someone out of state, an investment group, I think. Not sure whatever happened to that property. After he moved to Dallas, his texting slowly came back more and more. And after a while, things began to feel normal again. But it's taken 3 years so far, and we're still not quite back to where we used to be. He tells me about his nightmares, about seeing the thing in the dark that she made him see. I've told him over and over again to go to a therapist, but he won't do it. Believe our story or don't. But I'm gonna do whatever it takes to help my brother on the road to recovery. I think this might be the first Wampus Cat story I've ever read, and honestly, it's far more chilling than the name sounds. But what really sticks with me and creeps me out, even after the end of the story, was why didn't it kill Daniel? What was it she wanted him to see? Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Unexplained Encounters. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can follow me on X at Dark Prevails, and find me narrating more scary stories on my other podcasts, like Tales from the Break Room, or Alone in the Woods. I also do a fun talk show, where I get to be more of myself, over on the YouTube channel or Spotify/Apple Podcasts podcast, Night Watchers. If you have a scary story of the unexplained, send it to me at darkstories.org. I'd love to read it. Till next time, everyone, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one. There exists a creature similar to the Skinwalker or Wendigo that is not either of those monsters, but something uniquely disturbing. Whatever it truly is appears to haunt the lands of the Four Corners region, and it likes to find people to stalk for months at a time, some who disappear forever. A viewer by the name of Visibond24 sent me this story titled, "It Can Only Be the Fleshgate," which tells of his terrifying encounter with something that may be even the Navajo's worst fear. I haul livestock for a living. Cattle mostly, sometimes horses. I run this independent operation out of New Mexico, which means I own my own rig, and I've been on contracts, and I spend more nights sleeping in my cab than I do in my own apartment. If it's not obvious to you, this is not the life I planned for myself. But it is the life I've got, and after 11 years, I've kind of made a peace with it. The route that changed everything came to me in March of last year. A logistics company I'd been trying to get on with for 2 years had a contract hauling beef cattle between ranches and auction houses across the Four Corners region: Arizona, New Mexico, a little bit of Utah, and Colorado. Territory where you drive for hours without seeing another vehicle, where your cell signal dies and doesn't come back, and where the land looks the same in almost every direction, until you start to feel like you're not moving at all. The runs were long but not unreasonable, and the company had a reputation for treating their independent haulers fairly. Judging by how much they offered to pay, that reputation turned out to be true. When the dispatcher called and offered me the route, I said yes before she finished talking. She told me the prior driver had quit, just like that, mid-contract, no notice. He walked away from a rig worth $90,000 and a route that paid better than anything else in that region. She said he refused to explain why, said he would not return their calls. I asked if something had happened, maybe some kind of accident, or perhaps some drama with one of the ranches. She thought for a moment, then came back with a no. There was nothing like that. She said sometimes guys just burned out. The isolation got to them. It happens. I didn't push it then. I needed the work, and that sounded like a good explanation to me. The first run was a Monday. I picked up 32 head of Angus from a ranch on the Arizona side of the reservation and hauled them southwest toward a feedlot a few hours away. This was a typical route, which I'd done 100 times before on other contracts. Nothing special about it. 8 hours of driving, broken up by mandatory rest stops, an overnight layover at a ranch along the way to let the animals rest and water. Then another 4 hours to the destination. The loading went without a hitch. The cattle were calm, which isn't always the case in this business. Some herds spook easy, especially if they've been handled rough or if there's weather coming. But these were good animals. They were well managed, and they walked up the ramp into the trailer without much of a fuss. I checked my water tanks, checked the ventilation, did my walk around, then I pulled out before noon. The drive was so quiet. I listened to the radio until the stations faded to static. Then I drove in silence for a long while. The land out there helps to empty your head. You see just red rock and scrub brush and sky so big, it makes you feel like you're at the bottom of something, instead of on top of it. To be honest, I've always liked that feeling. Some guys hate the isolation, but I've never minded being alone. I made my first rest stop around 4 in the afternoon. Federal regulations say you have to give livestock a chance to rest and rehydrate every so often, so I pulled off at a wide spot in the road, got out, and walked back to check on the herd. They were fine. They were standing in loose groups the way cattle do. A few of them were drinking from the trough. I counted heads, to be sure, checked for injuries, and I made sure nobody was down. Everything was A-okay. But when I started walking back to the cab, I stopped. I'm not sure why. There wasn't anything to see. The desert around me stretched on in every direction, flat, dotted with juniper and sage, empty all the way to the horizon. There were no other vehicles or landmarks, nothing moving. I stood there for a few seconds, just looking. There was this feeling inside me, like I was forgetting something. I think we're all familiar with that feeling. It was like I left the stove on or missed an appointment. It became a nagging itch at the back of my skull. Something was wrong and I simply couldn't figure it out. I shook it off, telling myself if it was something that wrong, I would have remembered it. I got back in the truck. Later on, the overnight stop was at a ranch about 40 miles off the main highway. The rancher who owned the property was a guy who had been running cattle out there for decades. The company I drove for had an arrangement with them. Their haulers could use his property as a rest stop, water the animals, sleep in their cabs for the night. In exchange, the company paid him a monthly fee, and his hands would help with loading and unloading. I pulled in around 7. The sun was going down, a long, slow fade. The rancher wasn't around, but one of his hands met me at the gate, showing me where to park. He was a young, maybe 25-year-old guy, and didn't talk much. He helped me run the cattle into a holding pen where they could spread out for the night, then pointed toward a water spigot where I could refill my tanks in the morning. I asked him if the rancher would be around later. He said probably not. I asked if there was anything I should know about the area. Any problems with the route or the prior driver? He looked at me for a moment, reminded me of someone trying to make a decision in their head, then shrugged and said he didn't know anything about that. I thanked him and he left. I ate dinner in my cab. Nothing beats a microwave burrito from a gas station, a bag of chips, bottle of water. I sat there for a long time, watching the last light bleed out of the sky. The cattle were quiet in their pen. I could see them through the windshield, dark shapes against a darker ground. Nothing moving much. I don't remember what time I fell asleep. I don't remember dreaming either. I woke up once during the night, and right away I couldn't tell what had pulled me out of my sleep. There was no alarm or loud noise that I recall, just I was suddenly conscious, and my heart was beating a little faster than it should. So I lay there in the dark, quietly, and I listened. The cattle were making noise. They weren't very loud, so they weren't panicked, but they did seem restless. They were shuffling about. There was a few low sounds, not quite mooing, more like the noise they make when something's bothering them, but even they may not be sure what it is. I sat up and looked through the windshield toward the pen. I couldn't see very much. There was no moon that night, or if there was, it was behind clouds, just the vague shapes of the cattle pressed together into a mass. They'd moved to the far side of the pen, all of them, packed real tight against the fence. I could see the dark bulk of them clustered there, facing away from the open desert, facing away from the dark. Wanting to know what they were up to, I watched for a while. The sound of them settled down after a few minutes, and whatever had bothered them seemed to pass. Coyotes probably, I said to myself. Maybe a mountain lion somewhere in the distance. Animals are real keen about predators sometimes, especially compared to humans. I told myself that was it. Likely just coyotes. I lay back down and stared at the ceiling of the cab for a while before I fell asleep again. In the morning, I got up with the sun and walked out to check on the herd. They were calm now, standing in normal, loose groups, drinking from the trough, acting like nothing had happened the night before. I counted heads. All 32 accounted for. I was walking back to the truck when I noticed marks had been left in the dirt. There was a patch of bare ground between the pen and where I'd parked. Dusty, flat, the kind that holds tracks real good. I'd walked across it the night before, and I could still see my boot prints from then, scuffed and unremarkable. But the remarkable part was what was next to them. Next to my tracks, maybe 10 feet from my driver's side door, there was something else. A drag mark, about 6 or 7 feet, like something heavy had been pulled across the ground, or like something had been crawling on its belly. I crouched down and looked at it. The edges were smooth, not the kind of mark an animal would leave. No paw prints around it either, no hoof prints. Just one long furrow in the dust, slightly curved. Whatever made it had been moving slowly from the looks of it. It ended about 3 feet from my truck, right around where I'd been sleeping. I lost track of time looking at it. Eventually, I stood up, finished my walk around, and got back on the road. I finished that first run without any other problems. I delivered the cattle to the feedlot and collected my paperwork. Then I drove back empty to pick up the next load. The drag mark in the dirt stayed with me for a few days, but I tried not to dwell on it. I mean, you can see some weird stuff in the desert if you're around it enough, including but not limited to strange animal behavior and tracks that don't make sense. Over the next few weeks, I settled into the route. There was a nice rhythm to the work. Pick up cattle at one of 4 or 5 ranches scattered across the reservation and the land around it. Haul them to feedlots or auction houses. Rest overnight at designated stops and do it all again. The money kept coming in, and I started to think the dispatcher had been right about the last driver. Some guys just don't handle isolation well. I got to know the regulars too. There was a ranch hand named Miguel, who worked at one of the loading sites on the Arizona side, and he was the guy you wanted on the other end of a cattle chute. He was very quiet and very efficient. He knew how to move animals without spooking them. We'd started loading before dawn most days, 4 or 4:30 in the morning, working by the lights mounted on the barn while the sky was still black. As I said, Miguel was quiet. He never said much, but I did notice he had a habit of watching the desert while he worked. He'd be guiding a steer up the ramp and his eyes would drift out past the fence line, scanning the dark like he was expecting to see something. One time early on, I asked about it. He shrugged at me and said it was an old habit. His grandmother used to tell him not to turn his back on the open desert after dark. He said it like a joke, but he didn't laugh. There was a truck stop about an hour east of the reservation border, where I'd fill up between runs. The place was called Hal's, or at least that's what the sign said, though I never met any guy named Hal. The woman who ran the register was Navajo, and looked to be in her 70s, with gray hair pulled back tight, and a very kind-looking face. Her name was Dorothy, which seemed wrong somehow, too ordinary for someone who looked like she'd been there since before the highway existed. She was also quiet. Must have been the norm around here. But she would nod at me when I came in, and sometimes she'd ask how the drive was. I got the sense that she was asking about more than just traffic or weather. One night I mentioned the prior driver to her. I was paying for a diesel and a coffee, and I don't know why I brought it up. Guess I was trying to make conversation. I said I had taken over a route from a guy who quit suddenly, and I was curious if she knew anything about it. She then asked which route. I told her. She nodded slowly, like I'd confirmed something she already suspected. Then she handed me my change and said I should be careful driving at night. She said it flat, no emphasis anywhere, very mundane-like. I waited for her to say more, but she just turned away and started to restock the cigarettes behind the counter. I left without another word. The other truckers on the CB were a mixed bag. Mostly guys like me, independents running livestock or freight across the empty parts of the state. A few of them had been working the area for years, and late at night, when the roads were dead and there was nothing to do but drive, sometimes you'd hear them chatting. There was a guy who called himself Nighthawk. I never met him in person, and I never saw his rig, but I heard his voice on the radio a few times a week. He had opinions about everything. Government cover-ups and secret military bases. He said things lived underground. I swear he was the kind of guy who'd blame a flat tire on a conspiracy. Mostly I just tuned him out. But one night he started talking about something that made me pay attention. He said that there was something out on the roads, something that had been around for a long time, but was getting bolder. He said the tribes knew about it, and had known about it for generations, but they wouldn't talk about it with outsiders. He said it wasn't a skinwalker, and it wasn't a wendigo. It wasn't any of the things white people like to name because they'd seen them in movies or on the internet. He said it was older than the names, and it was hungry. Then someone else on the channel told him to shut up, that he was going to scare the new guys. Nighthawk laughed and said the new guys should be scared. After that, I turned off the radio. Just another conspiracy nut trying to entertain himself on a long haul, I told myself. There was nothing out here but coyotes and empty road. Around Run 6 is when I saw it. I was maybe 3 weeks into the contract. The route had become familiar by then, almost boring. I knew which stretches had cell service and which didn't, and where the potholes were, which rest stops had working bathrooms. That's an important thing to note. I'd stopped thinking about the drag mark in the dirt at all. I'd even stopped thinking about Miguel watching the desert or Dorothy telling me to be careful. It was late, around 11 at night. I was driving an empty trailer back from a delivery, taking a back road that cut through reservation land. The only light that night came from my headlights on the road. I came around a curve and something was on the side of the road.
My headlights caught it for maybe 2 seconds, maybe less than that. It was pale. That's the first thing I registered. Pale like something that had never seen sunlight. White like a grub when you turn over a rock. It was low to the ground, close to the dirt, and for a split second, I thought it was a person who had been hit by a car. Someone crawling on their hands and knees in agony. Then it moved. And it didn't move like a person, nor any animal I'd ever seen. It shifted its weight and turned toward the light, and I saw the shape of it change in a way that didn't make sense, like all its joints were backwards. And then it was gone. Off the road, into the dark, so fast I couldn't track it anymore. I did not slow down at all. My foot stayed on the gas, and I kept my eyes on the road ahead. I drove for another 20 minutes before I realized my hands were all shaky. I told myself what I'd just seen was a sick, mangy coyote. That could explain the pale color, the strange way it moved. Coyotes with mange lose their fur and their skin can go gray or even white. They can look like something from a nightmare. I'd seen pictures of them. It made so much sense at the time. Except for the size. Mange doesn't make an animal bigger. And whatever I'd seen on the side of that road, curled low against the ground, had been big. At least the size of a fully grown man. Maybe bigger. I didn't plan on telling anyone just yet. The run right after that was much worse. I was hauling a full load, 28 head of cattle, from a ranch near the Utah border down to an auction house outside of Flagstaff. It was a 2-day trip with an overnight stop at the same ranch where I'd seen the drag mark. The weather was clear, the roads were good, and everything was routine. I was on a long, straight stretch of highway, about 2 hours from the overnight stop, when the cattle started screaming. Now, that's not the right word. Cattle don't scream. They bellow, they low, they make that deep groaning sound when they're stressed out. But this wasn't the same as that. It was a sound I'd never heard them make before in all my 11 years of hauling livestock. This was ragged and high-pitched, as if they were being actively torn apart. I pulled over as fast as I could and hit the hazards. I jumped out and ran back to the trailer. The whole rig was shaking. I could feel it through the ground. The vibration of 30,000 pounds of animal trying to get away from something. I got to the side of the trailer and looked through the ventilation slats. They were grouped against the far wall, all of them, crushing each other against the metal, climbing over each other, a mass of bodies pressed as far from the roadside of the trailer as they could go. Their eyes were rolling white and their mouths were open, making that sound. I looked at the roadside of the trailer. Nothing was there. Empty road, empty desert. Nothing. I stood there for a few minutes, waiting for my heart to calm down. The cattle eventually settled too. The screaming faded to heavy breathing and then to silence. After a good 10 minutes, they started to spread out again, still nervous looking, bunched tighter than normal, but no longer panicked. I walked around the trailer twice, checking every inch of it, checking the road in both directions. But I didn't find a single trace of what might have spooked them. It was just me and the cattle and the empty dark around us. I got back in the cab, and I sat there, taking deep breaths. Then the CB crackled. There was a voice I didn't recognize, faint and breaking up, but it came through well enough for me to hear it.
You okay there, driver? Saw you pulled over.
I picked up the handset. Yeah, I'm fine. Cattle got spooked by something, not sure what. The static came back for a moment, and then I heard,
What mile marker are you at?
I told him. Then there was more static. When the voice came back, it was quieter.
Oh, that's a bad stretch. Don't stop there too long. Not longer than you have to, okay?
What do you mean, bad stretch? But the channel had gone dead. I tried raising him again, and I tried a few other channels too.
but I got nothing more than static after that. I put the truck into gear, and I drove. I made it to the overnight ranch just before midnight. The rancher's hand was there to meet me. It was a different guy this time, an older guy. He helped me unload the cattle into the pen and did not ask why they were so skittish, why they practically ran down the ramp to get out of the trailer. That night it was difficult to fall asleep. I sat in my cab with the doors locked and the parking lights on, and I watched the desert until the sun came up. Nothing happened. The cattle stayed calm. The night passed by without incident. But in the morning, when I went to check on the herd, I found something. One of the steers had a mark on its side, a scrape about 4 inches long right behind the shoulder. It wasn't deep and hadn't really broken the skin, but the hair was gone in a thin line like something had rubbed against it. Something with a rough surface. Perhaps something that could reach through the slats of the trailer while we were parked on that empty stretch of road. I loaded the cattle and got back on the highway, and I did not stop again until I reached the auction house. I started dreading the overnight stops. It wasn't something I admitted to myself right away. I just noticed that I was driving a little faster toward the end of each run, trying to shave off time, trying to make it to the next destination before I had to pull over and sleep. When that wasn't possible, I'd park under lights if there were any, or close to buildings, close to people. I tried to tell myself it was common sense, safer that way. After my last run, the dispatcher called me to say the client was happy with my work. I was giving them on-time deliveries, no losses, cattle arriving in good condition. She asked if I was settling into the route okay. I said yeah, everything was fine. She paused for a second, then said the prior driver had been good too, for a while. So, she said, if I ever needed to talk about anything, I could call her, anytime. I thanked her and hung up. And then I sat there in the truck stop parking lot, wondering what the heck that was supposed to mean. The next week, I stopped at Dorothy's place to fuel up. It was late afternoon. The sun was already getting low, and I had another 2 hours to drive before the overnight ranch. I filled the tanks, checked my tires, and went inside to pay. Dorothy was behind the counter like always. She rang me up without saying much, and I was about to leave when I stopped at the door. I'm not sure why I said it. I think I needed to tell someone. Maybe I thought she'd laugh and tell me I was being stupid, and that would be the end of it. I said I'd seen something on the road a few nights back. She didn't look up from the register. She asked what kind of something it was. I said that I wasn't sure. Maybe a person on the side of the road, out past mile marker 60-something. I said whoever it was looked really sick and pale. I said I didn't stop because something about the way they moved didn't sit right with me. Dorothy was now staring at me. Her face had changed. She was looking at me like I had told her someone had died, but she'd been expecting the news. She then asked if it saw me. I didn't know how to answer that. I told her I thought so, that it had turned toward my headlights. She did that slow nod again. Then she explained it was good I didn't stop. She said whatever I did, I should never stop for it. Ever. Not even if it looked like someone I knew. I waited for an explanation, but there was none. She didn't offer one. She handed me my receipt instead, then turned away. I asked her what it was. She was quiet for so long, I thought she hadn't heard me or didn't want to answer. I was about to leave when she said that it didn't have a name, or she didn't know if it did. She said her grandmother used to tell her stories about things men are not supposed to speak of, in places men fear to dwell. She said that such things were mostly gone now, or just sleeping, but not all of them.
Some of them were still out there. She then said she had other customers to help, even though the store was empty. I took the hint and what information I could get, then left. The overnight stop that night was at a different ranch, one that I'd only used once before. A smaller operation, just a few hundred acres, run by an older couple who didn't ask questions. They had a pen set up near an old barn and a spigot for water, and that was about it. They didn't have any hands to help with unloading, and no lights except what came from the house a few hundred yards away. I got the cattle settled around 8. By myself, it took a bit longer. I fed them, watered them, and checked for injuries. They were calm enough. No repeat of the screaming from before, thank God. But they still clustered together, tighter than they should have. I'd started to notice that. Every herd I hauled now did the same thing at night. They would be very tightly grouped, facing inward, like they were circling against something. I ate dinner in my cab and watched the dark come down. And around 10, I smelled something. It was faint at first. I thought maybe one of the cattle had gotten sick, or something had died nearby. It was a sour and sweet smell, like rotten meat. I got out and walked over to the pen, shining my flashlight through the rails. The cattle appeared to be fine, alive and standing, grouped up in the far corner of the pen like they were before. But one of them was making a strange sound, so low I could barely hear it. I'd never heard cattle hum before. I listened for a moment. The other cattle were silent. It was just that one, humming to itself, staring at the dark beyond the fence. And as it did, that smell grew stronger. I walked around the pen checking for carcasses or anything that might explain it, but I didn't see anything strange. I walked out past the fence line and into the scrub, sweeping my flashlight across the ground. No dead things, nothing rotting. All I found was dirt and rocks, but the smell kept building up. There was a thickness to it now, coating the back of my throat, almost enough to make me gag. So I stopped walking and stood very still. The wind was blowing right at me, coming from the desert and blowing towards the pen. So that meant it was coming from out there, whatever was making that smell, and whatever it was coming from. It was close enough to smell. I turned around and walked back to my truck quickly, but I didn't run, even though I desperately wanted to. I got in the cab and locked the doors, and I sat there with a pounding heart, watching the desert through the windshield like I had so many nights before. Eventually, that smell did fade. I think it took about an hour, and once it was gone, the cattle looked more comfortable. Except that one steer never stopped humming. I tossed and turned, trying to sleep, but I don't think I did. In the morning, I found tracks around the pen. They weren't the same as before. These were footprints, barefoot and human-shaped, pressed deep into the dirt, like whoever had made them was heavy. They circled the pen 3 times, staying about 10 feet from the rails, and never coming any closer. Then they led off into the desert and disappeared on the hard, packed ground. And the stride was insane. I'm 6 foot even, and I could not match that stride without having to jump. A few days later, I met the other trucker. I was at a rest stop near the state line, one of those big ones with a diner and showers and a few dozen parking spots for long-haul rigs. I'd stopped to eat and clean up, maybe talk to some other drivers, just to hear some human voices that weren't coming through a CB speaker. The diner was mostly empty at the time. There were a few guys at the counter and one family in a booth by the window. But that was it. I took a seat at the far end, ordering a coffee and a burger, and I didn't expect anyone to bother me. But this guy sat down across from me without even asking. He was an older man, maybe 60 years old. He was wearing a faded cap with a trucking company logo, one that I didn't recognize.
He said he'd seen my rig in the lot, and he asked if I was the one running the livestock route through the reservation. I said yeah. He nodded slowly. Then he asked if I'd seen it yet. I didn't answer him right away. I looked him over first, trying to figure out if this was a joke, if someone had put him up to it. But he looked at me, patient and waiting. I said I wasn't sure what he was talking about. He smiled, but it wasn't one of those happy smiles. Then he said, yeah, I did. He said he could tell by the way I was sitting down here, and the way my eyes kept going to the windows. He said he'd seen the same look a few years back, when he first started to see it himself. I swallowed hard. So then I asked, what was it? He shook his head and said that he didn't know. He explained how he'd asked around, talked to locals and other drivers. Everyone thought it was something else. A skinwalker, a wendigo, something in Spanish that he couldn't remember. He said he didn't think any of the names were right. He said it was something older than the names. So then I asked, what did it want? He was quiet for a while. Then he said that he thought it was curious. He said it followed him for nearly a month, showing up at night, getting a little bit closer each time. He said it never attacked, never tried to get inside his truck. Whatever it was, it wanted to watch. I asked what happened after the month. He said, well, he quit the route, took a pay cut, and switched to a different territory. And he hadn't seen it ever since. I then had to know if he thought it would have done something eventually, if he'd stayed. He looked down then back up, and he said yes, he was sure of it, saying that toward the end of the encounters, he had started hearing sounds, strange clicking noises that sounded threatening and inhuman. He left before I could ask anything else, just up and left, like that was the end of some unspoken appointment. He did drop a few bills on the table for his coffee, but walked out right after that. I watched him as he crossed the parking lot and climbed into his rig and pulled away. After that, my appetite wasn't as big as it was before, so my food sat there getting cold. I was thinking about what he said. The ticking sounds. What would I do if I heard it? The worst run came a few weeks later. I almost didn't take the run. The dispatcher called with a last-minute job. 30 head of cattle that needed to move from a ranch on the Utah side down to a buyer near the border. Short notice, a tight deadline, but the pay was extra, and that made thinking it over much more easy than it should have been. From the start, though, the weather was bad. The sky had a yellow-brown tint to it, the kind you see before a dust storm, and it just makes the atmosphere feel sick. Thing is, I checked the forecast before I left, and it said clear. But forecasts don't mean much out here. I guess you could say the land makes its own weather. I picked up the cattle around noon. The rancher seemed eager to get them loaded, what with the sky looking more menacing by the second. I talked about whether he was expecting a storm, and he said maybe. It was hard to tell. But he said that I should probably get moving if I wanted to beat it, just in case. So I got moving. For the first 2 hours, everything was fine. The road was empty and the cattle were calm. The sky just stayed that ugly yellow, but nothing came of it so far. I was beginning to dare to think I'd make it to the overnight stop before anything hit. But then the wind picked up. It came in from the west, hard and sudden, rocking the trailer on its suspension. I could feel the rig wanting to drift away from me, and I had to correct the steering every few seconds to keep it straight. The dust started a few minutes later. It wasn't a wall of dust, not yet, just a haze that cut visibility down to maybe a quarter mile. The yellow sky turned brown, then gray, then something closer to black, even though it was barely 4 in the afternoon. I slowed down and put my lights on. I kept on driving. Stopping in the middle of the road seemed worse than just pushing through. The wall hit around 4:30. 1 second I could see the road ahead somewhat, faded and dim but visible. The next second, nothingness. Just dark brown. Dirt and grit slamming against the windshield hard enough to sound like hail. The whole truck shuddered in the gusts. I couldn't see the hood of my own rig. I couldn't see anything. So I had to pull over. There was no choice. The shoulder was dirt, and I could feel the tires sink a little as I eased off the pavement. But I got the truck stopped, and I put it in park, killing the engine and sitting there listening to the wind screaming. That dust storm would last 4 hours. I sat in my cab and waited. What else was there to do? The radio was nothing but static and my phone had no signal. It hadn't had signal out there for a good 50 miles. I couldn't see the cattle in the trailer behind me. I could see nothing but brown-gray nothingness pressing against the glass. I snacked on some crackers I had in the glove box and drank warm water from a bottle, and waited. Around 8:30, it died down. It wasn't all at once, but gradual. The wind dropping from a roar to a moan to something like a whisper. The dust thinned out enough that I could see shapes again. The road, then the desert, then the sky, still hazy and no stars. Finally, I got out and I checked on my cattle. They were alive, stressed out, and well dusted, but alive. None of them were down, none of them were injured. They'd literally weathered the storm. I counted heads twice to make sure. All 30 accounted for. I walked around the trailer then, checking the tires, the hitch, the lights. Everything looked okay. The rig was covered in dust too, but functional. I could get back on the road now, make it to the overnight stop in just a couple of hours. I got back in, and the truck wouldn't start. I turned the key and got nothing, not even a click. The battery was so dead, its soul had been snatched into the afterlife. Or perhaps it was the engine. Maybe the dust had gotten in there and fouled something that I couldn't see. I tried it several more times, knowing it wouldn't work, because that's just what humans do. But I was very clearly stuck. And with no cell signal, and with no radio. And I hadn't seen another vehicle on the road in God knows how long. The overnight ranch was still 40 miles away. Much too far to walk, especially at night. Especially with 30 head of cattle I couldn't just leave behind. I was gonna have to wait it out until morning. Wait and hope that someone might come along by then. Or that the truck just decided to start. Maybe my phone would find some signal by then. I got cozy and locked the doors. The first hour was quiet. I watched the dark settle over the desert, watching the last of the dust haze fade into ordinary night. It was a very dark new moon night. Blackness in every direction. Around 10, the cattle started to get restless. I heard them then, shuffling around, hooves on metal and bodies bumping against the trailer walls. Then those low sounds, not quite mooing. It reminded me more of that humming I'd heard before. It was one animal at first, then more of them. A chorus of low vibrations I could feel through the frame of the truck. I turned around and looked through the rear window of the cab. I couldn't see much, just the dark bulk of the trailer behind me. Some vague shapes of cattle moving inside. They were gathering against the far wall again, away from something. I sat very still and listened closely. The wind had died completely. The desert had gone absolutely silent. The blood in my ears was deafening. Then I heard something else. Footsteps circling the truck, something with weight to it, that moved on 2 legs. I could hear it crunching the dirt and gravel outside, the slight drag between steps, a pause as it stopped and then started again. It was walking around me, taking its time. I didn't move. I tried not to breathe. I sat in the dark cab with my hands on the steering wheel and I listened to it circling. Once, twice, 3 times. Each loop taking maybe 2 minutes. Moving slow enough, I could track its position by sound alone. On the 4th circuit, it stopped at the driver's side door. Then there was silence. I could feel it out there. I know it doesn't make sense, but I could feel it. A presence of something taking up space in the dark only a few feet away from me. The cattle had gone completely silent too. No more humming or moving. Even they were too afraid to shift at all. But then I heard breathing. It wasn't coming from me or the cattle. It was coming from outside the window, inches from the glass. These long, slow, moist breaths, like a dog sniffing the air put into slow motion. Sounded like it was tasting the air rather than smelling it. This went on for much too long of a time, several minutes I think, and all the while I sat frozen, not daring to look toward the window. I stared straight ahead, and I listened to that breathing. Eventually, it moved on. I heard the footsteps again, continuing around the truck, past the hood, around to the passenger side, then back toward the trailer, then nothing. I waited. The cattle started to move and make noise again after maybe 20 minutes. It wasn't a panic, but more like stressed movement. Whatever had been out there, the cows now thought it was gone. But I didn't believe them. Around midnight, I heard it on the CB. I'd been trying the radio every half hour or so, just clicking through channels, hoping to catch another driver or a signal from somewhere. All I got was static, 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 and then, on channel 19, something that wasn't static. It was a voice, broken up, fading in and out, but a voice nonetheless. Of course, I assumed it was another trucker. The cadence was right, that slow drawl guys use when they're tired and just want to hear someone talk. But I couldn't make out the words. It was like listening to a baby trying to speak, but with a man's pitch. I picked up the handset. "This is a stranded driver on Route 160. Can anyone read me? I need assistance." The voice stopped. The channel went quiet, but then it came back, and this time it was clearer. When I heard it, my heart nearly gave out.
"This is a stranded driver on Route 160.
I dropped the handset. The voice kept going, repeating parts of what I'd said, sometimes mixing them up. It was trying different combinations.
Stranded driver, need assistance. Can anyone stranded? Anyone read me, driver?"
I turned the radio off. I sat in the dark and listened to the silence and waited for morning. Sometime around 3, I looked up to the windshield, just randomly, and I saw something. It was standing about 50 yards away, at the edge of where my parking lights could reach. Something tall and thin, standing on 2 legs, with a posture so horrible that it couldn't be human, and all the joints were bent backwards. It had that same grub-like white paleness to it that I'd seen on the roadside long ago. Something that had not only never seen the sun, but was also repulsed by it. And the skin looked wet. It glistened. It didn't move,
It stood there, facing my truck, watching me. I couldn't see its face, but I didn't want to. For some amount of time, it stayed like that, with me in the cab and it in the dark, neither of us moving. I know it went on long enough that my eyes began to burn from not blinking. But I was scared to blink. I was scared to take my eyes off of it for even a moment, because if I lost sight of something like that, I would have lost it. But I was in for something worse. Because I kept watching it, I eventually saw it smile. I saw the movement from that distance, the lower part of its face practically splitting open, widening and going too far. Not a human smile at all. Not any kind of smile that belonged in the world of the living. It held that expression for a long time. Then it dropped down to all fours in a single fluid motion and crawled. It was so fast. My very first thought when I saw that was that no man could outrun it if it crawled at them. I'd never been so thankful to be surrounded by metal and glass. It crawled away into the distance until I could no longer see it, and I stayed awake, not wanting to close my eyes for even a second. I watched for any movement. When the sun finally came up, the truck started on the first try. I made the delivery that morning. I drove those last 40 miles in a kind of daze, my hands on the wheel, eyes on the road, but my mind wasn't there. It was somewhere else. The cattle were fine, and the buyer was happy. I collected my paperwork and drove away, and I don't remember any of the rest of the drive. I do know that I called the dispatcher that afternoon and told her I was done. And she was not surprised. She asked if something had happened, and I said no. Just time for a break for me. She said she understood, and that route particularly was hard on people. And she said if I ever wanted to come back, the work would be there. I said thanks, and I hung up. For about a week, I thought that was the end of it. I stayed in my apartment in town and didn't take any jobs, and I barely left my own building. I was like a kid again, but not in the happy way that phrase usually implies. No, I slept with my lights on and the TV still playing, and I told myself the boogeyman was not actually real. What a joke. But my money ran out, as it often does. That's the thing about being independent. No work means no pay, and no pay means the bills stack up quick. Truck payment, insurance, rent, food, all the things people gotta have. I'd been doing okay on the cattle route, putting some aside, but apparently not enough. After 10 days of nothing, I was looking at my accounts and doing math. Stressful math. I started calling around for other work. Different routes, easier cargo. There was a furniture company that needed a driver for a run to California. A construction outfit was looking for someone to haul equipment up to Colorado. I took what I could get. I was back to normal long hours and boring roads. Nothing in the dark, except my own headlights. I started to relax, started to think maybe I would never see anything like that again. After all, the other trucker, the one I'd met at the diner, he said that the incidents stopped once he changed routes, once he got away. But I was wrong. A couple weeks after I quit the cattle route, I was hauling a load of building materials up through the mountains. A late-night run with empty roads. I came around a bend, and my headlights caught something on the shoulder. Pale, low, gone before I could really process it. Just a deer, a coyote, anything, I told myself. But I knew what it was. I knew I'd been followed. A few nights later,
I was parked at a rest stop near the state line, trying to sleep in my cab. I woke up around 2 a.m., that same sudden alertness from before. I looked out the windshield. It was standing at the far end of the parking lot, under a light that flickered every few seconds, tall, motionless, and watching. I started the truck, and I drove until sunrise. After that, I saw it every few days. Never close, never approaching, but always there, it seemed. At the edge of a gas station lot or on an overpass as I drove under, standing in a field beside the highway, visible for a split second. It was following me. It was following me, and the route didn't matter. I went back to Dorothy's place on a Tuesday afternoon. I wasn't even hauling anything. I wasn't supposed to be there. I got in my truck and drove until I was at Dorothy's. She was alone behind the counter when I walked in, and she watched me approach without saying a word. I told her I'd quit the route, and I asked, what does it want from me? Why was it following me? How do I make it stop? She came around the counter and sat down on one of the old chairs by the window, moving like her old bones hurt. She gestured for me to sit across from her. She explained she'd known people this had happened to before. Not many, a handful over the years, going back to when she was young. She said most of them left the area and never came back, and she didn't know what happened to them after that. She said a few had stayed, and eventually the sightings did stop, and they would live out their lives without ever seeing it again. So I wondered out loud, what made the difference? She shook her head. She said she wasn't sure. Her grandmother apparently had some theories, old stories about things that chose people for reasons nobody knew. Said that sometimes things like that just watched. Perhaps at one point they wanted something with an individual and eventually lost interest and moved on. With a gulp, I asked what had been on my mind. What happened to the ones who didn't get lucky? She said they disappeared. One by one, over months or years, they went out into the desert and simply did not come back. She said those that never came back would report hearing clicking sounds before their disappearance. Others reported hearing a voice that sounded very familiar. I instantly thought about the thing I'd heard on the CB radio. I begged her to tell me what I should do. She didn't know. Said the old advice was to never answer when it called and never follow when it led, and to never look it in the face. Beyond that, all anyone could do was wait and hope it lost interest, and she didn't know how long that might take. I thanked her and left after that, driving back home, thinking about everything she'd said. I kept working. I had to. But every run I did felt like borrowed time, like a gamble I might not win. I started driving with a partner whenever I could. Another trucker buddy of mine who didn't ask questions when I said I didn't like running solo anymore. And somehow, the thing didn't show up whenever my friend was in the cab with me. But my friend had his own routes and his own life, and he couldn't be there every time. The very last time I saw it was about 6 months after the night in the dust storm. I was running empty back from a delivery alone in the middle of the night. The road was straight and flat, and I was exhausted. I shouldn't have been driving, but I had to get home. I came over this small rise, and I had to hit the brakes hard because there was something in the road, something standing in my lane on 4 legs, facing my truck, caught fully in the headlights. When I saw its glistening, wet, pale skin, I shuddered. It smiled the same smile I saw before, but then it stepped aside, walking off the road, as if it was letting me through. It stood on the shoulder, even, and it watched me pass as I drove by. I felt like it was telling me something. I didn't speed up and I didn't slow down. I drove normally, and I tried not to scream. That was last year, and I haven't seen it since. But I have had nightmares almost every week. It feels like it's too soon to say that it's gone. I don't want to jinx myself. But I'm so happy and so relieved that I can go back to normal and not live my life looking over my shoulder forever. All I can tell you people who might be listening to or reading this story is be very careful where you drive in the Four Corners region. Beware the roads after dark and where you lay your head on Navajo land. Trucker stories are among my favorite tales to tell. This one was very chilling, and I even got a bit creeped out myself during the dust storm scene. This idea that something that could drag you away to the darkest and secret places of the desert to never be seen again is merely inches away from you through a flimsy semi-truck door. That is something to keep you awake. Good night. Thank you all so much for tuning in to this episode of Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. You can follow me on X at Dark Prevails. Around this time of year, viewers send me their Spotify Wrapped, and it's so crazy and cool to see so many people who listen to my voice year-round. It reminds me that this show, this channel and podcast, it's nothing without all of you. So thank you. And while I have your ear before I go, for those of you craving a relief from the horror and have a crude, gross sense of humor like I do, and you're an adult, check out my YouTube channel and other podcast, Night Watchers, which you can find on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcast app. Come hang out, laugh, and have a more lighthearted time. Until next time, everyone, it's time for me to clock out. But I'll be back again real soon. Appalachia is the most mysterious region in the United States, and is easily one of the most unsettling places in the world. When you think about creepy woods, many Americans will conjure up an image similar to the Appalachian Mountains, and I'm here to tell you that their instincts are spot on. What I'm about to show you is the most disturbing Appalachian story I've ever read. This story is titled The Hanging Tree. It is from a user named Warm Cardigan. When I first read it, it gave me that feeling I got after watching The Grudge for the first time, that I wasn't alone, and that what was there with me was going to drag me away into the darkness. And after you hear this, you may feel that too, along with the sensation of profound loneliness. Some of the names of people and locations in this story have been changed to protect identities. This happened in the fall of 1998. I was 13, in 8th grade. I lived in a small town in eastern Kentucky called Harlan. The typical small town where everyone is acquainted, but also where the mountains are close and the hollers go back so deep that cell phones don't work even now, let alone back then. There were 4 of us that night. Myself, Tyler, Josh, and Kyle. Tyler was our planner, always had been. The kid who organized our D&D campaigns, who mapped out our bike routes and convinced his mom to let him have a BB gun by presenting a 3-page safety protocol he had typed up himself. His parents were the type who went to bed at 9 and trusted him completely, which made his house the obvious choice for what we were planning. Josh was the daredevil, stocky kid, played football, had already been suspended twice that year for fighting. But he wasn't mean. He really was just reckless, the kind of 13-year-old who would jump off the train trestle into the river on a dare. and would steal his dad's truck and drive it around the back pasture. Nothing scared Josh. That's what we used to think. Kyle was the quiet one, skinny and asthmatic. He had to carry an inhaler everywhere. His dad left when he was 8, and his mom worked double shifts at a diner in Middlesboro. Kyle spent most of his time reading. Things like horror novels, survival guides, and anything he could get his hands on at the library. He knew more about local legends than anyone else in town, could tell you which hollers were supposed to be haunted, which old houses had stories attached to them. When Tyler first brought up the idea of camping in Barlow Hollow, it was Kyle who filled in the details we needed to know. The legend went like this. Back in 1952, a man named Vernon Barlow took his twin daughters camping in the hollow that bore his family name. The girls were 12 years old, identical, named Sarah and Mary. They went out one Friday afternoon, and by Sunday, only Vernon came back. He was covered in scratches, half out of his mind, rambling about how the girls had wandered off in the night and that he could not find them. The sheriff organized search parties. They combed those woods for 2 weeks and never found a trace of those girls. Not their sleeping bags, not their clothes, nothing. They were just gone. The town turned on Vernon fast. People started to say he had done something to them, that he had killed his own daughters and made up a story to get away with it. The whispering got louder and meaner. Someone had painted murderer on his house. His wife left and moved back to Virginia. 3 months after the camping trip, Vernon oak tree deep in the hollow. Allegedly, he had left a note that said, "I didn't hurt them, and I'm sorry I could not find them." After that, people avoided Barlow Hollow. Stories started circulating. Hikers would report hearing children singing in the woods at night. One hunter swore he saw 2 girls in old-fashioned dresses standing on a ridge, watching him. A couple camping there in the 70s packed up and left in the middle of the night, refusing to talk about what they'd seen, but warning people not to go out there. By the time we were teenagers, most people dismissed it as a local legend. But Kyle had done some research. He claimed to have found newspaper articles from 1952 at the library. The girls were real, he said. The disappearance was real. Vernon's suicide was very, very real. "So what do you think happened?" I asked him one day at lunch. Kyle shrugged and picked at his sandwich. "I think someone or something in those woods took them, and whatever it was is still out there." Then Tyler got the idea. "We should go," he said, grinning. "Overnight camping trip, Halloween weekend, see if anything weird happens." Josh immediately agreed. Of course he did. The chance to prove he wasn't scared of some ghost story, well, he was in. I hesitated. I wasn't scared, but I wasn't exactly thrilled about spending a night in supposedly haunted woods either. Still, I didn't want to be the one who chickened out. "What about you?" asked Kyle. "You're the expert on this. Are you coming?" Kyle had this look on his face, reminded me of the face I would make if I was stumped on a math problem. Eventually, he nodded. "Yeah, I'll come. But we need to do it right. Bring actual camping gear and not just sleeping in bags on the ground. And we need lots of batteries for the flashlights. We don't want to chance them going out. And no splitting up, no matter what." "Deal," Tyler said. 2 days later, Kyle brought us to the Harlan Public Library after school. The building was old, built sometime in the 50s, I think. Had a musty smell that all old libraries seem to have. Mrs. Kemper, the librarian, knew Kyle by name. The kid was there at least twice a week. "Research project," Kyle told her when she asked what we needed. She directed us to the microfilm room in the back, a cramped space with 2 machines that looked like they belonged in a museum. Kyle had already marked the dates he wanted. Dates from the year 1952. The way he threaded the film through the machine was actually impressive. We crowded around the screen as he scrolled. There it was, on the screen, on the front page of a newspaper. It said, "Local girls missing after camping trip." Below it was a photo of 2 girls, identical, just like the legend said, standing in front of a house. They wore matching dresses and had their dark hair in braids. They looked like any other 12-year-olds from that era. Normal and happy. Kyle scrolled down. We read the article in silence. Father returns from camping trip without daughters. Massive search underway. Sheriff requests volunteers. "Keep going," Tyler said. Kyle scrolled through the next weeks. More articles. Search continues. No sign of missing girls. Father claims they vanished from tent. Some in town skeptical of father's account. Then another. Father of missing girls questioned. This article was more pointed. Vernon Barlow had been taken in for questioning. Several townsfolk had come forward with concerns. No charges were actually filed, but the implication was clear. A month later, another newspaper. Search for Barlow girls called off. The official word was that the girls had likely died of exposure, and their bodies would be found sometime in spring. But the article included quotes from town residents. Half believed Vernon had done something. The other half thought he was being railroaded. About a month and a half after that, there was a small article, bottom of page 3. Local man found dead. Vernon Barlow, 41, hanging from tree in Barlow Hollow. Death ruled suicide. Note found at scene. Kyle zoomed in on the last line. The note, according to sheriff's deputies, contained an apology but no confession. "Jesus," Josh muttered. "There's more," Kyle said. He pulled out a folder from his backpack. Inside were photocopies of more articles. These from the 60s, 70s, 80s. Stories about Barlow Hollow. A hunter in 1967 reported hearing children crying. A couple camping there in 1973 left their campsite in the middle of the night and refused to go back for their gear. A teenage boy in 1981 was found walking on the highway at around 3 a.m., 5 miles from the hollow, barefoot and not making any sense. He was saying he'd seen 2 girls in old-fashioned dresses standing in his campsite and that they'd been singing. "Every few years," Kyle said, "something happens out there, always around Halloween, always involving kids or teenagers. Nobody's died, as far as I can find, but people see things and they hear things." "Then why haven't they closed it off?" I asked. "It's not official land, just old Barlow family property that nobody claimed after Vernon died. The county doesn't maintain it, doesn't patrol it, and most people just avoid it." Tyler leaned back in his chair. "So what do you think really happened to those girls?" Kyle closed the folder. "I think something in those woods took them, like I said. Something is still out there, and I think it shows itself to people sometimes. Maybe it's looking for something. I don't know. Maybe..." He stopped. "Maybe what?" Josh asked. "Maybe it's looking for replacements." I felt a chill. "You know," I said slowly, "we don't have to go through with this. We could just forget about it." Tyler shook his head. "Oh, come on. It's just stories, like a fairy tale. People getting spooked in the dark, their imagination goes wild, and they reach for the closest possible explanation for it. An explanation like a local legend." "It could be that," Kyle agreed, but he didn't sound completely convinced. As we were leaving the library, Mrs. Kemper stopped us at the checkout desk. She had been reshelling old books nearby. Must have overheard some of our conversation. "You boys planning to go out to Barlow Hollow?" she asked. We exchanged glances, and Kyle nodded. "Just curious about the history." Mrs. Kemper set down her stack of books. She was maybe 50 years old at the time and had worked at the library for as long as I could remember. My brother went out there in 1977 himself, when he was 17. He went with 3 friends. Thought they were going to have an adventure. In fact, it was sometime in the fall, too. She paused. Then, they set up camp right where Vernon Barlow allegedly camped with his own daughters. My brother said they heard singing that night. Children's voices. They tried to ignore it, but then things started to happen. From what I heard, the tent unzipped itself, and they saw shapes moving in the trees. One of them swore he saw 2 little girls watching them from the woods. What happened? Josh asked. They ran. Left all their gear and ran. My brother wouldn't talk about it for weeks. When he finally did, he said something was wrong about those girls, like they hadn't been alive for a long time. She looked at each of us in turn. He made me promise never to go out there. Said there was something in those woods that wasn't right. Did your brother ever go back? Kyle asked. No, he joined the army right after high school. Then after that, he moved to Georgia. I did ask him about it once, years later. He said he still had nightmares about those girls, about what they might have done if his group hadn't run. Mrs. Kemper picked up her books again. I know you boys probably think it's just stories, that you're too smart to be scared by legends. But I'm telling you, you shouldn't go out there, especially not on Halloween. Whatever's in Barlow Hollow is not right. I trust my brother's word. We thanked her and left. Outside in the afternoon light, none of us spoke for a while, until Tyler said, "She was just trying to scare us. It's what old people do." I don't know about that, I said. Kyle kept quiet the walk home. I noticed he kept his hand in his jacket pocket, where he'd put that folder of newspaper clippings, like he was holding on to proof of something he wished wasn't real. Well, we're gonna find out, Tyler said. We spent the next couple of weeks planning. Tyler told his parents we were having a sleepover at his place to play video games all night, and they were fine with that. They would be heading to Lexington for the weekend to visit his grandmother anyway, so they'd be gone. His older sister, Melissa, would technically be in charge, but she was 19. She was mostly concerned with her boyfriend, so we knew she wouldn't check in on us. The plan was simple. Wait until Tyler's parents officially left around 3 p.m., gather our things, and hike into Barlow Hollow before dark. Then we'd set up camp and just hang out, see what happens. As I'm typing this, I can kind of feel the stupid feeling I get when I think back on this event. How absolutely foolish it was for some 13-year-old boys with no wilderness experience to go roughing it in the country at night, and hiding that fact from the family that could protect them or help them, all to chase some ghost story. If our parents had known about that, they would have killed us. But we felt like we were gonna live forever. We were all teenage boys once, unless you're a girl reading or listening to this, but you know what I mean. It was October 30th, 1998, on a Friday afternoon. Tyler's parents pulled out of the driveway at about 3:07 p.m. We watched eagerly, or perhaps nervously, from his bedroom window until their Taurus disappeared around the bend. Melissa was already in the living room with her boyfriend Brad, some 19-year-old guy who was a dropout and worked at the local AutoZone. They barely glanced at us as we hauled our backpacks through the kitchen. "We're gonna set up the tent in the backyard," Tyler called out to her. "Whatever," Melissa said. She didn't even look away from the TV. "Don't be too loud." Perfect. I had my dad's old camping backpack with a sleeping bag, a flashlight, some granola bars that I'd taken from the pantry. Tyler brought a tent, a 4-person Coleman that had seen better days, but still, that was basically luxury for us kids out there. Josh brought a rope, a knife, and a baseball bat, because of course he did. Kyle had the most practical gear: a real camping stove, water bottles, a first aid kit, and a trail map of the area he'd gotten from the ranger station. The trailhead to Barlow Hollow was about 2 miles from Tyler's house, down some old road and up a dirt path that most people had forgotten existed. We rode our bikes as far as we could, then hid them in the brush near the trail marker. By then, it was 4:30 p.m. when we started to hike. We had maybe 2 hours of good daylight left. The trail was narrow and overgrown. It wasn't maintained at all. The old road had long been reclaimed by forest. The undergrowth was thick, making it hard to see in any direction. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Josh asked, about half an hour into our hike. Kyle checked his map. "Yeah, the hollow opens up about another mile ahead. There's a clearing near a creek. That's where Vernon took his daughters. That's where we should camp." Something about the way he said it made my skin feel weird. He didn't just say it's where Vernon camped. He said it was where Vernon took his daughters, like Kyle was being specific for a reason. The temperature dropped as we got deeper. Not unusual for October in these mountains, but noticeable. I zipped up my jacket. We passed an old foundation, just crumbling stones covered in moss. Kyle stopped to look at it. "I'm pretty sure that's the Barlow family homestead," he said. "It burned down in 1965 and nobody rebuilt it." "Great," Josh muttered. "Haunted woods with abandoned houses. This is like every horror movie ever." "It's not a movie," Kyle said quietly. "It's real." We kept walking. The woods changed as we went deeper into the hollow. The trees were older here, with massive trunks that had to be 100 years old or more. The underbrush thinned out, replaced by a carpet of dead leaves that crunched under our feet. It was quiet. Too quiet. We heard only 3 things out there: our footsteps, our breathing, and the wind. Tyler stopped abruptly. "You guys hear that?" We became statues and listened. At first, I didn't hear a thing, but then I caught this distant sound. Almost like humming, or maybe singing, but so faint I couldn't be sure if it wasn't just the wind in the trees. "Gotta be the wind," I said, trying to sound confident for the sake of my friends. "Yeah," Josh agreed, but he'd gone quiet. Josh was never quiet. We found the clearing at about 6 p.m. It was exactly like Kyle had described, a flat area near a creek, sheltered by a ring of trees. There was even an old fire pit, just a circle of blackened stones. Someone had camped here before, maybe somewhat recently. "This is it," Kyle said. "This is where they camped." We got to work setting up. Tyler and I wrestled with the tent while Josh gathered firewood. Kyle got the camping stove working and started boiling water for instant ramen. By the time we had everything set up, the sun was below the ridgeline and the hollow was filling with shadows. We ate dinner sitting around the fire pit. Josh had gotten a fire going using some newspaper and matches. The ramen was terrible, but we were hungry enough not to care. For a while, it almost felt normal. Just 4 friends camping out, telling dumb jokes, trying to one-up each other with gross-out stories from school. But as it got darker, the mood shifted. The woods around us were completely black then. Our fire created a small bubble of light, maybe 15 feet across, and beyond that, there was nothing. Just pure darkness. You don't get that kind of pitch black in town, where there's always streetlights or porch lights or the glow from someone's TV in the window. Out here, when you looked past the fire, you couldn't see a thing. Just blackness. "So," Josh said, poking at the fire with a stick. What actually happened to those girls? I mean, what do you think? Kyle looked up, his face somewhat lit by the fire. Nobody knows for sure. The search parties never found any bodies, and no evidence of an attack or a struggle. Nothing. What did Vernon say happened beyond just he lost them? I asked. He told the sheriff they were sleeping in the tent. He woke up at around 2 a.m. and both girls were simply gone. He searched all night, calling out their names. By the time the sun came up, he couldn't even figure out which direction to go. The woods had confused him. How do you get confused in woods like this? Tyler asked. They're not that big. You'd be surprised, Kyle said. People get disoriented in the forest all the time, especially at night. Your sense of direction breaks down, you think you're walking straight, but you're actually going in circles. So maybe he killed them, and he made up the story, Josh said. Kyle shook his head. I don't think so. Vernon's wife said he was devastated, lost 30 pounds after they disappeared. He couldn't eat, he couldn't sleep, and the note he left before he hanged himself. People who fake that kind of thing don't usually admit failure. They either claim innocence outright or don't leave a note at all. But Vernon apologized for not finding his kids. To me, that sounds like a man who tried and failed. Then who took them? I asked. Kyle stared into the fire. Probably someone that lives in these woods, or used to. Or something else. We sat there for a while after that. The fire crackled and the creek gurgled somewhere in the darkness. And behind all of it, underneath it, I kept thinking I heard that sound again. The humming or singing, whatever it was. You guys hear that? Tyler asked. So it wasn't just me. We all listened. This time it was clearer. A high-pitched sound, almost musical. Like children's voices singing a song I almost recognized, but couldn't quite place. Wind, Josh said. That's not wind, Kyle said. The singing got a little louder, still distant but distinct now. Two voices harmonizing. Young voices. Screw this, Josh said and stood up. I'm calling it. This is too weird. Let's pack up and just go home. It's pitch black out there, Tyler said. We'd get lost trying to hike back. But you just said people don't get lost in woods like this. I was wrong. Kyle's right. If you go out there freaked out, without proper direction, acting all scared, you're gonna get lost. Then we'll wait till morning. What are we trying to get away from? Kyle asked. From singing? Maybe it's just other campers. Out here, on Halloween weekend? Josh shook his head. Nobody camps out here. We did, I pointed out. And the fire pit didn't look too old. Looked like someone had camped out here at least within the same week. That's when the singing stopped. The silence that followed matched the darkness around us, so utterly complete that it felt unreal. It has to be our imagination, Tyler said. We psyched ourselves out with ghost stories. We mistook the wind blowing through something in a weird way, and it made a sound. That's it. Nobody responded. We sat there and fed the fire and looked at each other on occasion. But damn, the woods felt different then. I need to go to the bathroom, Josh announced, standing up. He grabbed his flashlight. Don't go too far, Kyle said. Stay where we can see your light. It's just gonna be like 20 feet. Relax. We watched Josh's flashlight bob into the trees. He moved just beyond the edge of our firelight, and we could hear him unzipping his jeans and the sound of him going on leaves. But then his light went out. Josh? Tyler called. No reply. Josh, that's not funny. The flashlight came back on, jerking wildly. We heard crashing through the undergrowth, and Josh came sprinting back into the clearing, his jeans barely zipped. His face was white. "What happened?" I asked. Josh bent over, hands on his knees. He was panting. "I saw..." He stopped. Then he shook his head. "Nothing. It was nothing." "Bull crap," Tyler said. "What was it?" "I said nothing." Josh's voice was sharp. He wouldn't look at us. "My flashlight just flickered for a second. It freaked me out, okay? I think the batteries are loose or something." But Josh was shaking. His hands were trembling. Kyle saw it too. "Josh, tell us what you saw." Josh finally admitted it. "Look, I'll say it, but don't call me crazy. And you asked. I thought I felt someone standing behind me, like breath on my neck. And when my light just flickered out, I turned around, and I swear, there was something right there. Right freaking there. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it. But then I heard..." He stopped again. "Heard what?" "Like breathing. Someone with a really bad cold, though. It was wet and rattly. That's when my light came back on, and there was just nothing there. But I felt like someone was watching me." The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, an owl called. "We should go into the tent," I said. "Maybe being inside somewhere will help. Out here we're too exposed. We're just creeping each other out." "Yeah," Tyler agreed quickly. Too quickly for him. We doused most of the fire, leaving just enough to keep it smoldering, and crawled into the tent. It was cramped with all four of us, sleeping bags overlapping. Tyler had brought a battery-powered lantern, which he hung from the tent's ceiling hook. The light was weak, but better than nothing. "This is stupid," Josh muttered, zipping up his sleeping bag. "We're letting some weird sounds freak us out." "Better safe than sorry," Kyle said. He had his inhaler out and took a puff. His asthma always seemed to get worse whenever he was stressed out. I noticed Kyle hadn't taken off his shoes. We all had. Sleeping bags are warmer that way, and it's just more comfortable to not have shoes in your bag. But Kyle still had his boots on inside his sleeping bag. A small detail, by the way, something that just stuck with me, like he was ready to run. We lay there in our sleeping bags, not really sleeping, just listening. For a while, there was nothing. Normal forest sounds, sure, like the wind in the trees and the creek nearby, the occasional crack of a branch settling. I must have dozed off, because I jerked awake to Tyler grabbing my arm. "Don't move," he whispered. "Don't make a sound." My heart instantly lurched. "What?" "Just don't move." I stayed frozen. Tyler was next to me, rigid in his sleeping bag. He was staring straight up at the tent ceiling, and his eyes were huge. I followed what he was looking at. There was nothing there, just the dim lantern light and the tent fabric. "Tyler, what?" "She was just there," he whispered. "Right there, inches from my face." I felt goosebumps on my skin. "Who was?" "One of the girls. Dead. She was hanging upside down from the tent ceiling, looking at me. Her face was right in front of mine, so close I could even smell her, like dirt and something rotten." "You were dreaming." "I wasn't dreaming. I was awake. I've been awake this whole time, man. I can't sleep." His voice shook. "I opened my eyes and she was just there, hovering over me, and smiling. Half her face was normal and the other half was rotted off. I could see bone, and her eyes, they didn't reflect light at all. They were just black holes. Josh stirred on the other side of the tent. What's going on? Nothing, Tyler said quickly. Go back to sleep. But Josh was sitting up now. So was Kyle, both looking at Tyler. What happened? Kyle asked. Tyler took a shaky breath. I think I saw one of the girls. Maybe I dreamed it after all. I don't know. What'd she do? Kyle inquired. Nothing. She just looked at me for a long time. Her head was tilted and her mouth was open wide. It looked like her jaw had been broken. She was making this wet clicking sound every time she breathed. I wanted to scream or move or something, but I couldn't. All I could do was lie there and let her look at me. He paused. But then Josh moved in his sleep, and when I blinked, she was gone. We all looked at each other in the dim lantern light. We'd all heard the singing earlier. We'd all felt that something was wrong in these woods. Do you know how long she was there? I asked. Tyler checked his watch. I don't know. It felt like forever, honestly. But maybe 20 minutes? Half an hour? He was starting to look sick. The worst part was her smile. She looked so happy, so excited. I was right, guys. We should have left. We should leave now, Josh said. Right now. I don't care how dark it is. And go where? Kyle asked. We're 2 miles from the trailhead and none of us know these woods at night. We're more likely to fall off a cliff or break an ankle than make it back safely. So we just sit here and wait? We stay together, Kyle said. We keep the lantern on, and at first light we pack up and leave when it's safe. That made sense to me, but that also meant hours of sitting in this tent, waiting, knowing something was out there. Let's do shifts, Tyler suggested. 2 awake, 2 asleep. That way, someone's always watching, and someone's always keeping an eye on the other person, in case they try to doze off. We agreed. Josh and I took the first shift while Tyler and Kyle tried to sleep. I checked my watch. It was 11:47 p.m., so we would switch at 1:30 a.m. The next hour and a half or so crawled by. Josh and I sat back to back in the center of that tent, watching in opposite directions. The lantern made our shadows look weird, stretched out and mutated. Every sound outside made us jump. I heard something small scurry through the leaves, and at another point, I heard a wet dragging sound, moving past the tent about 30 feet away. But it didn't come closer than that. Then 1:30 a.m. arrived. We woke up Tyler and Kyle. My turn to try to sleep. I honestly didn't think I could sleep. Not after being startled awake by Tyler's, visions, I guess. But exhaustion pulled me under. I had confused, fragmented dreams about running through the woods or looking for someone and someone calling my name. Sometime later, I woke up to Kyle shaking me. Get up, he whispered urgently. Tyler's gone. I basically jumped up. Kyle and Josh were both awake, and Tyler's sleeping bag was empty. The tent flap had been unzipped. What do you mean gone? The 2 of you were supposed to be awake. I don't know, he was there 5 minutes ago, Kyle said. I swear, I was watching the tent flap and Josh was watching the back. Neither of us saw him leave, but he's gone. Tyler! Josh called, not bothering to whisper anymore. Tyler! No response. We scrambled out of the tent. The fire had died down to just ashes. Our clearing was lit only by weak moonlight filtering through the trees. I grabbed a flashlight and looked over the area. Tyler! I shouted. Then we heard something. Something I'll never forget. It was this strangled, choking sound from somewhere in the woods, up the slope maybe 50 yards away. We ran toward the sound, panic flooding my veins. I could hear Kyle wheezing behind me, struggling to keep up. There! Josh yelled. My flashlight found him. There was Tyler, hanging from a tree. A vine had been wrapped around his neck like a noose, and his feet were dangling 2 feet off the ground. His face was turning purple, eyes bulging out of his head. His hands clawed desperately at the vine, but it was too tight. Tyler! I screamed. Josh got there first. He was tall enough that he could grab Tyler's legs and lift him, creating some slack in the vine. I fumbled with my knife and started to saw at the thing. It was thick and tough, but the blade was just sharp enough. Kyle joined me, both of us cutting frantically. The vine snapped. Tyler and Josh crashed to the ground in a heap. Tyler gasped, sucking in air. His hands went to his throat, feeling the deep groove the vine left on him. "You're okay," Josh said. "You're okay, man, just breathe." We knelt around him while he coughed and gasped. It took maybe 2 minutes before he could talk. "What happened?" I asked. "How did you get out here?" Tyler shook his head. His voice was raspy. "I don't know. I don't remember leaving the tent. I was just sitting there, keeping watch. I heard someone call my name from outside. It sounded like Josh, but he was next to me. Looked like he had dozed off, and Kyle was looking in the opposite direction. I was half asleep. I just went outside, and the moment I did, I wasn't in the clearing anymore. I was just in the middle of the woods, and I felt something around my neck. The vine was already wrapped around my throat. I tried to pull it off, but it tightened, and it lifted me up." He looked at us, his eyes wide with terror. "It lifted me up on its own. There was no one there, no one I could see. The vine just pulled me up like a rope over a pulley." "That's impossible," Josh said. I know what I felt. That thing was alive or something." "You two were supposed to keep an eye on him, on us," I said. Josh looked angry and guilty at the same time, but didn't say anything. But Kyle did retort. "Look, we're all tired. It makes sense that we didn't see him slip out. There's nothing we can do now. It's over." I sighed. He was right. Even so, one of us was nearly killed. And by what? By who? You expect me to believe that one of my friends just sleepwalked outside in the middle of the woods, tied a perfect noose around his neck, and tried to hang himself? Kyle looked around nervously. "We need to go. Now. I don't care if it's dark anymore. We need to get out of here." "All right," I said. "Let's do it." We started back toward the clearing. Tyler leaned on Josh, one hand still on his throat. We moved slowly, flashlights scanning ahead. But immediately, something was terribly wrong. We had run uphill to find Tyler. I remember that so clearly. We should have been going downhill back to camp, but the ground stayed level. When we'd been running, it had taken about 2 minutes. But we walked for over 5 and still had not found the clearing. "Oh man, are we going the right way?" Josh asked. Kyle checked his compass, a gift from his grandfather. He stared at it, shook it, stared again. That's not right." "What?" The needle. It's bouncing all over the place. It won't settle on one direction." We all looked at it. Sure enough, the compass needle was bouncing from one side to the other, like it couldn't decide on true north. "Do compasses just break like that?" Tyler rasped. "It's not broken," Kyle said quietly. "It's like there's a big magnet nearby interfering with it." "Then which way do we go?" I asked. Nobody knew. We picked a direction and walked. After 10 minutes, we found ourselves in a small clearing. It looked familiar. It was our camp, our tent, our dead fire, our scattered gear. But the direction we had been going, that wasn't back to camp. How we got back here, I have no idea. "Nothing's making sense, guys," Josh said.
What if this, Kyle began. What if this is what happened to Vernon Barlow? He said the woods confused him, made him walk in circles. Maybe the woods didn't want him to find his daughters. The woods don't just take people, Kyle, Tyler said. I know that, but I'm sure you all agree it feels like someone or something doesn't want us to leave. A sound cut through the darkness. That singing again. But this time it was much closer, right on the edge of our clearing. Two voices harmonizing, singing something that might have been a lullaby once, but not anymore. In a matter of moments, we saw them. Two small figures standing at the tree line, small enough to be children. They were swaying slightly, like they were dancing to their own music. "Oh God," Josh whispered. Then the singing stopped. "Let's just get in the tent," I said. "I know we want to leave, we all want to go back home, but we're just gonna get lost out here. That much is obvious." The others nodded. I know we sounded wishy-washy, but you have to understand, by that point, we were too scared to do much of anything. We lay inside the tent, back in our sleeping bags, not sleeping. Nobody keeping watch. We just lay there, listening. My watch said 2:50 a.m. It would only be about 3 more hours until dawn. We just had to make it 3 more hours. Eventually, I did doze off, but I woke up suddenly once again with that disoriented feeling you get when you don't know what time it is or what woke you up. The lantern was still on, but dimmer now. The batteries were dying. I could see Tyler on my left, mouth open, snoring quietly. I was relieved to see him doing okay enough to sleep. Josh was on my right, facing away from me. But Kyle was sitting up. He was staring at the tent wall. "Kyle," I whispered. He didn't say anything, but he kept staring. I sat up, my sleeping bag rustling. "Kyle, you okay?" Slowly he turned to look at me, and when I saw his face, he looked sick, his eyes wide and skin glistening with sweat and pale. "Do you hear it?" he whispered. I listened. At first, there was nothing, but then I heard it. That wet, dragging sound I'd heard before. Closer now, like something being pulled through mud. It was moving around the outside of our tent, slowly. "What is that?" I breathed. Kyle held up a finger to his lips. I nodded. The dragging sound moved from the side of the tent to the front. Then it stopped. For a long moment, we heard nothing else, until breathing. Heavy, wet breathing, with a sort of rattling or clicking sound at the back of the throat. It was right outside the tent flap. Something pressed against the tent wall, making this indentation in the fabric. It looked like someone's hand, but emaciated, every single bit of fat and excess skin removed. Kyle grabbed my arm, gripping me tight. He held onto his inhaler in his other hand. Then we watched the tent zipper beginning to move. Not quickly. It was slow, one tooth at a time. Someone was unzipping our tent from the outside. I wanted to scream, to wake up Tyler and Josh, to run, but I couldn't move, and I could barely even breathe. I watched that zipper slide down, inch by inch, and then the tent flap opened. For a moment, there was nothing but darkness. But then, 2 small hands reached through the opening. The hands of a child. But the skin was mottled and gray and black, like something that had been in water for too long. The fingernails were cracked and broken, and a smell came through. Rot and earth. like a blender filled with blended up earthworms and dirt, but left for weeks. Kyle made a small sound in his throat. The hand spread the tent flap wider. That was when I saw her face. A little girl, maybe 12 years old. She might have been pretty once, but she wasn't anymore. Half her face was normal, smooth skin and dark eyes. The other half was decayed, skin pulling back to show bone underneath. Her hair was matted and full of leaves, and she was smiling. Behind her, I saw the other one. An identical face, with almost identical rot, except that one's eyes had become black pits. Her head tilted sideways too far, vertebrae cracking. Her neck made a wet sliding sound, like flesh moving over exposed bone, and she kept smiling. Kyle's breathing was getting faster. He was slowly bringing the inhaler to his mouth, trying to use it, but he was shaking too hard. All at once, the first girl tried to crawl into the tent. I screamed. Tyler and Josh jumped awake. "What the hell?" Tyler started. Get out! Run! I screamed. I didn't go towards the tent opening. I scrambled backward, tripping over our things. Tyler saw the girl, and his eyes went huge. He froze up, and I heard him saying, "Holy crap, holy crap." We exploded out of that tent, ripping a hole through the back. Cold air hit my face, and I stumbled back into the clearing. Josh was right behind me. Tyler came out last, saying, "Where's Kyle?" I looked back at the tent. Kyle was still inside. The tent was shaking, thrashing like animals fighting in there. "Kyle!" Tyler screamed. The thrashing stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. But seconds later, Kyle came crawling out of the tent, breathing so hard, too hard, each breath a wheeze. "My inhaler," he gasped. "I can't find it." I looked at our tent, or what remained of it. It was now a flat pile of nylon and a mixed bundle of rods, but there were no shapes underneath anymore. The girls we had seen, the one that had crawled into the tent, they were gone. I swallowed hard and crawled under the fabric. I found the opening and began to dig around until I felt Kyle's inhaler. I came back out and handed it to him. "Here." "Thank you," he said, and he inhaled. "We need to go now," Josh demanded. "Which way do we go, Josh?" I asked. "We tried leaving once before. We tried coming back before. Nothing makes sense out here. No matter what we do, it's a gamble." It was still completely dark. I couldn't see the trail. There was no way we could tell what direction we'd come from to make it out of these woods. "The creek," Kyle wheezed. "Follow the creek downstream. It leads back to the road." That sounded like a good idea. So we ran. I don't remember much of the next few minutes. I was focused on not tripping under my own feet, trying to ignore my burning lungs, hoping that we weren't being followed, even though I was sure we were. That singing continued. Not constant. It was intermittent, but it was there, from one direction or another, reminding us that they were out there, those girls. At one point, Kyle told us not to listen to it, to just keep going. I honestly had no idea where we were going, no sense of direction, just away. We had to get away. Suddenly, "There!" Tyler pointed. Through the trees, there was a flashlight beam moving. "Help!" Josh screamed. The light changed direction, coming towards us now. A voice called out, "Who's out here?" Soon a man stood before us holding a flashlight and a hunting rifle. He looked to be in his 60s, wearing a camouflage jacket. Behind him was a truck, parked on what looked like an old logging road. "Please," Tyler gasped. "Something's been chasing us in the woods." The man lifted his flashlight and swept it over the trees. "Where?" We all turned to look. Nothing. Just dark forest. No movement, no wet dragging sounds, no girls, no singing. "There was something there," Josh said. "I swear to God something was following us."
The man looked us over real good. 4 terrified teenagers covered in scratches, no camping gear except for what we were wearing. "You boys been camping out here? In Barlow Hollow?" We nodded. He sighed. "Damn fools, don't you know better than to camp here? Especially this time of year?" We didn't say anything, but the man didn't need an answer. He told us, "Just get in the truck. I'll drive you back to town." We did what he said. On the ride there, we discovered the man's name was Ray. We told him instead of town, he could drop us off at Tyler's place. He regaled us with stories about hunting. Nothing scary. I think he read the room. By the time we made it back to Tyler's place, it was like 4:30 a.m. Surprisingly, the lights were on inside. Melissa and Brad were still up, waiting on the porch. When Melissa saw us, she said, "You guys look like crap. Where have you been?" I could tell Tyler was startled to see that his sister cared and had paid enough attention to notice he was gone. I fell in the creek. We got turned around, maybe got lost a little." "Where's your camping stuff?" It's still out in the woods. I'll go get it tomorrow. Don't tell Mom or Dad." Melissa rolled her eyes but didn't press us. We trudged upstairs to Tyler's room and collapsed on the floor. Way better than some sleeping bags in the woods. "Did that really just happen?" Tyler asked. "Did we eat some bad food?" And for the first time in several hours, I laughed. We had all passed out from fear and exhaustion, and the next thing we knew, light was streaming through the window. It was morning. I sat up slowly, every muscle in my body aching and screaming. Tyler was still asleep on his bed, snoring. Josh was curled up on the floor near the door. I looked around. My heart skipped a beat. "Where's Kyle?" I asked. Josh stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. "What?" "Kyle! Where is Kyle?" We searched the room, the hallway, the bathroom. Kyle wasn't here. "Just calm down, guys. He probably went home," Tyler said. But my gut twisted. That wrong feeling I felt the entire night before came back. So we decided to call Kyle's house. We used Tyler's landline. It rang 4 times, and then his mom picked up. "Hello?" she said. "Hi, this is Ryan. Is Kyle home?" She answered. "Kyle? Honey, Kyle's in bed. He's been asleep since last night. Is everything okay?" I didn't expect to hear that. My first assumption was that Kyle had lied to his parents about the sleepover for some reason and had snuck back before he got caught. But that wasn't like Kyle. Kyle was a goody two-shoes, so to speak. Betraying his mother or father's trust was not like him. And what reason would he have to lie about the sleepover? I mean, Tyler was the one risking the punishment. He's there at your house?" "Yes, he's been home all night. He had a really bad asthma attack yesterday evening, so I told him he couldn't go to Tyler's sleepover. He was pretty upset about missing it, but he needed to rest." I froze up for a second. She was certain he had been there all night, but that defied everything I knew. "Ryan, are you there?" "Yeah, sorry. Can I talk to him?" "Sorry, he's still sleeping. It was a rough night. Can you call back later or come over sometime?" Sure. Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye." I hung up. Tyler and Josh stared at me. "What'd she say?" "She says Kyle's been home all night. Said he had an asthma attack yesterday and couldn't come out." No. Someone's messing with us," Josh said. "He was with us all night. We all saw him and talked to him and hung out." "I know. Why would he lie about it?" Tyler asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Was he lying? Was his mom lying? What was going on? We all nearly jumped out of our skins when the phone rang. Tyler picked it up. Josh and I waited
listening to Tyler go, "Yeah, cool, okay, see ya," and then hung up after a few minutes. He looked at us wide-eyed. "That was Kyle," Tyler said. "Well, what'd he say?" "Well, he begged his mom to be able to call us back after he knew that we called. But he told me he'd been home all night." Josh rubbed his head. "Oh, come on. Someone's messing with us. It's gotta be Kyle." I looked at him. "Yeah, could be, but why? Kyle has never pranked us before. He's not really like that." We decided we would grill him on it come Monday. We would see each other again at school, and take the rest of the weekend to just relax, try to forget what happened. Enough time to convince ourselves it was just a dream, or delirium caused by 4 friends pressuring each other into being scared. Or was it 3 friends? Come Monday at school, Kyle didn't show up. We went the whole school day, wondering what happened to Kyle. His asthma must have been pretty bad, maybe some sort of extended episode from the weekend. We'd have to get our answers later, we thought. That evening after school, I tried to call his house, but nobody would answer. I called Tyler and Josh separately, and both of them had been trying to get a hold of Kyle or his parents, but they got no response either. I learned the next evening that Kyle had died. Apparently, the night of the very day we called him, he just didn't wake up. Kyle passed away in his sleep, some sort of issue where he just stopped breathing. His parents were a wreck, and I couldn't blame them. Josh, Tyler, and I were never the same either. We weren't sure how to handle death in our lives, let alone the death of someone we loved and were so close to. We had just talked to him, really, and he sounded normal. He sounded healthy, but he was gone before we ever got to ask him about anything. The next time we saw Kyle again was in a casket. After that, the 3 of us made it a regular thing to go to his grave. We hung out, talking to him like he was still there, coping the way young teenagers would try to do. But what started as a weekly thing soon became monthly, then every other month, every other year, and life went on without Kyle. This story sounds crazy, and I can't tell you exactly what happened that night, but I will tell you that we never got answers. The 3 of us never figured out if Kyle had actually joined us, or if he hadn't. Was it the real Kyle out there? Or was it someone else? Or was Kyle lying in his last moments? If so, why would someone who had never done that to us before do that on his dying day? I just don't know. But this is my story, and I can't thank you enough for reading or listening to it. That's how the story ends. I'll leave it to you, as usual, to decide whether to believe or disbelieve. The forests of Appalachia overflow with mystery and even terror. Be careful where you tread. This story, while recording it, was one of the rare few where certain moments gave me chills, had me turning around in my computer chair to make sure I was still alone in my office. It's not often that a story comes my way quite like this one. Thank you for listening. This has been Unexplained Encounters. I'm Darkness Prevails. You can find this podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Before I go, I want to announce something exciting. I've teamed up with Coffee Ride of Boulder, Colorado, to create our very own morning brew coffee. Over weeks, the crew and I tested multiple flavors and mixes until we nailed the right taste that I think you all will love. The order page isn't ready just yet, but it will be soon. You'll be able to find it at eeriecast.store. I'll announce that very soon, so stay tuned. Until then, stay safe out there and stay creepy, because this world is a strange one.
Hi, welcome to Dead and Roasted. What can I get you?
Yo, unless I've gone completely senile, and that might be the case, let's be real, I'm aging faster than Asmongold, I think this is our 200th episode.
So thank you all insanely much for sticking with me for 200 whole episodes of me never figuring out how to shut up. You're all the best. Quick warning though, I had a hankering for some school-related stories on this one, and I feel like school is kind of like work for people who don't have a career yet, so it counts. Anyway, prepare for skinwalkers, a glitch at Aldi, and extremely haunted schools. These are tales from the break room. And you should leave us a review or follow us on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. Thank you. Ghost at my law school. From Bob Wassabort. A few years ago, I attended law school in LA. I'd heard rumors it was haunted when I first started. And as a believer in the supernatural, I tried to stay away from spots at the school where people had seen spirits. I've encountered ghosts and what I'm sure was a demon before, making me wary of what people report as ghosts. While at school, I had multiple encounters with an entity that called herself Sharon, as well as other spirits. The first was late at night in the school's library. The library had 3 floors with a basement, ground, and second floor. I tried to stay on the ground and second floors, as the basement always scared me. It was designed in a way where if you whispered just right, it would always sound like a person was right next to you. It was also where one of the 2 restrooms was. I left my study group to use the restroom. When I got into the basement and turned the corner to the restroom, I saw a woman in an old vintage red dress. She reminded me of a secretary for some reason. She walked down the hall, and as I was curious who she was, I followed her. That hallway ended with a wide open room filled with corrals and a dead end, with the only way out being behind me. When I got there, she was nowhere to be found, and I know for a fact I had not seen her come back down the hallway towards me. While I was walking around, I asked out loud, "Who's there?" I could feel something, and something whispered back, "Sharon." I left that basement so fast, my study group was confused as to why I was packing up like a madman. For the next 3 years, I only went into that basement whenever the sun was out. I'm also sure the woman I saw was not Sharon, but that's for later. The second encounter I had was on the second floor of the library, funny enough. My friend, I'll call her Elle, and I were getting ready for exams. We were in the library near closing. The second floor had a hallway of study rooms that were quite popular. All night I'd walked up and down, seeing who might still be there. We were in the last study room on our side of the hall, and by this point, there was no one else around. At closing, the lights to the rooms automatically go off, and when they did for us, we began to pack up to leave, as we both lived on campus. We were pretty spooked already, since it was darkish and no one was around. When I opened the door, we both heard what sounded like children laughing and playing. Elle told me, "Run," and we did. As we ran, we heard this loud thud above us, which was odd as there was no other upper floor on this side of the building. We looked at each other as the sound kept going, and we heard a man yell before the last thud on the roof. We ran all the way to the stairs, and by the time we hit the landing halfway to the ground floor, I could feel something watching us. I told Elle then, "Whatever you do, don't look back." I had no idea what was behind us, but I had the strangest feeling it was a woman. All I knew was if we did turn to look, we would not like what we saw. The librarian saw us running out the door, but looked as if it wasn't the first time it ever happened. After that, Elle and I never studied till closing again. The last major encounter I had was during finals of my first year. Like I said, I lived on campus, and I was close with a lot of the other students who did as well. I had an open door policy where no matter what time it was, people could stop by, and many did, like Elle or another friend I'd grown close to. One night I was woken up by my doorbell. All the apartments had these obnoxiously loud bells that filled the room. It was unmistakable. I looked at my phone and saw it was 3 a.m. I was confused, but thought maybe Elle or my other friend were up late and were freaking out over our first exam that week. When I looked through the peephole, there was no one there. That should have been my first clue. When I opened the door, I had the distinct feeling of someone walking past me. I thought it was strange, but I've never been so wrong in my life. When I sat on my bed, I experienced something I'd only encountered one other time, when I had run into what I was sure was a demon. My vision split. I was looking through my eyes and the eyes of another person, but from the corner of my room. Something was looking at me. I could feel her anger and hatred, and it was focused directly on me. I could then see a woman in all white with long black hair staring at me, but also I could see myself on the bed. I was terrified, almost rooted in place. I was raised Catholic, and I kept a rosary on my nightstand. In that moment, the part of my brain not paralyzed by fear willed my hand to grab it, and I began to pray. I've prayed 1,000 times in my life, but this time I felt as if I was praying for my life. A part of me knew this was Sharon. It was familiar somehow. I prayed for 30 minutes. The whole time I felt as if I was in a tug-of-war with Sharon's will. At some point, she vanished, and my vision returned to normal. I felt exhausted though, but I was too scared to fall asleep. I don't remember falling asleep, but I know that I woke up to my doorbell again. When I looked this time, it was my friend, Kay, at the door. I let her in, but when I looked down, there was a bare footprint on my door seal. The outlines of toes were unmistakable, and Kay saw them too. They weren't there the day before. My parents came by that day, and I believe my mother and I share this ability to sense the supernatural. When she walked into the apartment, she looked at me like something was off. When I got a moment to speak to her alone, she asked if something had been in my apartment, and I told her yes. The next 3 years, I had multiple other smaller encounters with Sharon, but nothing like that night. I've only been that scared on 2 other occasions with the supernatural. I still have that rosary within reach of my bed years later, and it will stay there until I pass on to the next life. Something lives in the fields around my campus. From Danny D123. I've lived in Michigan my entire life. I grew up in the Metro Detroit area, went to high school in Saginaw, and now attend a small college in southern Michigan. I'm going to keep the name of the school itself private for the sake of anonymity. It's a small college, fewer than 2,000 students, sitting smack dab in the middle of nowhere. The closest major city is about a 45-minute drive away, and getting to campus means passing endless farm fields and small towns that don't offer much more than a Dollar General and a blinking yellow light. I don't mind this change of pace though. I've lived in the suburbs and city my whole life, so it's been fun for me to live in a rural area for a change. The town is quiet, and the campus is beautiful in many ways, especially in the winter when the snow is falling. Because of where the college is located, wildlife regularly wanders through campus. Deer are the most common larger animal that comes through, and they've become so used to the students that you can walk within a few feet of them without them even lifting their heads. Most of the area's wildlife is harmless. Most of it, but not all. The first time I saw this creature, I was walking back to my dorm from the library late into the night. It was after 1 in the morning, and the library had just closed. The snow was falling lightly, just enough to blur the edges of everything. My dormitory was located on the very edge of campus, about a 10-minute walk from the library. Beyond it were open fields, a patch of forest, and a small park owned by the college far off in the distance. As I walked along the sidewalk, Beginning to wish I'd brought a heavier jacket, I glanced down the road toward my dorm. At first, I saw nothing out of the ordinary, only the snow-covered fields and the dull glow of a distant streetlight. But when I looked again, something was stepping out of the trees under the streetlight. At first, I assumed it was a dog of some sort. It looked like one from that distance. Maybe it was a stray or a farm dog that had gotten loose. But as it stepped fully into the light, I realized something was very wrong. It was enormous, larger than any dog I'd ever seen, and the way it moved wasn't right. It seemed to crawl on all fours, but not in the way a dog would. That was because whatever this thing was did not have regular front paws. What it had instead looked like oversized, heavily furred human hands. That was enough for me. I sprinted toward my dorm, slipping on the frozen ground, but managing to reach the door in record time. I never heard anything chase me, but I didn't look back. As far as I know, that creature never noticed me at all, but I wasn't going to sit around and wait for it to do that. For a while after this event, I tried explaining away what I'd seen. I told myself it was just exhaustion from studying, that the snow and darkness had distorted my vision, that it had been a normal, but oversized dog. However, nothing I came up with fully settled. Deep down, I knew what I'd seen could not be explained. But eventually, classes and exams pushed the memory of the encounter aside. Midterms turned into finals, and before I knew it, the semester was over. The next time I saw the creature was during the first semester of my sophomore year. It was still early in the semester, but classes were getting difficult. I was studying in my dorm room on the 3rd floor. From my window, I could see the wide field behind the building. Looking out, I saw a group of deer packed tightly together at the far end of the field. Something shot out across the field and caught my attention. I knew instantly what it was. The creature was sprinting across the field at an unnatural speed. It launched itself at one of the deer, which barely had any time to react. It slammed into the deer, tearing into its side with powerful jaws. Then, as if the deer weighed almost nothing to it, the creature lifted the thing off the ground and carried it off into the trees. I sat at my desk long after it was gone, frozen with fear and bewilderment. After that, I avoided the edges of campus at all costs, as much as I possibly could, especially after dark, which wasn't easy given the campus's small size. I even considered switching dorms to a building closer to the center of campus. But in the end, I stayed where I was, not wanting to leave my friends and the nice room I had. A month after that, I had my third and final encounter. I was driving home for the weekend, but due to an on-campus event, which ran later than expected, the sun had already set. As I drove down the road leading away from campus, I noticed something lying in the left lane. As I got closer, I realized it was a deer. This deer, however, had not been hit by a car. Deep gouges had been torn through its side, as if massive fangs had ripped the flesh to ribbons. I slowed down, got over to the other side of the road, and passed it, feeling uneasy. Then I checked my rearview mirror. Standing in the middle of the road, beside the mutilated deer, was the same creature. This time, I could see it clearly. It had to be 8 feet tall. Black and gray fur covered a heavily muscle-bound body. Its mouth was full of long fangs, dripping with what looked like blood. And it wasn't on all fours. It was standing upright on 2 legs, watching me. I floored it. I don't know why it didn't chase me. It easily could have. I'd already seen how fast it could move. Instead, it just stood there, staring as I sped away. I never saw it again. Whatever it was, it never seemed all that interested in me, thank God. I'm very grateful for that. Still, knowing something like that exists somewhere near where I live keeps me awake some nights. It's been nearly a year since my last encounter. Whether it left the area to find new hunting grounds or is still roaming the fields around my college, I'm not sure. But I won't be upset if I never have to see it again. The Original Inhabitant, from Creek Peeper 22. I stopped telling this story out loud because people always want me to turn it into a joke. I can't do that without feeling stupid. I can still picture one part of it too clearly, and once you see something like that, it sits in your head for a very long time. In 2012, I was a sophomore at a college in Oregon. That fall, it rained all the time. The dorm I lived in was one of those older brick buildings that had been quote-unquote updated a dozen times without ever really feeling modern. The carpet was always damp, and the air always smelled faintly of detergent because the laundry room was in the basement, and the vents never did their job quite right. The building was 4 floors with a basement. The layout was simple. One long hallway on each floor, doors on both sides, a lounge near the stairwell, vending machines at the far end. You could hear everything through the walls, so most nights you would hear someone's music, people in the hallway, the occasional argument, and somebody laughing out loud. There was also the story everybody knew by the second week. They called it the Walker, though I've also heard it called the Surveyor. Depends on who you talk to. The actual details change here and there, but the core of the story is always the same. Late at night, you would hear slow footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. Sometimes you would hear them above you, even when you were on the top floor. Sometimes the steps would stop outside a door for a long time. People claimed they could feel when it was outside their door. I didn't take this seriously. I'd lived in enough old buildings to know they make noise. Could be pipes clicking or floors settling. People act weird in dorms because they're tired and half drunk and want a story. The only part of the legend that stands out to me was what older students would say when they got quiet. They would say it wasn't a dorm ghost. They would say the land had history and the building set on something the school never talked about. They never had a solid explanation as to what that was, which was part of what made it stick for me. It was just vague enough, so anybody could fit it to whatever they already believed. But I filed it away as dorm nonsense, until late one Friday night. A bunch of us ended up in my room because my roommate, Ethan, had a bottle, and we were bored. It was raining hard enough that you could hear it through the window, even with the music turned up. There were 8 people in a room built for 2. We had a laptop going with a playlist. We had cheap cups. Nobody was trying to be deep, and it was just one of those nights. Someone suggested Truth or Dare, because we were 19, and we were out of other ideas. It started out dumb and normal. Text somebody, do a shot, go ask the RA something stupid. People were laughing. It was loud enough that someone 2 doors down yelled at us through the wall. Then Nicole, who lived on our floor, said we should do a dorm dare. She said it like she was proud of herself for thinking of it. She asked if we'd heard the story about the 4th floor and the service hallway. Everybody had heard some version, but I hadn't heard all the details. Nicole said that there was an unmarked door on the 4th floor near the vending machines. Behind it was a narrow hallway used by maintenance. At the end, there was a metal door that was usually locked. The dare was to go there, knock 3 times, then ask, "Is anyone walking tonight?" I remember laughing, saying that sentence sounded ridiculous out loud. A couple people laughed at me, but Nicole did not. Ethan did, and that was the problem. Ethan loved dares. He loved being the guy who did the dumb thing first. So he said he would do it. I told him we were not doing that, but he said we were. 2 other people said they would come too, which made it feel safer. I ended up going because I didn't want Ethan going off with a couple of half-drunk guys to the 4th floor. We left the room and the hallway noise dropped behind us. The dorm at night always felt different once you stepped out of a loud room. The lights made everything look washed out. The carpet was darker in the center where people walked most. You could smell wet shoes. We took the stairs up, 3rd floor, then the 4th. By the time we hit the 4th floor landing, the air felt colder. I noticed it right away. Ethan didn't say anything, but he slowed down. The 4th floor hallway was empty. No doors down, no voices, no TV noise. It wasn't dead silent because you could still hear the building, but it felt closed off. The vending machines at the end made their usual sounds. Nicole had described an unmarked door. There it was, beige like the walls, so I'd probably walked past it before without even noticing or caring. There was a faded sign on it that said, "Authorized personnel only." Ethan went over, pushed it, and it opened. Inside was a narrow cinder block hallway. Pipes ran along the ceiling. A single bulb in a wire cage lit the middle of the hall. The air smelled off, like mud. It didn't smell like a typical basement. It smelled more like dirt after rain. At the end was a flat gray metal door. No window, just a plate and a keyhole. Ethan turned, then grinned at us. But his grin looked a bit nervous. He went ahead and knocked 3 times. The knocking echoed down the hallway and came back in a way I didn't like. The sound felt bigger than the space should have allowed. Then Ethan said the line, "Is anyone walking tonight?" Nothing happened for a second. I almost relaxed. I nearly felt stupid for being so tense about it. But then we heard a footstep. It sounded like it was above us, which made no sense as we were on the 4th floor. Then I realized it wasn't above us, it was behind us, in the service hallway, coming from the direction of the door we had just used. Another step, then another. Slow steps, close enough that I could tell it was not the usual building noise. It sounded like someone putting their full weight down on each step. One of the guys whispered, "Stop it." He sounded scared. Nobody had done anything, though. Ethan took a step backward until his shoulder hit the metal door. I could see his throat moving when he swallowed. The footsteps kept coming. They didn't speed up, nor did they slow down. I turned to look down the service hallway toward the door we came in through. But it was empty. There was nowhere someone could hide. It was just a straight hallway. The light did not reach the doorway well, but I could still see the outline. Nobody was there. The footsteps stopped about 10 feet behind us, and the air grew freezing cold. It felt harder to breathe, not because I was choking, but because my body was trying to stay quiet. That's when the bulb in the wire cage flickered and went out. Ethan pulled out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam was shaky. It lit up the cinder block walls and the pipes. That's when I saw the handprints. They were on the wall to our left, wet and dark. They weren't dusty. They had edges. You could see finger shapes. They started at about waist height and continued upward in a staggered line, higher than any of us could reach without standing on something. Ethan whispered, "No." From the metal door in front of us, we heard a scratch. It sounded like nails dragging slowly across paint. Ethan stepped away from the door so fast that he nearly hit me. He swung the flashlight beam around, and it caught more wet marks on the pipes, then on the ceiling. I stood there staring at the ceiling because my brain could not accept what I was seeing. The scratch came again, longer now. Then a voice spoke from behind us. It was quiet, but it wasn't far away. It was close enough to make my skin tighten, and it sounded exactly like the words, "You asked." Nobody moved for a second. Then Ethan grabbed my sleeve and pulled. We turned toward the exit door and started walking fast. We didn't run, and that wasn't bravery. It was fear. None of us wanted to make a mistake that felt like breaking a rule. When we hit the service door and pushed back into the normal hallway, The lights were on, and the vending machines were humming. It should have felt normal, but it didn't. Wet footprints had appeared on the carpet outside the service door. Bare footprints. These were not normal. The toes were much too long. The stride between them was too long for a person walking at a normal pace. The prints went straight toward the stairwell door, which was about 20 feet away. Then they did something I still don't know how to explain. They continued up the wall beside the stairwell door. The wet marks went vertical, climbing from the carpet up the painted wall. The last print was near the ceiling, right at the corner where the wall met the ceiling tile. Then they stopped. Ethan stood staring with his phone light pointed at them, and his mouth was wide open. One of the other guys whispered, "I can't," and he started to back away. We went down the stairs. We didn't talk until we got back to our floor. When we got back into my room, everybody went quiet. They could tell by our faces that we were not joking. Ethan held up his phone and said he had an incoming call while we were in the service hallway. It was time-stamped, and there was no number. The screen showed a blank where a number should have been. Nicole even looked pale, and I realized she was not enjoying this. We tried to calm ourselves down by blaming each other, which is what people do. We said someone must have been messing with us. Someone must have planted something. Someone must have poured some water. Someone must have found a way to do that voice. But that doesn't make complete sense. We couldn't figure out how wet, bare footprints could appear and go up a wall. We couldn't figure out where the water smell in the service hallway came from. We could not figure out the handprints. People left after that. Nobody wanted to keep drinking or keep playing anything. Later that night, after the room was quiet and Ethan was sleeping, I heard footsteps above us. We were on the second floor. The footsteps were slow, not stomping. They moved back and forth, covering the same stretch over and over. I lay there staring at the ceiling, counting my breath because I didn't want to move. At some point, I felt something touch my wrist. It was cold, damp. I sat up so fast that I nearly fell off the bed. But there was nothing there. The next morning, I went to the library. I just didn't know what else to do. I ended up in a section that had old campus planning documents and local history junk. I didn't even know our library had that until I started wandering. I had a binder that had maps and project summaries from campus expansion. I flipped through it until I saw a map that showed the area where the dorm had been built. It had a note on it, small and bland, that made my stomach drop. Former settlement site. Cleared. Relocated. There were no details or notes about what relocated meant. I do not know who lived here before us, but I do know that after reading that, I could smell that mud smell again, the one from the service hallway, so I left the library. I put in a transfer to get out of that dorm at the end of the year. As far as I know, plenty of people have stayed there and never had a problem. And most folks probably think that legend is funny and not real. But I believe it. The Echo of a Man, from Somnians. I lost my left hand when I was a kid. I say lost because it's the easiest way to put it without having to explain the whole story every time. It was an accident, and it was stupid, and it was fast, and it changed everything forever. I'm fine now. I've been doing two-handed jobs with one hand for most of my life, so I'm not here for sympathy. But it matters to this story because it affects what I notice and what I don't. And yes, it does take a while to write something like this up. I work at Aldi. I've worked there long enough that most things feel automatic for me. I know where everything is without thinking and what noises are normal, like when the freezer is about to throw a fit, or the way the floor squeaks when you walk on it after it's been mopped. I also know how people act when they come in and want to steal something. I know how people act when they come in because they're lonely or want somewhere warm. This happened 3 years ago. I still think about it sometimes when I'm closing and the store gets that empty feeling. It was late enough that the parking lot was mostly empty and the register area felt too bright compared to the rest of the store. It was one of those super slow nights where it seems like the clock is being lazy. A couple of people had come through and grabbing milk or beer, but that was it. If you've ever worked retail, you know what I mean when I say a slow day. It's not peaceful per se, it's kind of tense in a low-grade way, because you're just waiting for something to happen or half hoping nothing does. Could be a rush 1 minute or nothing. Around that time, a man came in. He didn't come in like a normal customer. He appeared older, maybe late 50s or early 60s, hard to tell. His clothes looked like they'd been slept in, all dirty and worn down. His jacket was too big and hung off of him like it belonged to a much bigger person. His hair was long and thin. He looked relieved to come inside after a long time outside. We get people like that sometimes. I'm not saying that to be cruel, it's just true. A lot of stores have to deal with it. The managers usually want us to discourage loitering. They don't want the store turning into a hangout spot. They don't want customers feeling uncomfortable. There are policies, but the reality is you have to use judgment. If someone comes in and it looks like they might buy something, you give them a little time. If they come in and just wander around or sit down or start to act weird, you have to decide when to step in. This guy came in and moved in a straight line. He walked through the entrance. He didn't look at the seasonal junk or the carts. He headed down the first aisle like he already knew where he wanted to go. He did not glance at the checkout lanes. He did not make eye contact with me. He didn't look around the store either. He walked like he was following instructions, like a pre-planned route. I watched him for a second because he stood out. I told myself it was nothing. People come in with their heads down all the time, so I waited. A few minutes went by, then a few more. The store was empty at the time besides me, one stalker somewhere in the back half, and our manager doing something in the office. It was quiet enough that I could hear the refrigeration units and the faint music overhead. Aldi music always feels like it's being played for nobody. I kept expecting the man to come up and check out with something small. That's usually the way it goes. They grab a soda, something cheap, a snack or a loaf of bread. But this man never came to the checkout. After a while, I started thinking about the other possibility. Sometimes people come in and they steal. Sometimes they come in and just wander because it's warm and bright, and they can pretend for 10 minutes that they're a regular person doing regular shopping. I waited longer than I usually would, because I didn't want to make a big deal if he was actually buying something. I also didn't want to be that employee who jumps on someone just because they look homeless. I've seen some coworkers I will not name do that, and it always feels gross. Most of the time it escalates for no reason. But he had been in there long enough that it was feeling odd. The store wasn't big. You can't wander around in an Aldi for 20 minutes without looping around. So I got up from the register and walked out from behind the lane. I went down the aisle he had gone down. I scanned the lanes between shelves as I walked, but I didn't see him. I went farther back, toward the middle. I checked by the coolers. I checked the aisle where the bread was, and the aisle with the canned stuff. I walked past end caps and looked down each row, but the man wasn't there. I felt a little stupid. I thought maybe he had come up while I was looking away, deciding not to buy anything and left. People do that all the time. I walked back toward the front. The entrance door didn't make its usual sound, and I didn't hear it open. I didn't hear anyone around. The store still felt empty, like it was before he ever came. I got back behind the register and told myself he was just gone. I went back to staring at the lane, waiting for the next customer, thinking about what I still needed to do before close. A couple minutes passed, but then I saw him again. He came in the same way as before. Through the front doors, same speed, straight in a line down the first aisle. He didn't look at me and did not hesitate. I sat up a little straighter because my brain took a second to catch up. My first thought was, did he leave and come back in without me noticing? That is possible. I felt embarrassed a bit, thinking I might have missed him leaving in the first place. The door is very visible from the register, but you get distracted sometimes. You look down, you look at your screen, you zone out. Still, the way he entered again this time bothered me. I mean, people don't usually enter twice in a row with the same exact routine unless they're doing something, or maybe they forgot something. I watched him go down the aisle again. I told myself this time I would keep a better eye out. I still didn't want to jump to any conclusions. I'm not going to call my manager over a guy walking back in. He disappeared into the aisles again, and once more he never came to the checkout. This time I didn't wait as long. I gave it a few minutes, then I stepped out. I didn't feel angry, I just felt, I don't know, strange, uneasy. I didn't like the way he was going in the store, not making a sound, being hidden. The idea I was in here with someone else that I couldn't locate was kind of uncomfortable. I walked down the same aisle he had gone down. I got to the point where the aisle opens up into the cross aisle, and I looked left and right. I then saw him ahead of me, near the middle of an aisle. It was a quick glimpse, but it was him. Same jacket, same hair, and the same posture. He moved past the end of the aisle and out of my sight. I decided to follow. I wasn't chasing him, I was walking at a normal pace. I wanted to see where he was going, and I wanted to make sure he wasn't doing something in the back of the store that he shouldn't have been. I turned into the aisle right after he passed through. He was gone. That aisle had no customers, and it was just a straight sight line. The shelves were full height, but you can still see down it. But there was no one at the far end. He hadn't gone out the other side because I would have seen him cross the opening. I stopped and stood there, looking. This wasn't making sense. I checked the next aisle, then the one after that. I walked to the end of the aisle and looked into the cross aisle. No man, no movement, no sound. At this point, I could feel my face getting hot. I felt stupid again. But this was a different kind of stupid. It was the feeling you get when something simple should have an explanation, and you can't find one. I went back to the front and sat down behind the register. I didn't tell anyone yet. I tried to talk myself down. I must have missed him slipping into another aisle, or he doubled back. He left without me noticing, somehow, again. Maybe he was leaving through the back, even though that part wasn't open to the customers. But anxious brains invent possibilities. The store stayed empty. No customers came in for a while. The stalker was still doing his thing in the back, and I could hear boxes shifting sometimes. Besides that, it was quiet again. About an hour later, the same man came in a third time, and I kid you not, he had the exact same look, movement, direction, head down, everything. It was less like the same man coming in a third time, and more like a video being played on repeat. No alteration, no difference in the way he walked in. I was flabbergasted. This time I felt my heart quicken. I put my hand on the counter and gripped it, needing to ground myself. I watched him go, and it didn't feel real. I waited, not moving from my spot, and I sat there for several minutes. But the man never came to the checkout. Then I decided to stand up on the counter. I was desperate to know what this man was doing, how he kept getting away. He had not come back out yet. I knew that for a fact. I'd been keeping a close eye on the entrance. When I stood on that counter and got on my tiptoes, I could see over every aisle. The man was not in the store. Immediately I went to the manager, and I called out for him. When he didn't answer my call, I called out to the stalker. He was the one to come up first. For a moment he looked annoyed. Not at me exactly, but at the idea of extra drama late at night, when we were nearly closed. Then he saw my face, and his reaction became different. I was not calm at this time. I was trying to be calm, but something else was coming through, I'm sure of it. Without using the word ghost or glitch or anything, I began to explain to him what was going on. The manager showed up mid-explanation, so I started over. I said a guy who looked homeless kept coming in, walking down the same aisle, walking the same way, but never coming out. And it kept happening again and again and again. The manager told me to go take a smoke break. He said he would handle the register and the stalker would keep an eye out. He felt empathetic, not making fun of me, not annoyed, and that really helped me. He could tell I was rattled. I took him up on the offer. I went outside for a 15-minute smoke break. I needed the air. I know it's an oxymoron, smoking and getting air. Anyway, I stood by the side of the building where employees usually go. The parking lot was mostly empty. The rain had slowed down, but everything was wet, and the lights made the asphalt shiny. I was trying to get my breathing back to normal, trying to settle back on the idea that I was just overreacting. I kept replaying it in my head, thinking about the aisle where he vanished. How I would lose sight of him and never hear anything. No entrance, no exit, no little chime, no footsteps. This guy was either a ghost or a ninja. About 10 minutes into my break, the stalker came running outside. He looked startled. He was usually a laid-back guy, older than me. Not fearless, but not really caring about what happens. Beyond that, he's seen a lot in retail over the years. He looked me square in the eyes and said, "I saw him too. 4 times. And he never left." I stared at him, my brain wanting to reject what he just said. Eventually I replied, "Wait, what?" "The guy you described. He came in, I never saw him leave, and then he just kept coming in 3 more times." He explained how after I walked away for the break, he took over watching the store and the manager was at the register, so there were 2 sets of eyes on the store. We went back inside together. The manager was still at the register. The manager's face looked tight, or maybe tense is the better word. He asked if either of us had seen the man. We shook our heads, meaning if he was still in here, and I doubted he was, we hadn't seen him. The 3 of us searched the entire store, every aisle. We checked the back area that customers aren't supposed to go into. We checked the bathrooms, behind pallets and displays, and those weird little corners where someone could hide if they wanted to be a problem. And yet, after a full deep dive, there was no man. We finished closing like normal. There was nothing else we could do. The manager locked the doors, and we did our routine. And yet, I kept expecting the man to appear again. Thankfully, he didn't. When we left, the parking lot was still empty. Now, after all this, I don't really have a theory that makes me feel content. If he was real, a person, a human, I mean, maybe we all missed something obvious. Or maybe it was something not so human that played a trick on 3 tired employees in a bright, empty store. Never speak to them. From No Name. I worked for a certain tribal school for 6 years as a groundskeeper. It's on the reservation I grew up in. If you know anything about this part of the country, down in the Southwest, you know the land out here holds things that don't like to be talked about. My job is to keep the grounds clean and maintain the fields, fix what needs fixed up, make sure the place is clean and safe for the kids. Most of my work happens after the school day ends. The kids clear out around 3:30, the teachers trickle out by 4:30 or 5, then it's just me until I finish up. Usually takes me till around 7, but that depends heavily on the season. My favorite part of the job is the quiet. Again, I grew up here, so the desert and the tree line at the edge of the property don't bother me. Well, they didn't used to. What I'm about to tell you happened not too long ago. I've thought about sharing it since then, but I kept talking myself out of it. I didn't really feel like putting it into words. My grandmother says that talking about these things gives them power, gives them a way to find you again. And that scares the bejesus out of me. But I'll be moving soon, and I think people need to be warned. You shouldn't make the same mistake that I did. It was a Thursday when I checked the athletic equipment to make sure the basketball courts are clear of debris before the weekend. The courts are at the far east end of the school property, right where the maintained grass gives way to brush and woods. It's maybe 200 yards from the main building to the courts, and another 50 yards from the courts to the tree line. That evening, there was a mist rolling in from the hills. It happens when the temperature drops fast after a warm day. The sun was getting low, and that time of day is usually beautiful. But that night, the mist made everything feel creepy. I remember it being very, very quiet. Not even wind that night. It was so quiet, I heard nothing but my ears ringing. I was picking up trash near the bleachers when I saw it. I thought it was a kid. There was a small shape stepping out from the tree line, about 30 yards into the mist. A silhouette, really. I couldn't make out much more detail than that. Just this outline of what looked to be a child. Small, probably the size of a 7 or 8-year-old kid. I was thinking that one of the students had stayed behind and wandered off. I've had kids hide in the bathroom after school hours. Some have snuck off and fallen asleep, waking up well after the day had ended. They're often confused when everyone's gone. So I didn't panic. I set down my trash bag and started walking toward the courts. I called out to it. "Hey, what are you doing out there?" The silhouette reacted to my words, stopping instantly. I kept going. "School's over, buddy. You need to come back. I can call someone to pick you up." And then it laughed. I could never describe that sound in a way that makes you truly understand it, but I can say it was like a kid's laugh, a bit high-pitched and light, but it bounced around like it was coming from everywhere, from the woods, from behind me, from inside my own head. And underneath that laugh was something else, like a second, lower sound that reminded me of breathing or growling. Every hair on my body stood up. I stopped walking. I even stopped breathing for a moment. Because at that second, I remembered every story my grandmother ever told me, every warning from my elders, all the pieces of folklore I'd brushed off as superstition when I was younger, when I thought I knew better than everyone else. You don't speak to them. You do not acknowledge them. You don't give them your attention, because your attention is an invitation. And I had just called out to it, twice. The silhouette stood there for another few seconds. I couldn't see its face, couldn't see anything but that small dark shape against the gray mist. Then, slowly, it turned and walked back into the woods. I stood frozen until it disappeared completely into the trees. When I could finally move again, I walked back to the main building as quickly as I could. I had about an hour left on my shift. I spent it inside the building, finding busy work in the hallways and the gym. I mopped floors that didn't need any more mopping, and I checked locks that were already locked. Anything I could do to stay inside, stay in the light, stay away from the windows that faced the tree line. The whole time I felt watched. You can call it paranoia, but it felt more like knowing, like I knew something was coming or waiting. By the time 7 p.m. came around, the sun was almost completely down. The parking lot had one working light, and it barely covered a quarter of the gravel lot. My stupid self had parked the truck near the far end. I always leave the closer spots for teachers and visitors to be nice, but that day I regretted it. I walked to my truck with my keys in hand. I didn't dare look at the tree line. I kept my eyes straight ahead. I got to my truck door, unlocked it, and climbed in. Then I pulled the door shut behind me. And the second I did that, something landed on the roof of my truck. The entire vehicle rocked. The impact was so hard I thought the roof might cave in. I yelled, and I slammed my hand down on the lock button so hard I thought I broke it. Then the other sounds started. Scraping, clawing sounds, like something with long, hard nails trying to dig through the metal above my head. I could hear it moving and shifting its weight, dragging something sharp across the roof in long strokes. It wasn't frantic. It was steady, just working its way through. I couldn't even move. I sat there with my hands locked on the steering wheel, staring straight ahead, too scared to even turn my head. I thought about just starting the truck and flooring it, but I couldn't even move my hands towards the ignition. Then I thought about my phone. Could I call someone? What could they even do? And wouldn't that require further acknowledgement? Suddenly, the scraping stopped. For a few seconds, there was nothing, just silence and my own breathing. Then I heard it move to the front of the truck. The hood dipped slightly under its weight. It was right there, right on the other side of the windshield, but it was too dark to see anything clearly. Just a shape, a mass. I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't help it. I didn't want to see it. I was just too scared. I was shaking so hard that now I was shaking the truck. Or maybe it was still the thing moving. I couldn't tell. Suddenly, it jumped. I heard it leave the hood with a sound like a coiled spring releasing. My eyes flew open just in time to see something land in the gravel about 20 feet ahead of my truck. It was lit for a moment by the distant parking lot light. Primarily what I saw were legs. Legs that were extremely long and thin, unrealistically so, bent backward, like an exaggerated version of dogs' legs. They were much too thin and bony looking to even be able to walk. And yet it moved, bounding and leaping and covering ground faster than anything I'd seen move at that size. It was gone into the darkness in less than 2 seconds. I sat in that truck for about 20 minutes before I could make myself turn the key. I drove home, going 20 over, and I kept every light in the cab on. When I got home, I didn't get out of the truck until my brother came outside to see why I was just sitting in the driveway. I told him I was okay, but I didn't tell him what happened, not until after I went to see my grandmother the following day. I asked her to pray with me, and she knew without having to ask. I still work at that school. It's not a job I can afford to quit, but I don't stay past sundown anymore. And I never stare towards the tree line for too long. Some things don't need your attention, and some things, once you give it to them, don't forget. What the heck was this? From Boss M.O. I'm a firefighter. Last August, in the middle of a bad fire year, we'd just come back from 9 straight days on a Type 2 assignment. The other 3 guys on my crew were out cold by 9 p.m., sprawled in the bunk room at our suppression crew station in Northern California. I've never been able to sleep right after a deployment. Too much adrenaline and too many days of irregular hours. So I was sitting in the kitchen with the lights off, scrolling through my phone and drinking water. My way of winding down. The 2-bay garage was open to the night, because it always was in the summer. The building doesn't have AC, and the bays turn into ovens otherwise. Around 11:30, I heard something from the garage. It sounded like a whisper. Specifically, it sounded like someone going, "Psst," like someone was trying to get my attention. I figured one of the guys had woke up and actually needed my attention on the down low. So I walked through the doorway into the first bay. Both engines were sitting there, gear hung on the racks, everything in their place. The garage door was open to the night, and I could see the gravel apron and the tree line beyond. Psst. It came from outside, just around the corner of the building, past where the floodlight reaches. I stepped out onto the apron. The air was still smoky from the fires to the north. I couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" I said, not too loud. but to be honest, I'm not sure why I was keeping my voice down out here. There was nothing at first, until... Psst, over here. Now, it sounded like words, and yet it did not sound like speech. Imagine how a lyrebird mimics noises. It can sound like an almost perfect imitation, but you can tell that it doesn't come from the actual source. That's the best I can do to describe it. It was coming from the far corner of the building where the brush starts. I walked toward it, and everything I noticed was dead silent. I was about 15 feet from the corner when something moved in the brush ahead. Something big. Big enough that the bushes parted and swayed, like something heavy had just passed through. I stopped walking. I could hear it settling in there, branches creaking, and then it went still. Psst, over here. The sound came from inside the brush, about 10 feet from me, low to the ground, but not low enough. Whatever was making that sound, it was right there, hidden, waiting, and wanting me to come closer. Never in my life has every hair on my body stood up all at once, but it did then. And every cell that made me up was screaming at me not to run, but to go back inside, calmly as I could. So I started to back up, one step at a time, never turning around, until I hit the gravel apron and the floodlight was on me again. Then I went inside and pulled down the garage doors, and I sat in the kitchen until sunrise. Later on, I told the guys about this, but they joked about it and poked fun at me for getting scared of a mountain lion or a bear. Doesn't matter. I don't sit in the kitchen with the garage doors open at night anymore. A series of stories from Rosie's Choices. I got myself into babysitting and got really popular among the neighborhoods. All the popular parks, clubs, and local stores. I usually get evening calls for parents who need a night out, but occasionally I get called during the days. Here are some stories I've collected. I babysat a little one that I'll call Alex. Alex was a toddler and didn't know how to speak clearly yet. It was during the day and they woke up from their afternoon slumbers. We decided to go to the park. Fortunately for us, there were other children Alex's age at the park. We took some toys and the children were having fun. This park was a cute little place, just down the street from the house. I like to use this park whenever I babysit in the area. This park is divided by a standard metal fence, like the ones you see in the baseball batting cages. On the other side of that was a house. The first few times we went there, I didn't think much of the house. Maybe that I'd hate all the park noise sometimes, if I'd lived there. The more I sat across from that house, the more it creeped me out, though. I didn't say anything to anyone about that. If I talked to a parent, it's just playground banter. If it's with kids, it's sandbox banter. There was a small window on the top floor of the house. The lights were always off there, or at least very dimly lit. You could almost see the dark wallpaper with a few picture frames on the walls. On that day, Alex was happily throwing a ball against the fence. I was encouraging them to throw the ball higher. They were trying, then suddenly stopped. Slowly, they looked up at the window and pointed, then began to cry. I held them and consoled them, trying to figure out what happened. The window that they pointed at, there was nothing there. That room was dark. The crying started to worsen, so I carried them to the bench to go somewhere else, to get away from the house. Other parents also saw the sudden stop and pointing. They came over and told me that that house always creeped them out too. But admittedly, they didn't want to sound crazy, so they hadn't said anything until now. One other nanny came with us to a local children's store to look at some toys and books. She told me to be careful. Kids are more vulnerable to certain things. We never know how, if, or when they'll come into contact with unexplainable things. I worked at a private residence for the first time. I was there for a week to cover their sitter's vacation. They were coming back from a family trip and asked me to come in the day before to collect the keys and get a tour. I met the house manager. She showed me the routine, the nursery, and the child's bedroom. This particular family was very detailed and had a routine. I felt very unsettled for some reason, but I blamed it on nerves. But even that was odd for me because I've babysat for ages, and I usually didn't get nervous like this. We stood by the doorway of the nursery. She asked me, "How are you feeling so far? Are you getting it?" I replied, "Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. I think I've got it. Guess I'm just a little nervous at a new house." "No, it's definitely the house. This particular part of the house is worse. You'll see," she replied. "Oh, can't wait," I laughed. Then she stopped me. "To put it bluntly, there's like this old man spirit here. He's grumpy, but he loves kids, never harms kids. But the adults he likes to bother. He might play some tricks on you." She looked at me intently. I looked back, waiting for the joke to reveal itself. But she was serious. I laughed anyway. I haven't noticed anything yet. I guess he's filling me out so far, huh? We both smirked a little, and I said my goodbyes before leaving. When my first shift started, I did what was on the agenda: to set up the nursery for maximum exploration. It was such a beautiful morning. As I was pulling up the blinds, a toy on the opposite side of the room fell on the floor from a shelf. I looked around and even poked my head outside the door. No one there. I noticed, too, that the lights often flickered, which was odd considering it was a newer house. When I asked the housekeeper and the chef, they mentioned things like that often happened in that particular part of the house. They said I should be thankful it's only a week-long contract. Experiencing toy dropping, things going missing, and lights flickering was enough for a lifetime. A friend of mine needed to leave for a while for a personal emergency, and I stayed over to take care of their kids and their house for a bit. The oldest took care of themselves, and the youngest was 3 and full of energy. The grandparents came over for the weekends. They gave me the weekend to settle in since this was very last minute, and the grandparents didn't have the energy to do it for that long. They went out for the day, and they said they may come back late. I've known this 3-year-old since he was in the mommy's tummy. I've hit the auntie status. He was so excited that I would be staying with him. This was during the winter time. It got dark before 6 p.m. I was listening to a podcast, settling into my bedroom. I had the door open, and in the corner of my room I saw a shadow running into the closet. I snuck in and said, "Boo!" but there was no one in there. I walked out of the room and walked around the house. There wasn't anyone home. I haven't told my friends to this day, and I haven't taken any babysitting gigs for them at their house. When the walls of your work speak. From Anonymous. When it comes to Wendigos, skinwalkers, and paranormal activity, I think they attach themselves to those who are more sensitive to that stuff. But I haven't had too many experiences with them. I work for a company in an office building downtown in a busy city. We have a small team of workers, so we get along pretty well. With how our office is set up, I ended up in an office with a walk-in storage closet, while most of the others had smaller closets. I let a few people use my closet as I didn't need all that space. I also have a open door policy as long as I'm not in a meeting, and I lock up all the important files. As a note, these names have been changed for anonymity. Kyle is the type of person who could easily make people laugh. A few years ago, he started to pull little pranks, and we pay it back to him. Nothing that would hurt someone, though. Even our boss gets into it. Kyle is one of the few who keeps some of his work items in my closet. During winters, when it gets dark early, I only turn on yellow light lamps, because office lights tend to give me a headache. One night while we were getting ready to leave, I had my back against the door, while some of my colleagues were putting stuff away in my closet. I heard this little giggle that sounded like Kyle. I turned around, saying, "Kyle, what are you up to in there? You better not be messing up my closet." I didn't hear anything, so I went in the closet and no one was there. I chalked it up to Kyle possibly talking nearby my office somewhere. As I was closing my closet, in the corner of my eye, I saw this shadow run out of my office. This shadow was too clear to be mistaken for my eyes playing tricks. I looked out of my office and there was only Sarah, who was at the end of the hallway locking up her office. She saw me as she began to walk down. She asked, "Are you okay?" Did you see Kyle? I think he's playing with me," I said with a laugh. "Oh, he left a little early today." "Why, what did he do?" she asked with a smile, like she suspected another prank story. "Really? I don't want to sound crazy, but what? What happened?" She sounded concerned now. "I heard a giggle in my closet. It sounded like him. Then this shadow ran out. That's why I poked my head out of my office just now. I thought I'd see him," I said. She looked at me like she didn't really believe me, then said, "Probably Light's playing tricks on you, or he's gotten you on edge. But no, he's not here right now." She waited for me to grab my bags and we left together. A few weeks later, I went to our community workstation with an armful of stuff and forgot my ID badge, which works as a card key to enter certain areas of the office. I asked Kyle, who was walking past my office at the moment, if he could grab my badge from my desk for me. He came out and told me that it wasn't there. At first, I thought he was playing around and laughed. "Kyle, are you being serious?" He replied, "Yeah, there's no badge on your desk. All seriousness." I went back and it really wasn't on my desk. I remember taking it off to readjust my clothes and leaving it on my desk. I checked my bags, the floor, my drawer, the closet, my jacket pockets, and retraced my steps where I'd been in my office. I know it had to be in my office somewhere. I had just used it before this. I couldn't find it all morning, so I let management know it had gotten lost. Everyone asked Kyle if he took it, and he said he really hadn't touched it, and that he wouldn't go as far as to ruin someone else's work, which is true. He hasn't done anything that could jeopardize people's work. For the rest of the day, I'd been locking my office door whenever I left. A few of us went out for lunch, and when I went back to my desk, it was sitting exactly where I'd left it when I first took it off. I asked the office manager, Candace, if she or our boss dropped it off while we were out. She said that no one had been in my office since we left, at least not to her knowledge, but she was in the bullpen since we left, and no one went in. Candace and our boss would be the only ones who would have the key to my office. I told Sarah and Kyle about where I found it. They seemed genuinely as dumbfounded as I was, because we were looking for it together. About a week after that, I noticed how things shifted around my office. Except it's not just my office. Others were experiencing it as well. I've been in this company and this office long enough to know all the normal sounds that it makes. It started with a pile of folders behind me. It slid as if something bumped into it when nothing had. Things would fall off the shelves in my closet when they never had before. A coworker I share a wall with, it once sounded like he threw something or punched the wall we shared. When I went to check in on him, his shelf had fallen, and a few things fell that made those sounds out of the blue. Sarah and Kyle also mentioned how some things are always slightly off. Kyle accused us jokingly that we moved his stapler under his desk as a joke, when we hadn't. Sarah mentioned she would find her lunch bag under her desk all the time, when she normally places it on the counter behind her. We thought it was just one-off experiences, or that we were pulling jokes on each other. But now we are experiencing things together still, like sometimes we hear tapping on our walls, as if someone is knocking on our door, or someone is moving stuff around us. We often get college interns or high school students as volunteers. It's not weird to get assigned interns every college semester. On my intern Fiona's first day, she was brought to my office around 9 a.m. After we got acquainted, I gave her a desk in my office, and we went on a tour. I noticed she was quiet, maybe shy in nature. I didn't think too much of it when she didn't say much, as I'm also an introvert. I can be a person of few words sometimes. I assigned her to read over our manual. I noticed she kept her jacket and her backpack on the whole time. I told her she was welcome to get comfortable. She could hang her jacket in my closet. It's relatively safe, I told her. She could use a locking drawer as her locker too, and she said she was fine. A while later, she told me that she was done with our manual. I gave her easy first day tasks, mostly to get her familiar with the office layout. One of those tasks was to take some documents to the boss's office, which was at the other end of the office. After about 10 to 15 minutes, I didn't see her. I called my boss and asked if she got there all right to drop off the documents. He said that he got them about 10 minutes ago. I texted and called her, but there wasn't a response. I decided to take a walk around the office, in case she'd gotten herself lost. I was talking to one of my colleagues when I noticed Fiona turning into the hallway to the washroom and emergency staircase. I excused myself and headed to that hallway. When I got closer, I called her name. "Fiona!" I didn't get a response. I opened the emergency exit door. I didn't hear anyone on the staircase, but I still called out again. "Fiona!" Still no response. I was heading back to the hall to check the washroom when I saw her coming out of the washroom. "Hey, Fiona!" She didn't even flinch or turn. She just turned toward the corner away from my office. When I also turned the corner, she wasn't there anymore. There wasn't anywhere she could go from there other than other offices. If she wanted to leave, she'd need to wait for the elevators. Kyle, who was standing in front of his office, asked what I was doing. "Have you seen Fiona, my intern? She's wearing her jacket and her bag still," I asked. "Yeah, I saw her turn the corner and I haven't seen her since," he said jokingly. "Did you make her feel so miserable that she just left?" "Ha ha, Kyle," I said while going back to my office. I approached Candace. "Did you see Fiona, my intern?" "I saw her going into the kitchen. I followed her in there to show her how the kitchen works. But when I went in, she wasn't there. And I swear I saw her going in, but not coming out." She looked at me, puzzled. There's only one way in and out of that kitchen. Candace is really strict about how organized and clean our work kitchen is. If anyone even breathes towards the kitchen, Candace would know about it. So I know she was as lost as I was about it. I put a work blast out, asking to direct my intern towards me when they saw her. A few minutes later, Candace came in, saying that her school had contacted us. She was out of her intern program. The receptionist said she signed out without saying anything or making eye contact. Sarah also mentioned how she would see her one second and not the next, when we were talking about how strange it was. Our office is a big rectangle with a small hallway with the washroom and emergency exit. A person would have to deliberately sneak around to be hidden like that. I understand that all these could have logical reasoning or seem fake, but these are just some weird experiences among many, or you just have to be there to experience it. I'm only sharing because I ran out of logical explanations. My DoorDash creep, from Whale Shell, 19X. I started doing DoorDash about 2 years ago to make some extra money on top of my usual job. I would usually dash in the evenings after work, about 3 or 4 nights a week, depending on how I feel. I know my area pretty well at this point, which restaurants are fast and which ones will have you waiting 20 minutes for a sealed bag. And I know which neighborhoods tip well. I'm not saying this to brag about it, but to tell you that when something feels off in my routine, I notice it pretty quick. I had just started picking up more shifts leading into the holidays. I got this order around 8:30 p.m. for a Thai place I pick up from regularly. Good restaurant, usually quick. The order itself was normal, about $40 worth of food. The delivery address was in a neighborhood I'd been to a handful of times. Some older apartments. Not sketchy though, just quiet. When I pulled up, the building didn't have much great lighting out front. The instructions said to come to the 3rd floor and hand it to them directly. I don't love hand-it-to-me orders at night, but it's part of the job. I grabbed the bag and went up. The hallway on the 3rd floor was dim. None of the lights were broken or missing. They were just all super dim, and the place smelled like old carpet. I got to the door and began to knock. There was no response at all for about 30 seconds. So I knocked again. I could hear movement inside now, like someone shuffling, but still no one came to the door. I was about to just leave it and take a photo when the door opened maybe 4 inches. They didn't have a chain, I noticed. They just cracked it open barely enough to see a sliver of face. It was a man, seemed to be in his mid-40s. He didn't say a word. He stared at me through that little crack. "Hey, I've got your DoorDash order," I said, holding the bag back up. He didn't reach for it, but he did keep staring. At me, not the bag. After what felt like ages, but was probably 5 seconds, he opened the door a little wider and took the bag without a word. He didn't close the door right away either. I said, "Have a good night," and I turned around and began to walk back down the hallway. But even then, I could still feel that he was standing there. I didn't want to look back. I got in my car and left. I rated the delivery as weird in my head and moved on. That's the thing about this job. You meet all kinds of people, and most of the awkward ones are just socially off. It doesn't always mean more than that. About a week later, I was doing a delivery in a completely different part of town. I had just dropped off an order at a house and was walking back to my car when I noticed a dark sedan parked across the street with its headlights off. Someone was sitting in the driver's seat though. I could tell. I wouldn't have thought twice about it, except that when I pulled away, the sedan pulled out behind me. Coincidence, I hoped. It followed me though for about 6 turns before I told myself I was being paranoid again, and it turned off. But this happened again about 3 days later. It was a different neighborhood, the same dark sedan though. I was picking up from a burger place, and when I came out with the order, I saw it parked in the lot. I couldn't see the driver clearly, but someone was in there. I did my delivery, and even took a weird route home, turning randomly through side streets. I didn't see the car again that night, but something in my gut wouldn't let me relax. Over the next 2 weeks, I saw that sedan at least 5 more times, always during my dashes, always parked somewhere nearby, but never directly behind me for long. It was like whoever it was knew my general area, but not my exact route. So I started changing things up, like when and where I dashed. I'd skip nights or drive to a zone 20 minutes away. For a few days, I didn't see it, and thought maybe I'd been overthinking it. But then I came home one night after a shift, and my apartment door was unlocked. But I know I locked it before I left. I always lock it. I live alone, and locking the door is just automatic to me. I stood in the doorway for a minute and listened. Nothing. I walked through every room slowly, checking the closets, checking behind the shower curtain, but there was no one there. However, things were slightly off. A drawer in my kitchen was open about an inch. One of my couch cushions was shifted too, and my bedroom window, which I never opened, was now unlocked. Sure, none of it was dramatic enough to call the police over. Nothing was missing or broken, but I knew someone had been in my apartment. I decided to install a cheap camera inside my apartment the next day. I pointed it at the front door. I also began writing down every time I saw the sedan, the date, the time, the location, and anything else I could note. I told my friend Maddie about everything. He said I should go to the police anyway, but still I felt like I'd be wasting their time, like I didn't have enough evidence. At this point, it was just a car I kept seeing, and an unlocked door one time. They would think I was losing it. 2 days after the camera went up, I checked the footage after a shift. There it was. About 2 hours into my dash, someone opened my front door, walked in, and stood in my living room for about a minute before walking back out. The camera quality wasn't that great, but it was clearly a man, average build, wearing a hoodie and a ball cap. He didn't take anything. He seemed to just stand there and look around for a moment. It was like he was checking if I was home, and he looked comfortable doing it. I went to the police that night. I showed them the footage, my notes, and everything, and they took my report. They told me they'd look into it, and to call if anything escalated. They also told me to consider changing my locks, which I did the next morning. But honestly, their response did not make me feel much safer. A report is just paper. I kept door dashing, but truthfully, I was on edge every single night. I would check my mirrors all the time. I would sit in my car for a few minutes before going inside, watching the street. The sedan showed up twice more over the next week. Once near a Chick-fil-A I pick up from a lot, and once parked on my street. On my street. That made me feel very sick. I called the police again about the car being on my street. They sent someone to patrol the area, and by the time they got there, the car was long gone. I followed up on the report twice, but nothing came of it. There were no leads or plates they could run, nothing they could do. I had to break my lease to move to a different apartment across town the following month. I didn't tell anyone the new address except Maddie and my family. I changed my dashing zones completely, and I stopped dashing at night for a long time, only doing lunch shifts on weekends. It felt like I was starting over, and I hated that. I was angry about it. It's been about 5 months now, and I have yet to see the sedan again. I haven't had any signs of someone being in my apartment either. I did eventually go back to evening dashes, just in different areas. I don't know who this guy was, or what his problem with me was, but I'm glad it's over, for now. The most unsettling man I've ever met. From Piece of Reese. I'm going to keep this vague on purpose. I won't be naming the facility, the state, or the man. People I work with know this story, and they'll know it's me writing this. But I'm not putting details out there that could come back on my career. I've been in corrections for going on 11 years, county level, and after that much time you see a lot, and you've heard a lot. Most of it you forget because you have to. But this one I can't forget, even though I've tried. We process a high volume of people. DUIs, domestics, warrants, the usual rotation. You learn real fast not to take anything personally in here. These guys will say the worst things imaginable to you because they're angry and drunk and sometimes scared. But it rolls off. That's the job. But every now and then you get someone who unsettles you in a way that has nothing to do with what they did on the outside. It's something about how they carry themselves on the inside. He came in on a Tuesday night. I was working intake. The charge was aggravated assault, which we get plenty of, so nothing about the booking stood out on paper. Arresting officers brought him in, and he seemed cooperative. He was polite even. That's not unusual either. Plenty of people are calm during booking because the adrenaline is gone and reality is setting in. But this wasn't the same as that. He wasn't calm like someone defeated. He was cozy, even. Like he'd been there before, except he hadn't. He didn't have any priors. I ran him myself to check. During processing, he made small talk. He asked me how long I'd been doing this, and if I liked it. Normal enough questions, but he asked them more like my doctor asking if it hurts. As if he already had some idea and wanted to see if I'd confirm it. I gave him short answers and moved him along. He looked me right in the eyes the entire time. There was no ounce of anger or hatred or anything. He just locked in, like he was trying to read me. A little weird, but fine. When I walked him to his holding cell, he said to me, "You're gonna have a rough time tonight. Not because of me. Someone on B block is going to give you problems around 2:15. A medical issue. You should check on him before that." He said it so casually, like telling me the weather's gonna get bad or that there's traffic on the highway. I said something like, "All right, thanks for the heads up." I was being sarcastic. At about 2:10, an inmate on B block had a seizure. He'd never had a seizure before in his life, nothing in his medical history. I wasn't even on B block. I heard it on the radio. I stood there for a second and felt every hair on my arms stand up. Then I told myself it had to be a coincidence. People have medical emergencies in here all the time. There's no way a man in a holding cell on the other end of the facility would know about this. I put it out of my mind, or I tried to. He was with us for a few days before his hearing. In that time, I interacted with him maybe 4 or 5 more times. Beyond the weirdness, he was a model detainee. No issues with other inmates or with staff. He followed every instruction immediately, but he talked. Not excessively and not loud, he'd just say things that made you stop for half a second too long. I was doing a routine check and he was sitting on his bunk, hands in his lap, totally relaxed. He said then, "How's the daughter doing with the new school?" I don't wear a ring, I don't have photos on me, I have never once discussed my personal life with any inmate ever. I have a daughter, and at the time she had transferred schools about 3 weeks before this. I didn't respond. I kept walking. My hands were shaking a bit, and I was angry. I told my sergeant about the comment. He said the guy probably overheard staff talking or got information from another inmate who knew someone who knew me. That is possible. It's a small area. People talk. But it didn't feel like that, and I couldn't really explain why. The next day I was escorting him to a meeting with his attorney. He was cooperative as usual, walking ahead of me, and out of nowhere he said, "Davis is gonna quit, by the way. Probably by Friday." Davis was a newer CO, a young kid who seemed like he was adjusting fine. He hadn't had any complaints, and we didn't have any of him. I just ignored him, not responding to the comment. Thursday evening, Davis put in his resignation. When someone asked why, he said he'd been thinking about it for a while, and just couldn't do it anymore. He hadn't told anyone he was considering it. Word started to get around among the staff. A couple other COs had their own stories, too. One CO said the man told him his wife was going to call him during the shift with good news. And she did, about an hour later. She'd gotten a job offer. Another CO said the man told him to drive safe on Wednesday because of black ice. And that officer ended up hitting a patch on his way home that night, nearly crashing into a ditch. And what gets me is the guy isn't like some kind of mystic sitting there being cryptic and spiritual about it. He was witty and sharp, and he would say these things with a little smirk. He'd work them into normal conversation like it was some joke. If you didn't know any better, you'd think he was just a clever guy making lucky guesses. But the accuracy was too consistent, and the details were often too specific. One evening I was doing final count and I stopped at his cell. He was lying on his bunk, staring at the ceiling. Without looking at me, he said, "You're a good man. That's going to make the next few years harder for you than it has to be." I stood there for a while. I so badly wanted to ask what he meant. But I didn't. I then kept on walking. He made bail 2 days later. He walked out as cooperative as he was when he went in, and he was still just as polite. He thanked the processing officer, collected his belongings, and he was gone. I looked up his case a few times after that. The assault charge got pled down. He got probation. he never did come back through our facility. As far as the system is concerned, he's just another name in the database. Eventually, I would tell this story to my wife. She's a nurse and has always been very practical. She said some people are just extremely perceptive and can read micro-expressions, body language, and patterns. A cold reading, she called it. That thing fake psychics would do on TV to impress people. And I get that. And I've thought about that explanation a lot. I mean, it could cover half of it, but it doesn't cover knowing about a seizure on a different block an hour before it happened. And it doesn't cover knowing a CO's wife got a job offer that the CO himself hadn't even known about yet. I've been doing this long enough that I don't spook easily. You can't. This job will eat you alive if you let every strange moment get to you. But I have never encountered anyone like that before or since. It wasn't that he knew things he shouldn't know. That alone I could maybe rationalize. But this man enjoyed it. It was amusing to him. Amusing like small talk. A way to pass the time, telling us these things and watching how we might react. And I still haven't forgotten about the being a good man will make things harder thing he said. Has he been right so far? Well, I'm not going to get into that, because I don't even know yet. You might find this man amazing, but I personally never want to see him again. The Pullover, from Ananya. I work about 40 minutes outside the town I live in. Most of my drive is a 2-lane rural highway. For long stretches at a time, there might be no streetlights at all. I pass a few farms, a gas station that closes at 9, and that's about it. I've probably driven through here over 100, maybe even 1,000 times by now. It was around 10:30 p.m. I'd stayed late to finish something up. There was almost nobody on the road at the time, which is normal for that time. About halfway through the drive, though, I noticed headlights behind me. They'd come up pretty fast and were now sitting close to me. They weren't tailgating me yet, but they were closer than you'd expect on an empty road when they could easily just pass. Then the lights started to flash, red and blue, mounted behind the grille. I thought, great, maybe I was going a little fast and didn't notice. I slowed down and pulled onto the shoulder. The car pulled in behind me. I turned on my interior light, and I put the window down, grabbing my license. I sat there waiting. The car just sat there too, the lights still flashing but nobody getting out. After maybe a minute, I started to watch my mirrors more carefully. The car wasn't a cruiser. There was no light bar on top and no markings I could see. It looked like a regular dark SUV with those grille-mounted lights you can buy online. That was the first thing I thought was wrong. Then a figure stepped out. A figure with no uniform, just dark clothes. They had a flashlight and they were shining it low, walking slow. Not the way an officer approaches a vehicle. There was no radio chatter and no spotlight. Just a person walking toward me with his flashlight. My stomach dropped. I looked at the road ahead of me, and then I saw them. There was someone standing on the right side of the road about 50 yards ahead of where I'd pulled over. Just standing there on the edge of the tree line. I could barely make them out, because they appeared to be trying to hide, but the silhouette was clear enough in my headlights. I made a quick decision then. I put my window up, put the car back in drive, and pulled off the shoulder. I heard the person behind me shout something, but I was going. I did not look back at them, but as I passed where the man was hiding in the woods, something hit my car. I think he threw something at me. I floored it and didn't ease off the gas until I was back in town. I called the police when I got home, and they verified that that was not one of theirs. They sent someone out, but didn't find anyone or any vehicle on that stretch. They told me I did the right thing by leaving, and that if someone pulls me over and it doesn't feel right, I'm within my rights to drive to a well-lit public area. The officer I spoke with said they'd had similar reports on rural roads in the county before. These days, I take a different route. It's a little longer, but I don't care. I'm not about to be ambushed by some freaks on the road again. I'm a daycare worker. There's something wrong with one of the kids. From JCL. As a daycare worker, you love your kids, especially the longer you're around them. But there's something that happened over the course of a few months that I still can't make sense of. We had this little girl in our program named Nora. She was 3 when she started. She was a very sweet kid, very imaginative. She talked a mile a minute, and her mom was great. She was always on time for pickup and packed good lunches, always asking how Nora's day was with actual interest. It seemed like a normal, loving family, at least from everything I could see. Now, Nora had a habit of talking to herself during free play. Nothing crazy for her age. Kids often have imaginary friends, they might narrate what they're doing, or even have full conversations with just stuffed animals. That's healthy, normal stuff. But after a few weeks, I started to notice that Nora's conversations had a consistency to them that stood out. It wasn't babbling. She would talk about specific things, and she left spaces for responses, and she would laugh at things that no one said. She'd set out 2 plates during pretend kitchen, always 2, and say, "Here you go, Callie." I asked her once during snack time, "Who's Callie, sweetheart?" "My sister," she said. I didn't think much beyond that. Nora was an only child according to our information. Kids invent siblings all the time. I just said, "Oh, that's nice," and I went on with my day. Over the next few weeks, Callie came up more and more. Nora would get upset if another child sat in a specific chair at her table, because that's where Callie sits. During nap time, she'd scoot over on her mat and whisper. One afternoon, I heard her say, "Callie, stop, you're cold." She didn't seem scared, just annoyed. My coworker, Diane, noticed it too. She mentioned that Nora had told her Callie doesn't go home with her, that Callie stays here. That's when the weird feeling about this whole situation started. Imaginary friends usually follow their kid everywhere. This one apparently lived at the daycare. I brought it up casually with Nora's mom at pickup one day. I said Nora had been playing with an imaginary friend named Callie, and that I thought it was quite cute. But her mom's face did something I can't fully describe. It didn't fall exactly, but it kind of froze. She recovered quick and smiled, saying, "Oh, she's got quite the imagination." She changed the subject to what Nora had for lunch and left. It was fast. Too fast. I let it go. It wasn't my place to push. Things got stranger after that. Not with Nora, but with the daycare itself. Toys would be out in the morning when I opened up, and I don't mean messed up or scattered. They appeared carefully placed, as if a kid had been playing with them and left them out neatly. There would be a few crayons on the table, a picture book open on the floor, the toy kitchen set with a pot on the little stove. I assumed the closing staff just missed them during cleanup, but when I asked, they swore everything was put away. Our closing checklist is thorough. Every bin gets checked, every surface gets wiped. This happened 3 times in 1 week, and by the 3rd time I began to take photos of how I left the room at close, comparing them to what I found in the morning. Things were being moved. I knew for sure now. Diane started to feel uneasy too. She told me that during nap time one afternoon, she counted the kids on the mats and got 21. She counted again and got 20. She said she was probably just tired, but she looked rattled telling me about it. Then there was the night that changed everything for me. We had a parent event one evening, a sort of open house, so families could see the classroom and meet each other. It wrapped up around 7:30. Afterwards, I stayed behind to clean up and reset the room. Diane had already left. The building was empty at the time. I had the lights on in the main room and the hallway, but the rest of the building was dark. I was wiping down tables when I heard a giggling sound from the hallway that leads to the bathrooms. It was clearly a child's laugh. Clear and close, no mistaking it. Someone was in the building with me. I stopped and listened, but I didn't hear anything else just yet. I told myself it had to just be pipes or the building settling somehow, maybe my brain playing tricks. I went back to cleaning, but then I heard it again, this time closer, right around the corner. I walked to the hallway. The lights were on, but the bathroom doors were open and dark inside. I looked down the hall. There was nobody there, but the air felt different, heavier even, and much colder. I turned back toward the main room, and I saw her. There was a child standing in the far corner of the classroom near the toy kitchen. A little girl, maybe 3 or 4 years old. She was standing there facing the kitchen set, like she was in the middle of playing. She had dark hair, and she was wearing what looked like a light-colored dress, but there was something wrong. She was incredibly still, absolutely motionless. Kids that age don't sit that still. They shift and fidget and run around, but this child was motionless. I couldn't move. I stood there with a wet rag in my hand and simply stared at this child that shouldn't be there. My chest was so tight, I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. Eventually, I said, "Hello?" And my voice sounded like it belonged to someone else. She turned her head towards me, just her head, slowly. Her face was pale, and her eyes were open, looking right at me now. But behind those eyes there was nothing. No anger or sadness, just nothingness. I dropped the rag and grabbed my keys and my bag, and I left. I ran to my car and called Diane, telling her everything. She said to me that she believed me. The next morning I called our director, and I told her what happened. She's a kind but practical woman. She said it was probably a shadow or exhaustion from the event. I wasn't going to argue with my boss. About a week later, I looked something up that I probably shouldn't have. Nora's enrollment file had her mother's full name. I searched online for the family, and I eventually found something. An obituary from a few years before Nora was born. A baby girl, and her name was Callie. She had died at 11 months. The cause of death was not listed. I never said anything to Nora's mom, and I'm not going to. That poor woman lost a child, and whatever is happening at the daycare isn't hurting anyone. Nora's not scared. She talks to her sister like it's the most normal thing, and maybe for her it is. But even so, I'm not about to stay alone in that building anymore. I just won't. When I have to close, Diane closes with me every time now. These experiences have stopped now. Maybe it's just a gap in encounters. I am happy for Nora that she gets to see her sister. As long as Callie leaves me alone, we won't have a problem. Something lives under the town. From Anonymous. I want to be clear here. In this story, I'm not talking about rats, and I'm not talking about raccoons or possums that wander into storm drains. Those are easy to differentiate, be it in person or on camera, when we send inspection units down the line. Basically, we know how animals move in tunnels. But what I've been encountering over the past 2 years as a sewer maintenance worker is no animal. The first time was during a routine inspection of an older section of the system on the east side. These are the bigger tunnels, some of them built in the 50s and tall enough to walk through if you hunch. I was in there with my partner, checking for root intrusion. We had headlamps and a handheld spotlight. About 300 feet in, my partner stopped and said, "You hear that?" I listened for a second. There was a sound ahead of us that I can only describe as breathing. We stood there for about 10 more seconds, but then the breathing stopped. Ray made a joke about the city having its own Ninja Turtles situation, and we kept going. We didn't find anything unusual in the tunnel that day. But when we got back to the truck, I noticed Ray locked his doors, and that man never locks his door. A few months after that, we sent a camera down a line that had been backing up in a residential neighborhood. This was a standard CCTV inspection. I was watching the feed from the van. The camera rolled through about 600 feet of normal pipe, but then the image jerked. There was no static or interference or anything, but the camera physically moved, like something had bumped into it. The cable went taut for a second and then released. When the image stabilized, there were marks on the wall of the pipe that had not been there before in previous inspections. Long vertical scrapes in the buildup, 4 of them to be precise, like fingers dragged through. I noted this in the report as possible tool marks from prior maintenance, but I knew that it wasn't. Over the following year, I started keeping a personal log, sounds in sections of the system where there's no access point for animals to enter. A smell I'd catch occasionally that wasn't sewage. It was sour, almost acidic, and it would come and go in pockets like something had just passed through. Twice I found what I could only call nesting. Piles of debris pushed together in dry sections of larger tunnels. Rags and plastics and leaves, all mounded in a deliberate way. These were not washed together by flow. They had been arranged. The one that made me a believer happened about 6 months back. I was alone in a maintenance access chamber, doing a valve check. It's a concrete room, about 8 by 8 feet, with 2 tunnels feeding into it. I was wearing my headlamp, and I was crouched over the valve when I heard movement in the tunnel to my left. Slow and cautious sounding movement. Reminded me of someone sneaking around in shallow water. I quickly pointed my light into the tunnel. About 20 feet in, just at the edge of where the beam started to fade, I saw something pull back around the curve of the pipe. It was pale, and it moved on 2 legs. It was fast, but not panicked. It retreated, almost looking afraid. There was no sound after that. Whatever it was, it moved in near silence. Well, when it wanted to. I reported this as a possible trespasser. The city sent someone to check the access points in the area, but all were locked and all were secure. They found no sign of a forced entry or anyone living down there in the usual sense, like camps or trash or clothing. But they did point out the nesting piles I'd found before, but the inspector shrugged them off, blaming it on debris accumulation. My partner won't talk about it with me anymore. Says that if he wants to keep doing this job normally, that he doesn't want to think about it. But just last month, he requested a transfer to water treatment, and I know exactly why. He wants to get out of the sewers. No idea what's really down there, and I don't know if it's one thing or more than one. But it's bipedal, it's fast, and it's smart enough to avoid cameras and retreat from light. Scariest of all is that it's quiet and very good at hiding. Tonight's first story, the firefighter one, was pretty creepy. Short, but my favorite this episode. Reminds me of some short horror film I found back in the day, of this thing mimicking a baby's cry before eating some woman. Good stuff. Good night. Thank you so much for tuning in to Tales from the Break Room. I've been your host, Darkness Prevails. Make sure to follow and rate Tales from the Break Room on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube at the Darkness Prevails channel, and all your favorite podcast apps to help us grow. Thank you. And if you have a scary work-related story, send it to me at eeriecast.com/submit. Till next time, everyone, I'll be clocking out, because if I get back home late again, my wife will destroy me, and my toddlers will nibble at my remains. So I'll be clocking out for now, but I'll be back again real soon.